Monster Synthesis Master. Chapter 1050. Although the boss has notified everyone to come back as soon as possible, Ah Fu still has an uneasy feeling in his heart. Most of the members are performing missions outside, but this does not mean that Star Miranda is necessarily safe. After finishing the call, Ah Fu contacted Troyan as soon as possible and asked him to do a good job in the security and defense of Miranda Star. At the same time, Ah Fu also contacted Ulysses, explained the situation, and asked Dazem to cooperate with the defense and let them make preparations. When the Development League received this notice, some did not understand the situation. Undefined, they don't know the power of correction at all, but since Ah Fu said that Link and the members who went out will return urgently, and the final battle location may be Dazem, this is enough for them to act. On Dazem's planetary belt, all artillery and orbital guns are on alert, and all detection devices in the galaxy are on full alert. At the same time, the Development Alliance also launched a first-level battle response, and all the combat forces in Dazem were mobilized for a while, ready to fight. Although they still don't know what's going on, this doesn't prevent them from standing with Link. Link has brought so many benefits and advantages to the Second Sector universe, and now that he is being targeted, the Development Alliance will naturally support him with all his strength. The Purple's rectifying power is getting closer and closer. Although it doesn't radiate any energy, such a strangely transformed substance was still recorded by the observer located in the planetary belt. Report: it was found that an unknown object was approaching, the type of object could not be detected, and no signs of life were detected. When the notification information reached the center, everyone was stunned. In the picture, this purple irregular energy body is constantly changing its posture and moving forward at an extremely fast speed. However, during the inspection, no trace of life was found on this object. It may be an inorganic form of life. Directly activate the absolute defense. Following Dum's order, all the orbital weapons of Dazem turned on the Berserk mode, and launched a full fire attack on the intruder. Various energy cannons and cannons fired at the purple mysterious substance. After sensing the situation, the corrective power immediately changed its form and turned into a sunken shield. With the vibration of the energy, all the attacking energy and artillery began to crack. Under this strange energy, it was decomposed into its original state. The artillery structure began to split, and the outer shell casing and the inner explosive material, like factorized, all became a single module. The energy from the lasing is completely dissipated under the impact of this energy. Facing the Iron Curtain-like attack, the correction force still kept moving at a high speed. At the same time, all the matter and energy in front of it were cracked by strange vibrations and dissipated invisible. Everyone in the Development League was stunned, and the leaders were even more dumbfounded. The defense system and firepower they are proud of, under this corrective force, they simply turn a blind eye. None of the attacks can hit. Master Chairman, all our energy attacks do not disappear out of thin air, but disappear after the energy decays in an extremely fast time. This corrective force has the ability to distort time. The artillery and ammunition are also completely disintegrated into assemblies in front of you. This is not the ability to disassemble it, but to use time to go back and change it to the state before assembly. With all the instruments and equipment running at full speed, they finally discovered the mystery of the power of correction released during operation. Harness the power of time. Now the leaders are even more shocked. I don't know what Link has offended to attract such a powerful attack. According to the current situation, once the power of correction is directed towards a certain person or thing, time can be accelerated or reversed at will, and the state of matter can be changed. This is simply mastering the mystery of time. Facing such an enemy is simply hopeless. It must have a flaw. Continue to increase the firepower, and all planetary personnel pay attention to transfer to the underground shelter. Following Dum's order, all personnel began to move, and this time they encountered the toughest enemy. After Ah Fu heard the news, he didn't panic, but frowned and analyzed. The power of correction is flying towards Star Miranda, which means that the person it wants to attack happens to be on the planet. Everyone is going to perform the mission, and there are not many people left on the planet. Ah Fu calculated silently in his heart, and finally came to only one conclusion. Either the correction was coming towards him, or it was towards one of Shan and Miranda. Because only the three just now are qualified to trigger the power of correction. Ah Fu made a decisive decision, and immediately went to the Misty Villa to meet Shan and Miranda after reaching the conclusion. It's fine if you're looking for him, but if you're looking for Shan and Miranda, then he has to do something. Ah Fu immediately came to Misty Villa and met Shan and Miranda. Quick, you two must follow me now. Shan and Miranda had no doubts about Ah Fu, and left with Ah Fu without even thinking about it. Troyan, the visual inspection of the correction force is to deal with the three of us. Now send the three of us underground immediately and start land-based signal jamming. Without any hesitation, Troyan hurriedly sent the three of them underground. The underground here is actually the seabed. It is a necessary means to transform the planet. The energy hub forms an intricate pattern underground, and the part below the sea surface is just for the cooling pipes of the hub, and the sea water plays the role of natural condensation. Now it is halfway under construction, and it is being used as an underground shelter by Ah Fu. Rely on land-based and sea-based signal jamming, hoping to escape the search of corrective forces. Uncle Fu, are we going to die? Miranda felt Ah Fu's sweaty palms. She had never seen this fat uncle so nervous. Ah Fu smiled awkwardly. All he could think about was how to deal with the power of correction later. Don't worry, we're hiding underground, we won't be found that easily. Shan pursed his lips. Uncle Ah Fu, are the enemies really formidable this time? You laugh like you're crying, very reluctantly. Shan and Miranda were not fools either. Seeing Uncle Ah Fu's embarrassing expression, they knew that the enemy this time was absolutely extraordinary. I don't have the skills of the boss. I can hide my emotions very well. Now that you have guessed it, I will not hide it from you. This time, the enemy is stronger than ever. And I still attack when everyone is away. Is indeed quite a difficult situation. After Ah Fu finished speaking, he squeezed out a bright smile this time and said, if the power of correction is to deal with you, then you are in luck. Don't you really want to find out in my mana backpack? This time comes already. Hide in Ah Fu's mana backpack, then Ah Fu will face the power of correction. If it was Ah Fu who came to find Ah Fu, then Ah Fu would divert the power of correction to ensure the safety of Shan and Miranda. After confirming the plan, all they can do now is to quietly wait for the arrival of the corrective force. The underground space is not as cramped as imagined, it is the place where the cooling system of the planetary engine is housed, and the height is as high as 100 meters. There are dozens of such cooling pools underground on the planet. The waiting time is always long and anxious. The power of correction destroys everything along the way. All offensive methods, including magic and mysterious power, are governed by the power of correction, and are reduced to nothingness under the influence of time power. These offensive methods are originally the top defensive firepower in the universe, but in facing the power of correction, it can't even slow down the speed. Please download the novel. I love reading it to read the latest content. Dum and the other leaders sitting underground had cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. They never imagined that Daesam's defensive power would one day be useless in the face of intruders. This kind of enemy is really too terrifying. Now from planetary to orbital weapons, there is nothing that can stop the footsteps of this group of purple matter. And in the battle, their fear of the purple substance gradually deepened. This group of unknown substances can transform all their offensive methods. That is to say, if this substance is willing, it can completely destroy the entire Dazome by itself. Such an existence has already surpassed the Development League. You must know that the Development Alliance is the official organization of the four major sector universes, responsible for managing all affairs of the universe sector, and maintaining the balanced operation of the universe ecology. But now this more advanced power makes them feel shinji. If an individual has mastered this power, it is almost above the entire civilization of the universe. If it is a certain group or civilization, then they must also get their intelligence information and make a new assessment of the current cosmic security environment. Opening the defensive enchantment is our last resort now, no amount of it can help. Dum seemed to have aged several decades in an instant, with a tired look on his face. This strange and powerful substance, the defense of the planet they are proud of, has all become decorations. This feeling of powerlessness is really uncomfortable. Of course, what made Doom even more uncomfortable was that they were powerless to stop the mysterious substance, and could only watch helplessly as the mysterious substance approached Miranda Star. Link has made outstanding contributions to the Development League, but now they can't even protect his members, and feel ashamed of Link. The defensive barrier consists of several planets in Dizome. When it is turned on, the energy between the planets is connected into a line, expanding from point to surface, forming a defensive cube. After the power of correction saw this energy, it stopped for the first time and revolved around the defensive barrier, as if it wanted to see this grand defense clearly. It took effect. Seeing the power of correction for the first time to stop, they all thought that the defensive barrier had taken effect and stopped the opponent's footsteps. But just when joy climbed to the brows, the correcting force started to move again. This time, the internal material twisted like a python, like iron powder subjected to magnetism. The whole body showed spikes and rushed towards the defensive barrier. Come! The golden defensive barrier couldn't hold up under the power of correction. In just a moment, a hole was dug out. When the power of correction continued to deepen, the energy transmitted from the planet oscillated like ripples. The original hole was filled again, healed, and the power of correction broke the loneliness. The power of correction twisted the body again, changing the attack method. Unlike the previous moderate attack, this time the power of correction showed its violent side. The energy matter was completely berserk, destroying the defensive barrier destructively. This time, the energy of the impact did not directly open a hole, and the energy was evenly distributed, causing countless cracks on the surface of the defensive barrier. The cracks expanded rapidly like lightning and spread to the entire surface of the defensive force field. The exquisite strength control was amazing. Jaw-dropping. You must know that the repair of the defensive barrier is triggered by the discovery of an imbalance in the density of the surface barrier. But now the entire barrier is evenly stressed, and it is in a situation where it will not be broken, and it is clever to avoid triggering the repair mechanism. Just as everyone was astonished, the entire barrier was like shattered glass, and the energy fragments collapsed to the ground, scattered chaotically in the universe. And the corrective force that broke through the defensive barrier changed its shape again, breaking through the defensive barrier at a faster speed, like a purple lightning, quickly attacking Miranda Star. The orbital weapons of various planets are still intercepting. It's just that compared with the speed of orbital weapons, the speed of the corrective force is faster. Even if the advance is considered, the movement of this thing is not in line with science at all, as if there is no inertia at all. The body shape changes at will, as if energy the formula is completely ineffective on it. When the power of correction directly penetrated the dome of Star Miranda and sank into it, Dum, who was in the underground headquarters, slumped on the chair in a daze. His eyes were empty. It's over, it's over. Once entering the interior of the planet, large-scale weapons cannot be used, and in terms of the strength of the power of correction, it is directly a massacre. They failed to take good care of Star Miranda, and when Link came back, there was no room for maneuver. Afu, who was hiding underground, suddenly had a very bad premonition in his heart. This feeling became stronger and stronger, and at the same time Troyan appeared in front of the three of them. The power of correction is coming directly here. All the defenses of Dazem and the planet are ineffective against it. Run now, I will find a way to delay it for a while. Afu found Troyan's energid body. At this moment, the body left a few lightning-like traces, which were incompatible with the energy body. As expected, this is the result of Chirwaya's already confronting the power of correction. No matter how much you hide, you can't hide, leave the rest to me. Ah Fu looked serious, protecting Shan and Miranda behind him. As soon as the words fell, the dome above the head was pierced, and gravel and vibrations fell at the same time. A streak of purple material energy appeared, and its strangely changing posture looked creepy. This is a transformation of a non-organic state. From this energy, there is no trace of biology. It feels like a ruthless machine that does exactly what it's ordered to do. Shan, Miranda, you have violated your original destiny. Now, it's time for everything to return to its original origin. The sound of the power of correction carries a strong electromagnetic vibration, which sounds like the majestic way of heaven, which makes people unconsciously overwhelmed. Seeing this, Ah Fu immediately threw the two little guys into the mana backpack before Shan and Miranda could react. If you want to trouble the two children, pass me first. Ah Fu didn't say a word, he directly started the void walk, escaped into the dimension and started to escape. Chapter 1051. Walking in the void allows Ah Fu to escape into the void dimension, immune to material and energy attacks, and at the same time increase his action speed by 6 times, and the duration is only 6 minutes. After entering the void state, the corrective force behind him did not catch up. Ah Fu breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that even the power of correction can only take effect in the current physical universe, and there is no way to come or prevent what happens in the dimensional space. But soon Ah Fu fell into entanglement. His void walk can only last for 6 minutes, and will expire after 6 minutes. Undefined if it is to deal with him, it is okay to say that he directly leads the power of correction to stay away from Miranda Star, and everyone can be safe. But now the power of correction is dealing with Shan and Miranda, and he must protect them well. The mana backpack can also be regarded as a small dimensional space. As long as they are alive, Shan and Miranda will not be attacked by the power of correction. But the difficulty now is that Ah Fu feels that he has no hope of living under the power of correction. Once they die, Shan and Miranda will be released from the mana backpack, and they will die in the face of the brutal correction force. In order for Shan and Miranda to survive, Ah Fu must do his best to survive now. Just as void walking was fleeing, Ah Fu turned his head and glanced at the power of correction. This strange mass of material energy was changing postures back and forth in the cooling pool, looking around, as if searching for the whereabouts of Shan and Miranda. Faced with the sudden disappearance of the target, the power of correction is also a little at a loss. Ah Fu ran away quickly, his time was only 6 minutes, and when he appeared in 6 minutes, the power of correction would sense him again. Paul, come out quickly, I have something to ask you. Ah Fu once again asked in his mind to get in touch with Emperor Paul, and needed him to answer his questions. This time Paul the Great quickly responded to Ah Fu. I want to know, didn't you say that any power recognized by the universe will not be targeted by the power of correction? Shan and Miranda are both children who have obtained the power of the Phoenix, and they have also obtained the power of the Phoenix. The acknowledgement is the representative of the concrete life of the universe in the future. Why is it still attacked by the power of correction? Ah Fu's tone was a little questioning. After all, Emperor Paul the Great said at the beginning that people without destiny or beings recognized by the universe will not be attacked. But now the power of correction has found Shan and Miranda, which makes Ah Fu very angry. Although I don't know the situation of Shan and Miranda you mentioned, but if they are the full body of the Phoenix Force, they will definitely be recognized. I guess they must have not yet obtained the fully mature Phoenix Force, so it is still regarded as alien and a threat, and the power of correction naturally wants to obliterate it and return the cosmic energy to its original state. Ah Fu was dumbfounded, but he believed the speculation and rhetoric of Emperor Paul the Great. It is true that Shan and Miranda have not obtained the Phoenix Force at the mature stage. The power in their bodies is only in their infancy. If they want to fully obtain the endorsement qualifications of the Phoenix Force, they will have to wait until they are truly mature. At that time, they will be able to like the Cosmic Phoenix, it senses the power of the phoenix scattered in the universe. Then is there any way to stop the power of correction? Ah Fu then asked, his tone hurried. Perhaps Link and your friends can join hands to deal with it a little bit. You know, even I am relying on the power of correction, so there is no way. Ah Fu was a little disappointed when he failed to get a reliable solution from Emperor Paul the Great. Now in this situation, you can only rely on yourself. Ah Fu continued to run wildly, ran out of Miranda's star at an extremely fast speed, and came to the universe. But even the empty universe can't stop Ah Fu's footsteps. Ah Fu ran all the way, and finally his eyes lit up when he saw a flying door. If he escaped from Dazem by himself, then the correction force would have to spend a lot of effort chasing after him. Going back and forth like this may be able to last until the boss comes back and finds a way. Ah Fu's eyes lit up, and he did what he said. Ah Fu doesn't know where the flying gate not far away leads to, but as long as he doesn't stay where he is, it's fine. The flying gate is right in front of you, but the actual distance is still far away. The shape of the huge flying gate made Ah Fu miscalculate the distance between them. When the 6 minutes of walking in the void passed, Ah Fu's figure was suddenly torn out of the dimensional space and reappeared in the universe. Ah Fu suddenly felt his skin burning and it was difficult to breathe. While struggling, his body was filled with demonic energy, and his whole body turned into a war envoy. A pair of fleshy wings behind him fluttered vigorously, and continued to fly towards the flying gate. With the power of correction in the cooling pool, he resensed Ah Fu's breath, and the energy body buzzed immediately, and then changed shape, like a sharp sword piercing the cooling pool directly, passing through the Earth's crust and flying into the sky, quickly chasing Ah Fu. The two sides are chasing each other, racing against time. Ah Fu was about to rush to Femin, but at this moment, the power of correction suddenly shot past Ah Fu's ear like a flying arrow, and rushed directly to Femin. The strong energy vibration instantly disintegrated this 10-kilometer wide space gate suspended in the universe. The structure of the flying gate collapsed suddenly, the internal energy completely lost its guidance, and the stable cosmic orbit built by the flying gate also completely collapsed. Ah Fu's last hope of escape was completely lost with the collapse of Femin. The nearest flying gate is still hundreds of kilometers away from Ah Fu. With his personal flying speed, it has already been intercepted by the corrective force before it arrives. All that is left to Ah Fu is the possibility of fighting head-on with the power of correction right now. Ah Fu is not running away, because there is no escape. Although there is still a flying door in Star Miranda, but that flying door is connected to Star Omega, so we can't bring the disaster to Star Omega, right? Alfred can't do it. That being the case, the only option left for him is to fight. Ah Fu didn't dodge anymore, stood where he was, raised his hand and waved at the power of correction. Aren't you trying to trouble them? Then pass me first. The power of correction changes its shape on the spot, and the nanoscale energy crystals are constantly changing and oscillating, showing a strange posture, like a huge mouth full of sharp teeth, which makes people unconsciously feel fear. Ah Fu took the lead in attacking, and in the state of war envoy, he directly used Budo 95 style, and a crow flew towards the corrective force with one move. The power of correction twisted a few times, and immediately spread into an inverted bucket shape, rushing towards Ah Fu. When the power of correction is entangled with Ah Fu, the power of correction uses the time ability to return Ah Fu's ability to its original state, but it doesn't matter. After using it, I suddenly find that the power of time has no effect on Ah Fu. Ah Fu himself was stunned for a moment. Facing this mass of purple material energy, he thought he would be eaten to death this time, but he didn't expect his attack to hit the power of correction, causing the energy of the power of correction to be shattered. Transformation, on the other hand, he was unscathed. Ah Fu's eyes lighted up, it was like mountains and rivers with nowhere to go, and another village with dark willows and bright flowers. I thought I was going to die this time, but I didn't expect my body to be immune to the power of correction, which made Ah Fu overjoyed. Ah Fu thought about it carefully, he was an individual created by Emperor Paul with his personality, and in the eyes of the correction force, he was equivalent to Emperor Paul himself. Now Emperor Paul has been destroyed, trapped on the wall of origin and unable to move, so he is classified as an existence that has been dealt with by the power of correction, so he will not be dealt with again. This is also the reason why the power of correction did not restore Afu, because it has already restored it in its records. After figuring this out, Afu immediately felt relieved. The power of correction can't help him, so he can protect Shan and Miranda until the boss and other subordinates come back. The power of correction stepped back a little, reabsorbed the energy that Afu shattered just now, and restored it to a complete state. Its time degradation ability has no effect on Afu, so other means of attack must be used. The nano-energy of the corrective force began to condense into sharp blade-like spikes, and then quickly fired towards Afu. Afu could see that this time the power of correction did not use the power of time rules, so he didn't dare to be careless, and immediately used the skill of integrating offense and defense in Budo 95, Tornado, to destroy the parking lot. It rotates by itself, and the strong black magic energy brought out forms a protective layer around the body, which can not only defend, but also be released as a magic energy throwing knife to cause damage. The power of correction fell on Afu, and the two waves of energy collided and made a dense explosion, and waves of energy spread to the surroundings. After some attacks, the corrective force regrouped its energy, changed its posture, and started a new round of attacks. Afu's tornado destroys the parking lot just now had a very powerful effect, but after the second confrontation between the two sides, Afu suddenly discovered that his attack-defense combined skill could not completely block the attack of the corrective force. Many places on the body were pierced by fine crystal spikes, only half of the spikes were exposed. Afu looked down at the crystal spikes on his body. These crystal spikes and the power of correction maintained the same frequency. Even though they were inserted into Afu's body, they still maintained a unique peristalsis, burrowing into Afu's body bit by bit, and release energy to interfere with Afu's dark energy. Corrective force didn't seem to understand what Wud was, and immediately launched a second round of attacks after a successful blow. This time it was no longer shooting with spikes, but formed a shape similar to a giant python, sweeping towards Afu. Afu didn't care about the pain in his body, but faced the enemy's devastating attack again. Afu could only choose to temporarily evade. Serpentine step. When Afu's serpentine pace is facing other people, he dodges 100% and lasts for 5 seconds. But the giant python with the power of correction is far beyond imagination. It is not so much a giant python as it is a purple dragon. Soon Afu's dodge time ended, so he had to continue to use lotus floating, like a lotus leaf floating in the water to protect himself, and bought some time for himself. After using the skills repeatedly, Zhuge still showed no sign of retreating, but the energy in Afu's body was disturbed by the high-frequency release of the spikes, and his strength was exhausted. He couldn't continue to use the skills to evade, so he had to shrink his body into an oyster shell, turn on the defensive posture and resist the damage. Zhuge turned her head and bumped directly into Afu. With Afu's small body, colliding with the power of correction is like a mayfly shaking a big tree. The whole person flew upside down immediately, and a mouthful of black blood spewed out of his mouth. Chairman Dum, who was hiding underground, watched the battle between the two sides, clenched his fists, and asked, with the current fighting situation between the two, what can we do to help? The weapon consultant beside him shook his head helplessly and said, no way. Whether it is a fighter plane, a battleship, or a railgun, once a weapon of this level is blasted out, the damage will be caused by both sides. Both sides adopt close combat. Within the killing range. The power of correction can evade our attack, but Afu is not necessarily. Now Dum was even more entangled, and they didn't allow them to help if they wanted to. Prepare the railgun and energy cannon. If the two sides distance themselves, buy some time for Afu. Although the firepower can't damage the power of correction, it can still slow down its actions and relieve Afu some pressure. Dum, who is an A-level powerhouse, saw that Afu had a problem with his energy recovery and was unable to fight for a long time. Obviously, the corrective force that penetrated his body just now was at work. Dum is a dual cultivator of magic and technology. In this case, he simply runs the spell and urges his magic circle energy to support him. The 7 magical circles go all the way from the planet to the universe. Afu felt that his internal organs were shifting, and at the same time, the residual substances in his body were releasing energy, affecting and interfering with his energy operation. But Afu knew he had to hold on now. If even he couldn't hold on, then Sean and Miranda, who were hiding in the mana backpack, would surely die. At this moment, Dum's 7 magic rings appeared, simultaneously lasing energy of different attributes. The energy cannons and particle cannons in the orbit of the planet also landed on the corrective force one after another, in order to stop its steps. Afu and Doom did not communicate with each other, but Afu ran away with a tacit understanding, running towards the nearest planet with all his strength. Although there are no large flying gates on the planet, there are also small and medium-sized portals. Afu wants to avoid the pursuit of the power of correction through the portal and buy himself some time. It's just that the power of correction also knows Afu's intentions, and the reversal of various energies has not stumped it. While resisting and digesting these forces, it also allocates part of its energy to continue chasing Afu. Although Afu in the state of war is the image of a demon god, his body is wounded at the moment, and his 2 wings are flapping limply, which obviously consumes a lot of energy. The spikes inserted into the body have quietly penetrated into the body at this time, constantly confronting Afu's body, making his movements more and more sluggish, and stagnating the flow of energy in the body. Afu was still moving forward with difficulty. The spike energy in his body simply pierced from the inside, forming a cage. The spikes stretched out, and restrained Afu in reverse. This form of self-binding immediately stopped Afu's figure. After all, no matter how strong a person is, it is impossible to lift himself up, let alone break free from the cage created from his body. Chapter 1052. Afu whimpered in his throat, struggling to make a sound of pain. He was bound all over, stuck in place like an urn, unable to move. The corrective power that was distributed came to the front, and the shape changed again, like a purple sun, and the sentence was pronounced, "Forbes, hand over Sean and Miranda, and you will be spared the crime of interference, otherwise you will be punished severely." Afu clenched his teeth, and with difficulty, a few words popped out from between his teeth, "If you want me, hand over the children, don't even think about it." Although the power of correction is purple, this round of purple sun actually gives people a holy state. Undefined, the energy attack fell behind and was transformed by the open correction force. The intensely concentrated light formed a circle of colorful halos, giving people the feeling of a heavenly messenger. "Is this your decision? Then I have to make a move." From the center of this round of purple sun, the power of correction condenses a cluster of energy, like an arrow missing. The energy gathers in front of the body. The floating arrow lost has traces of crystal prisms on its body, as if it was carved out by humans. Seeing this, Afu immediately exploded with the thought of dying together. The black magic energy all over his body is strong and violent. All the devilish energy transformed into the shape of a soul skull and spread violently around. Elegy for the soul. At the last moment, Afu resorted to a soul elegy, trying to break the power of correction and condense the energy cluster. But the skill that has always been invincible has lost its effect this time. All the soul skeletons formed by the devilish energy, after approaching the power of correction, dissipated with a shock wave of energy, completely dissipating in the sky and the earth. At the same time, the demon energy on Afu's body dissipated invisible under the energy wash, like a piece of clothing that had been taken off. Even the intensity of the energy impact was so great that Afu's devil horns and wings were forcibly torn off. His body was devastated, and some wounds even penetrated into the bone marrow. There was no intact place on his body. Ah Fu still gritted his teeth and insisted, but the power of correction did not hesitate, and the energy beam shot out quickly, piercing Ah Fu's heart. The purple energy tore through the body. Ah Fu's eyes widened suddenly, and for the first time he clearly felt that life was passing, and the breath of death quickly occupied the body. "Boss, I'm sorry, I can't protect the children comprehensively." At the last moment of Ah Fu's dying consciousness, the figures of Link and his friends flashed one by one, and finally Shan and Miranda appeared. With tears in their eyes, the two children hugged Ah Fu's body, weeping uncontrollably. It's just that Ah Fu could not hear the children's cries at this time. He could only look at the two children with tender eyes, and said with the last of his strength, "Fool, run! Uncle Ah Fu, we don't want you to die!" Miranda cried loudly while hugging Ah Fu's body. Miranda tried to infuse Ah Fu with the power of the phoenix, hoping to save Ah Fu with the life force of the phoenix. It's just that no matter how much life force she injects, Ah Fu's body remains indifferent. "Didn't you say that the power of the phoenix is the power of life? Why didn't it work when injected into Uncle Ah Fu? Why are you willing to let me cry? You wake up!" Shan pulled his sister aside and said, "Miranda, now is not the time to cry. Uncle Ah Fu has already given his life to protect us, we cannot die here, and let Uncle Ah Fu die in vain." Miranda nodded violently, then wrapped a ball of Uncle Ah Fu's energy with the power of the phoenix, and ran away with his brother Shan. Corrections follow, in sentencing for Shan and Miranda's fate of crossing the line. Shan, Miranda, the second sector of the universe, Carl Super Galaxy Cluster, Moer Galaxy Cluster, Vatican Galaxy, Desolate Star System Waste Saturnians, your fate has crossed the line. I need to judge your fate now, let you return to your original destiny, and let the universe restore its original order. The force of correction began to pronounce the guilt of the two, and Shan and Miranda followed even as they fled. This kind of absolute control that can kill but not kill gives people a great sense of oppression and despair. But Shan and Miranda didn't stand still, and the Shadow Flame and Phoenix Flame rushed towards the correction force. This time, the purple sun did not spread the energy to dissipate the two streams of energy, but moved out of the way to avoid the attack directly. The power of correction is also the fundamental power of the universe, the ability to always guide the trajectory of the universe, and the power of the rules of the universe. If the entire universe is compared to a computer, then the power of correction is the computer's antivirus program, the wall of origin is the computer's recycle bin. And those who do not operate according to the trajectory of fate are illegal programs that threaten the stability of the system, and must be destroyed or controlled, or restored. But now Shan and Miranda have the original energy of the creation of the universe in their bodies. This kind of life energy is an important energy to maintain the cycle of life and death in the universe. Although the power of correction has the authority to deal with illegal procedures, this illegal procedure contains one of the most basic elements of the operation of the universe is destroyed. If it is killed rashly, the entire universe system will be shut down and damaged. So when facing the power of the phoenix, the power of correction can only be dodged, but cannot be resolved directly. The original form of life energy is also life energy, which cannot be erased. But this does not mean that the power of correction has nothing to do with Shan and Miranda. It can extract the power of the phoenix from the two bodies, and then re-inject the power of the phoenix into the body of a phoenix, and then reshape a cosmic phoenix, bringing the power of life back on track. Although the shadow soul fire is not the original force of the universe, it is also a kind of flame energy. Once the power of correction is restored, it will restore the shadow soul fire to a pure flame. The combination of this flame and the fire of the phoenix will increase its momentum. This is also the reason why the power of correction chooses to avoid rather than degenerate. Shan and Miranda glanced at each other, and there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Unexpectedly, the power of correction actually evades rather than degenerates and restores this force straightly, which makes the two feel that they have found an opportunity. Once again, Shan and Miranda burst into flames. After seeing the trajectories of the two flames, the corrective force moved away slightly to let the flames pass by. Only this time, it underestimates the creativity of kids. The flames thrown by the two had some slight trajectory errors, and after brushing the corrective force, the shadow flames and the phoenix flames converged, and a flame of the strongest to the strongest and the darkest flame collided together, immediately setting off a violent strong shock wave. Please download the novel. I love reading it to read the latest content. Even if it is the power of correction, it cannot be spared by this sudden explosion. The overall nano-high-frequency structure, without any precautions in advance, was knocked loose and turned into a cloud of purple mist. The two continued to escape, releasing energy in a similar manner to generate shock waves. Seeing this, Dum's seven-sided ring also started to let the energy collide, covering the retreat of the two children. Link, who was in the first sector of the universe, hurried back from outside. Although Xiao Chen didn't know what happened, but when he saw the big devil who didn't even blink his eyes, showing anxiety for the first time, he knew that something happened to Link. After the ship returned to the center of the first sector universe and Link docked the ship into the port, the leaders of the first sector universe were still a little surprised. Link had only been out for a few days, and he didn't expect to come back so soon. Xiao Chen, I have something urgent to go back to the second sector. This trip to destroy the evil gods, you go back and do a report. I will come back as soon as I finish handling the second sector. Although Xiao Chen was puzzled, he still nodded. It was his duty to explain the success and experience of this mission to the leaders. It's just something that makes Link so anxious, he doesn't know what happened to the universe in the second sector. Is there anything I can help you with? I see you are in such a hurry to go back. Link squeezed out a smile. You can't protect yourself, but you can't spare any troops to support it. This time it's some personal matter, it's very urgent, I hope you can explain it for me. Xiao Chen hurriedly waved his hand. Where is Consultant Lin? You can go to work if you have something to do. This time you have solved the serious problem of the universe in the first sector. The leaders are too happy, and they will definitely understand you. Okay, then I will withdraw first. Link didn't talk nonsense. When the leaders of the first sector went to the port of anchorage to welcome them, a puff of smoke entered the flying gate and went to the universe of the second sector, Dazum. When the leaders of the universe in the first sector came to the port, they only saw Xiao Chen. Where's Link? Where's the ship? Xiao Chen shrugged helplessly and said, there is an emergency in the second sector. Consultant Lin will go back first. I will report to the leaders for this trip. Consultant Lin and Dr. Helen, the two of them directly wiped out the biggest threat of evil gods in the sector universe, and helped us eradicate the serious troubles in our hearts. They severely injured the evil gods, killed the A-level leader, destroyed all ships and believers, and no one survived. After hearing Xiao Chen's report, all the leaders present were dumbfounded. It hasn't been a few days for them to go out with all their efforts, and Link and that girl have made it to this point? Xiao Chen, come quickly, let's sit down and talk in detail. The leaders of the universe in the first sector are too curious about the details of the experience during this period, and they must understand bit by bit. And Link and Helen, who are the protagonists of the incident, have already arrived at the second sector universe, the area outside the Dazome galaxy. When he was leaving just now, Link's heart beat suddenly, and he felt an extremely strong sense of uneasiness. President, are they going to be okay? Helen's face was full of anxiety. After learning that the Wall of Origin sent a corrective force to hunt down the members, Link and Helen turned back immediately. The existence sent by the Wall of Origin must be very powerful. The worst thing is that the power of correction is not to find Link, but to find friends around Link, directly poking Link's weakness. Now the last message that Link got was from Alfu, and the corrective force was looking for Sean and Miranda, which directly poked Link's lung tube. There is still half an hour before we will arrive at Dazome. Although Helen tried to stay calm, the trembling arm in the operation had already betrayed her inner tension. The target objects are Sean and Miranda, the two who have gathered everyone's love must not have any accidents. But at this moment, Link's body suddenly trembled. On the system interface, a line of words suddenly popped up. Your man Forbes is dead. Link's brain buzzed and went blank. Then on the pet interface, I saw the column entry of Afu, which became grey and unselectable. As Link's earliest and most loyal servant, Afu followed Link through all the years in the past 3 years. No matter what happens, where there is Link, there is Afu. Although the encounter between the two was a deliberate arrangement behind the scenes, and Afu was born with a mission, but Afu's feelings for Link cannot be faked, and neither can the things they have experienced. Now, Afu died suddenly, the unexpected anger did not appear, and Link's heart suddenly became empty. After a few staggers, Link sat on the chair. The distraught look frightened Helen, so she quickly adjusted to automatic driving and went to Link's side. President, what's wrong with you? Afu, he's dead. Helen was also shocked, her face suddenly turned pale. How could Afu die? Isn't he the best at escaping? Isn't his luck always the best? Why did he die? Link only felt that all his strength was suddenly drained. Yes, how could he die so easily? This guy has always been his lucky general, as long as Afu gets involved, nothing is impossible. Besides, he is still part of Emperor Paul's avatar. Faced with such a big event, didn't Emperor Paul leave 1 or 2 dark hands to protect him? But the system will not lie, the person who is least likely to have an accident is indeed dead. Link put one hand on the operating table, slowly lowered his head, an unspeakable sadness welled up in his heart, scenes from the past came to mind, but he found that he could no longer cry. If Afu dies, then Sean and Miranda he protected. Link didn't dare to think about it anymore, even Afu had an accident, and the horror of the power of correction can be imagined. Daysum, inside the Star Miranda. In just a few minutes of the battle just now, the players and members of Star Miranda got the news and arrived at the dock one after another, piloted the aircraft, or directly landed in space, setting off a battle to defend Sean and Miranda. There are more and more members participating, ships and members of various sizes launch energy and attacks on the corrective force. The other planets and leaders of Daysum are not far behind. All kinds of skills, weapons, and equipment that can be used are poured into the power of correction. The corrective force changes shape, and finally condenses into a sphere that keeps floating on the surface. The sharp energy spikes are like sharp hairs undulating on the surface, like sea urchins. The energy is released from the center of the power of correction, isolating all energy and attacks, and absorbing all these attacks with high-frequency vibrating energy. Sean and Miranda stopped and continued to follow the effect just now. 2 stronger shadow flames and phoenix flames collided in front of the correction force, and the high-energy impact produced distorted the correction force's outer body again. Chapter 1053. Under the joint attack of everyone, the power of correction finally showed a trace of fatigue. But soon, a burst of electronic signals was released, putting everyone present in crisis. After the power of correction shattered, this time it did not fuse immediately, but continued to release pulses in a dissociated state. When Yanwan received this pulse, he suddenly discovered the meaning contained in it, and his face was shocked. Quickly spread out, this guy is going to activate his second form. Undefined, the power of correction is constantly spreading, and the purple energy substance forms an extremely strong energy tide, which will sweep everyone present. This inexplicable force is comparable to gravity. Everyone tried to break free with their own abilities, but they all failed. Even in the planet's underground command center, the staff found that all the stars in the Daysum planetary belt began to undergo slight displacements, deviated from their original orbits, and began to be dragged toward the gravitational center. Everyone was unexpected about this situation, and this gravitational force was even strong enough to displace the surrounding planets. If this crisis is not resolved, I am afraid that after today, the development alliance between Daysum and the second sector universe will cease to exist. It's just that everyone can't protect themselves now, so how can we talk about self-help? The power of correction is scattered throughout the universe, presenting the smallest nanostate, which cannot be detected by the naked eye, and has nowhere to attack. Even if you know it's the fault of the force of correction, you still can't fight back. Enemies exist in the form of elementary particles, not in the eyes or perception of everyone, but they are everywhere. It's like an invisible ghost, manipulating them at will. Sean and Miranda have the power of the phoenix and the shadow soul fire in their bodies, and they can feel the correcting power that is also the original power of the universe. But sometimes it is also a kind of horror to feel. The two find that the power of correction is everywhere it is spread. Not only their range, but even distant planets were drawn into this invisible net. There is a mysterious force connecting the scattered corrective forces, just like a fishing net, each node is connected by a network cable. And when the center of the fishing net is lifted, all the prey in the fishing net will shrink to the center, just like the current situation. Sean and Miranda were immediately entangled, and they tried to attack one of the nodes. The energy produced by the fusion of shadow soul fire and phoenix flame is more terrifying than nuclear weapons. The former shadow demon Saffron wanted to use the fusion of these two forces to directly destroy the civilization of the Vatican Galaxy. But now, when the nodes of the correcting force were torn apart, new energy nodes were added in the blink of an eye, making Sean's and Miranda's attacks seem useless. Moreover, the fusion and explosion of the two energies did not hurt the corrective force, and the impact of the explosion also affected the companions who were attracted by gravity, which made Sean and Miranda restrained and fearful. If you don't do it, everyone will be wrapped into a ball by this powerful suction. But if you do it, you can't hurt the other party, but your friends will have to bear the pressure. For the two children, making a choice between rationality and sensibility is probably the biggest problem they have encountered in their lives. Brother, what should we do now? Miranda looked at the relatives who loved her so much in the past, but now they are bound by the fishing net of the power of correction in order to protect them, but there is nothing they can do, and Afu sacrificed to protect them, which made Miranda feel like a knife. Sean couldn't think of a good way for a while. These two children grew up suffering, and were later reformed by Saffron, and finally rescued by Link. Only then did they come into contact with education and knowledge, and they were cared for very well. Sean is only about 10 years old now, and has never been exposed to such a big scene, so he couldn't grasp the main point for a while. But no matter who they replace, in the current situation, they cannot make the most suitable choice, because as far as their abilities are concerned, there is no room for choice at all. Sean glanced around, everyone was struggling, but they couldn't break free from the power of correction. Sean's eyes clearly reflected his younger sister Miranda's appearance, as if at this moment he wanted to reflect her younger sister's appearance in his heart. Sister, use your phoenix force to protect everyone present and the aircraft, I have a way to deal with it. Miranda beamed with joy, eager to cooperate with her brother. Sean rubbed Miranda's little head, raised the corners of his mouth with difficulty, and squeezed out a doting smile. From now on, you don't want to make Mama Grace angry, and you have to eat on time, you know. That's for sure, brother, you can't make Grace's mother angry. Until now, Miranda hadn't felt the abnormality in Sean's tone, and began to draw out the phoenix power from her body as her brother said, and then passed it on to everyone and every battleship present, forming a fiery red film. 8-7. Sean plunged headlong into the very center of the gravitational flow. On the way, when he passed Afu's body, Sean released some of the phoenix power in his body, wrapped Uncle Afu, and other objects under Miranda's protection. All connected together. Seeing Sean's behavior, the others immediately had a bad feeling. Sean went to the center of gravity alone, where the correction force was densest, and he took the initiative to go there physically. Dum was shocked and understood Sean's thoughts. This child wants to detonate the energy of the shadow flame in his body, so that the gravitational structure of the correction force will disappear. Otherwise, he will not let Miranda wrap other people with the power of life. This is obviously worried that we will be affected by the explosion killed. But with the Phoenix Force, it can protect us. Doom clenched his fists, as did the other chiefs. The huge development alliance, the self-proclaimed manager of the second sector, has to rely on the sacrifice of 2 children to be saved at this juncture. Guys, is there any way to stop him? Doom asked hastily. The others were just silent, and under the effect of the corrective force, their attack was not even considered a breeze, and it simply couldn't cause any impact. The strong gravitational force formed by the corrective force now drags the planet together with the center, and the result is that everything will be pinched into a ball by this terrible force and become the most basic particle of matter. The others also saw through Sean's intention of sacrificing himself to save everyone, and said to Miranda with their minds, "Miranda, Sean is planning to sacrifice himself to save everyone, stop him." It was only then that Miranda came to her senses and understood why her brother suddenly spoke to her in that tone just now. Now that I realized it, that was the tone of farewell. "Brother, let's think of other ways, Miranda can't live without you," Miranda said almost in a crying voice, and the Phoenix energy even spread out to stop Sean. "Miranda, take good care of the people around you, don't be petty. We, President Meng and everyone take care of us, and we are fortunate to have the love and care of everyone. Uncle Afo has already given his life to protect us. I don't want everyone to suffer because of we sacrificed for you. Miranda, you are already a sensible child who knows how to distinguish between good and evil and pros and cons. Protect those who love you and don't let them suffer any harm." Sean looked at his sister and said the last words in his heart, "Although I can no longer take care of you in the future, there will be more people who will love you, care for you, and take care of you. You will only get more love. Don't worry about I cry, but my sister is prettiest when she smiles." Miranda broke down in tears, and wanted to stop her brother, but there was nothing she could do. She wanted to protect more people now, but she couldn't protect her brother who had always shielded her from the wind and rain and stood in front of her in everything. "Brother, please don't go, you haven't watched me grow up, we still have a lot of things to do." All the people present covered their faces and wept. The 2 children were separated from each other to protect them. Desperate to die, Sean slammed into the center of gravity, trying to use the shadow soul fire energy accumulated in his body to cause an explosion. "The shadow soul fire energy in my body in the past was enough to destroy the planet. After injecting the energy of the Phoenix Fire, in order to ensure the dominant position, the 2 energies did not appear to ebb and flow. Instead, they went hand in hand and worked together, and no one wanted to lag behind. Now the shadow soul fire energy in Sean's body caused a higher explosion than before. This level of energy should be able to die together with the power of correction. The Phoenix Fire in Sean's body was constantly withdrawing, scattered on the companions who needed protection along the way. With the disappearance of the power of the Phoenix, the energy of the shadow soul fire increased greatly, and Sean's whole body was covered with a layer of dark fire energy. The energy of the shadow soul fire formed a black flame coat on the surface of Sean's body. The gravity is getting stronger and stronger, and Sean has already prepared the idea of self-disintegration and detonation. Sacrifice him alone to protect everyone. In the past, everyone protected him and Miranda. Today, let him, the elder brother, repay the favor to everyone here. Sean closed his eyes, his will to die. Just at the very moment, a burst of energy was suddenly produced out of thin air, like an erupting volcano erupting from the center of gravity. The central part was suddenly destroyed by an outrageous and unreasonable force, and the gravity of the inverted bucket was instantly reduced. Immediately afterwards, a figure like a demon god stepped on the waves in the void, with terrifying death and killing intent surging around him, the energy and aura generated by it, and even the gravitational force formed by pushing the correcting force with his own strength. If everyone felt that the power of correction was extremely domineering before, then in the face of this power in front of them, the power of correction can only be regarded as a docile lamb. Link appeared like a demon god, his eyes were filled with murderous aura, and the scarlet light even formed two streams of air at the corners of his eyes. Those who judge me, you are not qualified. Every step Link takes has a mountain-like impact. The power of death is permeating, forming impacts with the steps, like waves on the coast, one layer overwhelms the other. The desperate gravity just now, under Link's terrifying power, was completely shattered like a spider web blown away by a strong wind. Sean's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe what he saw. Everyone also had dumbfounded expressions. Link appeared strongly at this moment, and turned the situation around with an overwhelming momentum as soon as he appeared on the stage. Sean also withdrew his strength at the last moment and hugged Afu's body instead. "Papa Link, this is the guy who killed Uncle Afu." Miranda's tears could no longer be stopped, like pearls with broken strings, falling quickly one by one. "I see, you all back away first." Link gritted his teeth and said every word. Everyone can feel that the current Link is completely a beast out of the cage. Although he is silent now, this kind of Link is even more terrifying, waiting for an opportunity to completely erupt. No one disobeyed, even though everyone present was filled with righteous indignation. After Link uttered these words, everyone retreated consciously and left the space in front of them. Because everyone knows that when Link unleashes his anger, this space will completely become the most terrifying battlefield in the universe. Afu means more to Link than anyone else. Everyone knows that this pair of master and servant has a close relationship, they met at the tender age, and have supported them all the way to the present. Righteousness kills Forbes today, and he'll face Link's fiercest wrath. Everyone receded, and the planet was recaptured by the gravity of the star, and its position slowly returned. Sean carried Afu's body to join his sister, boarded the ship with the help of Helen, and returned to the orbit of Miranda. In the entire main battlefield, only the power of correction and the angry Link remained. Link was extremely sad and speechless, some only had fists full of anger. Link didn't make any movements, but invisible fists, tearing apart the space, came from everywhere, invisible and unexpected. Fist of Havoc. Every punch distorts space and is created out of thin air. Wrapped with the strongest death energy in the universe, each blow of this kind of punch is enough to permanently change the surface of the planet, comparable to the energy of a meteorite impact gathered on the fist, and the burst of energy is even more terrifying. In addition to the dead air in the fist, there is also Link's extreme anger. Even more than one fist shot out of the air at the same time, the fist struck from various directions like a missile, smashing the correcting power in this space to pieces. Even if it is presented in the tiniest particle state, under such dense and powerful fists, the connection between them has been interrupted. The rest of the corrective power slowly regrouped and entered state 1. Link still didn't say a word, his attack was his attitude. Omega Rays, Finger of Death, all kinds of lethal and powerful skills don't need to spend money on the power of correction. If it is said that the power of correction cannot cause direct damage to the power of the Phoenix, then Link, who has mastered the power of death in a full state, has obtained the right of immunity. The pure power of death hit the power of correction, and the powerful energy directly cut off the bond between the molecules in its body, making it lose its original state. Every attack is a kind of weakening and loss to its body. At last, Link's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he suddenly appeared in front of the correcting force, pinching the transforming nano-energy body with one hand, and clasping it with the other hand. No matter how much the correcting force struggled, it could not escape Link's palm. In the next second, Link's eyes were extremely scarlet, and the anti-life equation started. The power of correction, which was constantly changing, suddenly quieted down. "Let me see now, who is behind you?" Link successfully enslaved the power of correction, and immediately the picture in his mind's consciousness changed rapidly. The scene was like rewinding, from the live battle, to the space travel, and then to the strange and familiar place, the Wall of Origin. The scene returns to before the power of correction comes out of the Wall of Origin. Chapter 1054. Link used the anti-life equation to temporarily enslave the power of correction, and traced back to the situation before the power of correction came out of the wall of origin through the will of the power of correction. When Link followed the perspective of the power of correction, he came to the back of the wall of origin. The picture in the angle of view suddenly changed, and as the power of correction sank into the darkness, the scene in front of him suddenly became strange. Passing through the darkness, countless rays of light suddenly appeared in front of him. Their dense and gorgeous appearance was amazing. Compared with the seal barrier at the center of the universe in the sector, Link felt that this place was like the center of the universe. Countless silk threads shining with silver-white light formed a magnificent tree-like structure. Undefined, the roots of the tree made of silver light are intertwined, and the huge trunk is like a galaxy. 4 thick forks are produced in the continuous upward movement. These forks climb and spread to the end of this space, and countless tributaries have already been born. Link's first reaction was the galaxy of destiny that Afu had seen before, and the scene in front of him was so similar. It's just that what Link sees now is not the galaxy of destiny, but an existence higher than the galaxy of destiny, the true core of the entire universe, the tree of destiny. The galaxy of destiny is just one of the scattered branches of the tree of fate. The origin and divergence of the fate of the entire universe represents a symbol of the stable operation of the entire universe. Among the countless threads of fate, the power of correction is like a mayfly, constantly swimming in the space, passing through all the threads of fate, carefully checking the trajectory of all fates. Once an abnormality is discovered, the target will be found along the thread of destiny, and the energy of correction will be used to return the destiny to its original state. At the same time, from the perspective of the power of correction, Link saw the picture of the power of correction finding the thread of fate for Sean and Miranda. The fate threads of the two have already begun to deviate significantly, and the changes in the fate of the two have also produced many chain reactions, which have caused the fate threads of many people around them to deviate. Because Link is spying on the experience before the power of correction, he can't choose his own vision to explore more about the tree of fate. But at this moment, a consciousness appeared and communicated with Link. "Outsiders, welcome to the Fate Tree system." The voice startled Link, but Link quickly settled down. "When I was in the wasteland before, I used omniscient tracking to spy on the memory of the Desert Prince, but was discovered by Emperor Paul. The Fate Tree inside the Wall of Origin is a higher level existence than Emperor Paul, and it is normal to be discovered." What Link didn't expect was that he originally thought that the Destiny Tree was a natural and spontaneous system of the universe, but he didn't expect that it actually existed with independent consciousness. This is the Fate Tree system, which is the sum of the fate of the entire universe and the overall driving force for the operation of the rules of the universe. The Fate Tree runs in a set way, but the universe system is not a perfect system, although we have used the most precise functions and formulas, but there are still some imperfections. These imperfect data will produce remainders after final calculation, and the remainder of these variables will cause the systemic collapse of the entire Fate Tree, so the supervision mechanism came into being. 87.7. These variables and factors are addressed by corrective forces to maintain the smooth operation of the overall system. Link didn't care about this, he just asked, "According to what you said, even if there is a correction, because of these variable factors, the universe will eventually be completely destroyed by the variable catastrophe." The will of the Fate Tree considered for a moment, and it could be seen that the energy in all the threads of fate continued to gather towards the trunk, and there was an electric current-like energy substance spreading outward. Here is the sum total of the destiny of the universe and the entity of the will of the universe. It is not only the destiny of all living beings in the universe, but also the brain center of the consciousness of the universe. Yes, there is no perfect system, and eventually the entire universe will go to destruction. Then if the Destiny Tree system is completely destroyed, the universe will fall into disorder and chaos, right? It won't be destroyed directly. Yes, but this kind of chaos won't last long. The chaotic universe will spontaneously promote this kind of chaos and press the accelerator key of destruction. Well, then I don't have any psychological pressure. Link's tone was extremely flat, and he didn't feel any anger at all. The will of the universe didn't understand what Link meant. If you say that everything in the universe is run under the control of the Tree of Fate, then this world really loses the meaning of existence. Every accident, every surprise, and even every mutation, the original randomness brings the spectacular and miracles. Now in the end it is all set, and billions of creatures are acting like puppets, just for an unstable system that will eventually be destroyed. Link paused, and continued, instead of doing this, let such a mechanical puppet die, so that all life is no longer bound by fate, and in the time before the destruction of the universe, truly experience freedom once. The Fate Tree system did not refute Link's crazy words, but calmly threw out a sentence: although you are a person without destiny, it does not mean that you have the right to change the settings of the Fate Tree. You will do it, for your madness pays the price. Okay, I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Link withdrew his consciousness, and the power of correction controlled by the anti-life equation was still weak. With a moment of Link's thought, the power of correction began to collapse and crack from the inside, unfolding self-decomposition, and finally became invisible. The anti-life equation is indeed a fusion of many materials, which undergoes life-death synthesis in the material conversion layer at the center of the universe. The power of correction, an inorganic energy life form, has no resistance under Link's contact, and is directly controlled. Although this kind of control is only temporary, during the period of control, the power of correction can be collapsed and self-destructed, and the threat level of the Fate Tree in his eyes has been greatly reduced. It's just that Link believes that this is not the only means of the Fate Tree. Such a system that maintains the movement and trajectory of the universe can capture so many firstborns, titans, and powerhouses, and it must have many means. But as Link said, some things don't have to be executed step by step. Man is a creature with emotions and free will, not a puppet of flesh and blood held by fate. Sometimes, some things need to be impulsive. After solving the power of correction, Link didn't linger, and rushed back to Star Miranda immediately. Helen and a group of cotters used technology and magic to rescue Afu, trying to make Afu breathe again. Miranda stepped up her efforts to inject life energy into Afu, but these energies disappeared like mud cows into the sea. Link looked at Afu's dilapidated body, and the feelings in his heart were indescribable. Although he won the power of correction and knew the mysteries inside the Wall of Origin, if the price of all this was Afu, then Link would rather not know. Everyone stop, let Afu and leave quietly. Link's words were like a great bell, and everyone who was still begging for the last miracle to be performed was so shocked by the truth that they lost their minds, and tears flowed down like broken beads. Link casually put Afu's body into the moving castle, and Miranda rushed forward, crying strongly, "Papa Link, I want to avenge Uncle Afu." Others have echoed the same sentiment. Although they don't know who sent this corrective power, Afu's death completely enraged them. Even if it is a higher civilization, they want to destroy it and avenge Afu. This hatred must be avenged. If you want revenge, the most important thing now is to complete the transformation of Miranda Star. When will Miranda Star be transformed into a Death Star weapon? When will be the day of our revenge? Link was not dazzled by hatred, and now is not the time for revenge. Only by continuing to accumulate strength can the accelerator key for revenge be pressed. After Helen heard that after completing the transformation of Star Miranda, she would be able to take revenge, her eyes were extremely firm, and she secretly made up her mind to crack the remaining blueprints as quickly as possible. Okay, everyone, let's go, I want to be alone. Link hurried on, but he was still a step behind. Everyone looked away. Now that Afu left, no one was more heartbroken than Link. Link was silent for a long time, and when he came back to his senses, he subconsciously said, "Afu, bring me something here." It was only after Link finished speaking that he suddenly realized that Afu was no longer there. The sudden moment of loneliness and loss would be like a Tarsus, tormenting Link all the time. After staying alone for a while, Link still couldn't digest the news of Afu's death. Then Link came to the moving castle, found Zerg warlord Sir Tuer, and asked him if he knew any method. As the great warlord of the Zerg, Sir Tuer is familiar with everything about the Zerg. After being synthesized by Link, Afu has Zerg blood in his bones. Maybe there is some unique ritual or method that can bring Afu back to life. I remember that in the chat between Link and Sir Tuer before, I learned that high-level Zerg warlords can be resurrected continuously through rituals without losing their strength. Maybe Afu can come back in this way. Sulter, as far as you know, is there any way for the Zerg to bring Afu back to life? Sir Tuer also felt sad when he learned of Afu's death. Looking at Afu's body, he began a detailed inspection to check the damage to his body. After reading it, Surtur had a complicated expression, and said, "Fortunately, Afu's body was damaged in the state of a war envoy. The black energy protected his body and viscera to a certain extent. Except for the fatal wound that was pierced through the heart, the other wounds were not fatal, and the degree of organ bleeding was not serious. Generally speaking, Afu's fatal wound is only in his heart. The destruction of the correction force is very simple, directly piercing the heart, releasing a small amount of energy to destroy its structure. Overall, the body is in good condition and meets the requirements for resurrection." When Link heard the last word, a flame of hope was rekindled in his heart. Sir Tuer said that if he meets the resurrection requirements, then he has a chance. "But my lord, it is extremely demanding to revive Afu. The first thing you need is the altar of the Zerg race. Only with the altar, plus Afu's body and the corresponding consciousness, can he be fully resurrected and fully grasp the abilities of his life." Zerg altar. Link fell into a daze for a moment. If nothing else, this should be a quest reward that will only be given when the progress of the worm nest fragments has accumulated to 80% or 90%. Link unlocks the Zerg blood pool at 50, and the task reward at 60 is the Zerg creeping crypt. Link consulted Sir Tuer. The creeping crypt can produce tunnel worms and plague worms, and friendly units can be sent to other creeping crypts or wormholes through the creeping crypt, which is the only weapon for the rapid transfer of the Zerg army. Mastering the creeping crypt, Link no longer needs to use flying doors or jump gates, and every time he goes to a new place, he can build a creeping crypt to complete rapid interstellar transfers and troop operations. According to Sir Tuer, the creeping crypt is the key to the Zerg sweeping of the universe. After that, there are only 4 rewards left, 70, 80, 90, and 100, and the Zerg altar will appear at these 4 nodes. Link's goal is very clear: collect Zerg nests, complete the rewards as soon as possible, and get the resurrection of the Zerg altar, Afu. With a glimmer of hope, Link's dead eyes finally came back to life. Now he can't wait to search for the whereabouts of the Zerg nest, quickly save up the progress, resurrect Afu, and see the little fat man again. But Link also clearly knows that if he wants to achieve this, there is still a point that cannot be avoided: Emperor Paul. There must be other Zerg fragments on Emperor Paul's body. If he wants to obtain the Zerg altar, Emperor Paul is definitely a hurdle that cannot be avoided. Thinking of this, meeting with Emperor Paul the Great was also on the agenda. Link thought for a while, seeing Paul the Great meant facing the Wall of Origin. So before that, it's best to wait for the Death Star project to be completed. With a mobile offensive platform, Link will have sufficient confidence to face the Wall of Origin and Emperor Paul. Link's eyes suddenly changed, the aura of the Great Emperor recondensed, and the whole person suddenly showed his sharpness from decadence. Seeing this, Sir Tuer hurriedly backed away a few steps, and murmured, "This aura is really extremely fierce, only a little bit stronger than me at the peak of my prime." Sir Tuer was also relieved to see the boss recover. Link left the space of the mobile castle, strode towards the central building, and found Penny. The NPCs and players of Star Miranda are still immersed in the sadness of losing Afu. "Goodbye, Link," has recovered his spirits. He clapped his hands and greeted everyone. "I already have a way to revive Afu, now there is only one most critical prerequisite." When these words were uttered, Everyone present was shocked. The expression on his face quickly changed from shock to joy. They knew that the president never spoke in vain, since he said he could revive Ah Fu. There must be a way. Boss, tell me, what are the prerequisites? Penny's voice was trembling with excitement. Link pointed to the huge drive engine of Star Miranda outside the window, and said, "The day Miranda Star is successfully remodeled, it will be the time to resurrect Ah Fu. I need a huge amount of manpower now, and Penny uses all our relationships to mobilize everyone participate in the Death Star project, and complete the Death Star as quickly as possible at all costs." Chapter 1055. Link mobilized all available resources related to his forces to carry out the construction of the Death Star project. Because this matter is related to Ah Fu's resurrection, Penny is very motivated. This time the unprecedented authority brought a great stage to Penny. The resources in the universe of the second sector can be used almost at will. Such huge rights and resources are enough to complete various difficult requirements. Ah Fu's death made the attitude of the Umbrella Foundation and its related forces suddenly radical. Undefined in the face of Link's drastic reforms, everyone in the second sector universe expressed their support. The effect of the power of correction is really terrible. If Link hadn't returned in time today, all of them, together with half of Dazome, would have been surrounded by the power of correction and completely squeezed into one piece. There was nothing they could do about this sudden threat, but Link was able to suppress it directly, which made everyone put their hopes on Link. Players from Mustafa, Port of Stars, and Omega flocked to Omega after learning of Ah Fu's death and Link's large-scale recruitment of manpower to carry out the Death Star project. The Port of Stars and the Mover Galaxy Cluster, and even the surrounding galaxy clusters that maintain a good relationship with the Morver Galaxy Cluster, have also sent fleets and members to prepare for assistance. Penny began to mobilize the resources of the entire second sector universe. In terms of overcoming the design drawings of the Death Star, Dum, the rotating chairman of the sector universe, even personally stepped down to participate in solving the difficulties. Fitz, a council member of Port of Stars, also descended to Star Miranda through a large portal, and led a group of experts in related fields to analyze the design drawings. The luxurious team lineup provides a solid foundation for the realization of the design drawings of the Death Star. Penny had the right to mobilize and integrate materials, and the forces of the major galaxy clusters reciprocated and expressed their willingness to contract the manufacture of some accessories, so hundreds of thousands of copies of the Death Star design drawings were split and distributed to each galaxy according to the components. And they manufacture related modules and components on their behalf. Later, when Grace and the others rushed back, when they learned that Ah Fu had sacrificed to protect Sean and Miranda, his face was gloomy and his eyes were sharp enough to kill. Grace was no less angry than Link, but after learning of Link's plan, she suppressed her anger. Although Grace's usual performance is very willful, she still chooses to follow Link's command on such a major matter. Like everyone else, he had to suppress his anger in his heart and wait for Link's order to attack. The construction of Miranda Star is in full swing, and Penny is full of courage. With a wave of his hand, he simply lifted the restrictions on the large-scale portal. Players and forces from all over the world came to support in an endless stream. The large-scale portal on the sea has not stopped for 10 consecutive days, running at full capacity. All kinds of raw materials, technicians, and cast parts rushed to Miranda Star from all over the universe in the second sector, and quickly put into work under the overall command of Penny. The transformation of Star Miranda has improved visible to the naked eye every day. The design blueprint of the 6-digit blueprint of the Death Star was won by the top science and technology experts headed by the rotating chairman Dum and Helen, and finally most of the design blueprints were conquered and unlocked, and the design concept driving the core supermaterial reactor was also fully analyzed. The 4 connected reactor shafts have also been constructed. After the materials are in place, the planetary core will be shut down and the supermatter reactor will be turned on. Now there is only the last one left in front of them, and it is also the most important part besides the core, the Death Star super laser cannon. There is nothing to decipher the blueprint concept of the super laser cannon. Now there is only one problem facing the engineers. The energy of the super laser cannon is very strong, and it needs a high energy and stable energy source to drive the conversion. It's just that among the materials they know and possess right now, none of them meet the requirements. Even the inventories of the second sector universe, none of them meet the requirements. Now that the supermatter reactor and 4 reactor shafts have been built, the energy pipeline in the center of the planet is about to be completed. It can be said that the most core parts of the Death Star are about to be completed, and now the only difference is the super laser cannon. In desperation, Helen approached the chairman, Link, hoping that Link could give some advice. After all, the president has the ability to predict, and may know that there is a certain material or core in the universe that can meet the load requirements of the super laser cannon. After learning about the difficulties of the Death Star project, Link pondered for a moment, went to his collection room, took out a yellow crystal that was the size of a suitcase, and handed it to Helen with a space folder. This is the Kyber crystal, the only one I have here. The structure of this crystal is extremely stable, and it has powerful energy inside, which is most suitable for driving the amplified laser beam. When Helen learned about the Kyber crystal, her expression was filled with excitement, and she wished she could take the crystal back to study it immediately, and then install it for experimentation. Helen, after the weapon module is implemented, how long will it take for the entire Death Star project to be completely completed? Link had a report from Penny in his hand. The large number of players, forces from various galaxies, and high-tech talents are already a force that cannot be ignored on Star Miranda. While Miranda was working on the Death Star project, construction on the planet itself was flourishing. From the scale of only a few tens of thousands of players at the beginning, to the current population of Miranda Star's regular population of 1 million and floating population of 1.1 million, it can be said that there have been earth-shaking changes. The second change brought about is the large flow of population in the second sector of the universe, which revitalizes the flow of resources and talents in the entire sector. From the simple intergalactic trade in the past, it has expanded to the current integrated trade and modular orders. The Death Star project has provided many large consortiums and powerful forces with reference experience. According to the calculation of the actuary, if the entire Death Star project is to be successfully implemented under the influence of the Umbrella Foundation and Link, it will take at least 10 years, and the amount of money spent is also an astronomical figure. But now the resources of the entire second sector universe are coordinated, each module is handed over to different galaxies to build, and finally sent to Miranda Star for assembly, mobilizing more manpower and material resources, shortening the entire construction period by more than 10 times. More importantly, under this large scale and modularization, the market, talents, and resources can be circulated, stimulating and catalyzing the market in a way and speed that was unimaginable before. At this time, people feel like they have opened the door to a new world. The Death Star project this time is a large-scale project, and it is also unprecedented in the history of the second sector universe. But it also opens a new door for other galactic civilizations. In the past, it was difficult for a single civilization or force to undertake a project of this scale. On the one hand, it is to overcome the problem with technology. The technical knowledge of each civilization has its own specialties, and also has its own shortcomings. If you want to manufacture large-scale machinery independently, you are generally limited by scale or technology. But now Link's Death Star project has opened the door for them to cooperate with other civilizations, split large-scale projects, and hand them over to different civilizations to manufacture in modules. Avoid technical shortcomings. Most importantly, break down trade barriers and deepen cooperation. Don't think that many large manufacturers will be born in this way, but no one can guarantee that they will not have production needs. It can not only manufacture, but also receive orders to earn money from other galaxies. Such a win-win cooperation can directly improve the bottom-line strength of the second sector universe, which is beneficial and harmless. Especially the Order faction, they jointly create and enhance their strength. The chaotic faction can provide their own resources and technology, but the dark faction will really be compressed in strength and territory, and will lose its advantage in the face of civilization forces with various large-scale equipment. When Helen and Doom were researching the Kyber crystal, Link was not idle. Arrange for Penny to issue a mission to find out about the whereabouts of the Zerg nest. Because of the Death Star project this time, there was a large turnover of personnel, and the number of personnel on Miranda increased sharply, which led to an information exchange in disguise. Based on massive data analysis, Troyan found some possible probabilities and data from these intelligences, and then arranged for strangers to search for them. While Yiren is on the way to perform the task, it is possible to gain new information, and so back and forth to form a huge data intelligence network. During this period of time, due to the flow of data brought about by the flow of people, Link still brought a lot of useful information. Based on the information, the player brought back a total of 11 fragments that were suspected to be Zerg nests, and 2 of them were genuine. It's just that these 2 genuine products are not big, and the fusion of them all only adds 6 to Link, but it's better than nothing. Link didn't stop with the other sectors, and now he knows that it was Sean and Miranda who triggered the correction, so as long as they are safe. As for the members of the other 2 sectoral universes, after the Daism incident came to an end and got on the right track, they also returned to their respective sectors to carry out tasks. Link, on the other hand, was not in a hurry, but planned to wait until the progress of the Zerg nest reached 60 before taking action. After the progress reaches 60 and the creeping crypt is unlocked, he can quickly travel between the first sector and the second sector without being limited by the trouble of the flight. After Link provided the Kyber crystal, the Death Star project also entered the final stage, stopping the operation of the core of the planet, reinforcing and strengthening the outer layer, and finally debugging and installing the super laser cannon. To build a complete Death Star, the low Earth orbit around Star Miranda and the docks must all be moved inside the planet. In the end, it is planned to migrate to the inner wall of the planet, and only need to open the outer cover to set sail and launch. After the planetary core of Star Miranda is closed, the gravity of the planet will be maintained by the main energy pipeline and 4 reactor shafts located underground. The low Earth orbit outside the planet will no longer exist, and the shipyard will naturally be unable to operate. Nesting in the inner wall of the planet is the best solution. After another month, the super laser cannon driven by the Kyber crystal was finally debugged, and it lifted into the air together with the module. In the end, Miranda's outer body reinforcement has been halfway through, and it only takes a week to completely fill the remaining area, and the entire Death Star project will officially come to an end. Next is the Council of Mages headed by Gamish and Antonidas, the Rune Star Graves, etc., to bless the metal shell of the outer body of the planet with runes and magic, draw the formation, and add the last layer of defense to the outer body of the planet. During this period, Pharaoh Tumen returned from his travels and brought Link a piece of good news. Pharaoh Tumen found a fragment of a Zerg nest, which successfully brought Link's progress to 61 and activated the Zerg creeping crypt. In the past, Link had to gather the materials for the creeping crypt for a long time. But now it is possible to mobilize the cosmic resources in the second sector, and the galaxies communicate with each other to form a large and comprehensive merchant trade network. The galaxies with materials can be indexed very quickly. You only need to place an order and communicate with the liaison personnel. Can deliver directly. Also, because of the implementation of the Death Star project, Daism was revitalized again. Many galaxy cluster civilizations or forces have chosen to settle in Dazome. After setting up the creeping crypt on Miranda, Link embarked on the voyage to the first sector of the universe again. With the Macaw in charge, it is possible to send unlimited reports on Miranda's every move through the spiritual network. If there is any accident, Link can land on the planet at any time and create a creeping crypt to teleport back, which solves the problem of the return time. According to Penny's estimate, there is still 1.5 months before the Miranda star is completely remodeled and capped. Coupled with the extinguishing of the Earth's core and the activation of the supermatter reactor, it is estimated that there are still more than 2 months. In the past 2 months, the Miranda Star project can only be done step by step under the auspices of Helen and Dum. The search and acquisition of the Zerg nests are in charge of Pharaoh Tuman and Ren Yi from the Alien Committee. I hope to return in 2 months. There will be good news. Link took advantage of these 2 months to go to the first sector of the universe again, and he still had to do what he promised. This period of time is also enough for him to clean up most of the evil spirits in the universe of the first sector. Link returned to the universe in the first sector, because of Xiao Chen's vivid report. When everyone in the universe in the first sector saw Link again, their expressions were solemn and full of respect. To wipe out the forces of the evil gods with one's own power, this ability has surpassed them by far, even to an unimaginable level. What's more, Link's methods were unheard of by them. Just listening to Xiao Chen's description made people yearn for it. This time, I only have 2 months. Xiao Chen, replan your route and try to kill all the evil god forces within 2 months, and leave the remaining soldiers and crabs to yourselves. Shocked by the strong murderous aura emanating from Link, Xiao Chen nodded in a daze. Although I don't know what happened to Link's emergency return this time, Xiao Chen knows that the evil god believers in the first sector of the universe will suffer this time. Link came with anger, and this anger will definitely be vented on these evil gods and their lackeys. In 2 months, the large evil god forces in the first sector of the universe were wiped out. If Link had said this before, Xiao Chen would only think that Link was talking big. But now, when Link, who has a terrifying aura, said these words, Xiao Chen could only mourn for those people. He was on the wrong team and ended up not only being wiped out, but also suffering the wrath of a cosmic powerhouse. Chapter 1056. When Link is in a bad mood, the evil gods and believers in the universe of the first sector will suffer. With the experience of last time, Link is more handy this time. The other evil god forces in the universe in the first sector are not as big as they were swept away before. After Link appeared, he directly opened the Reaper realm, summoning the former evil god believers to fight, and with his own incomparably powerful combat power, he destroyed the leader of the evil god. Fights are settled by the swarm and the dead. On this trip, Helen was in charge of the finishing work of the Death Star, so he didn't come along. So Link was the only one fighting against the evil god sect, and Xiao Chen was left to fly the aircraft. Fortunately, Xiao Chen has personally experienced Link's fighting style before, and knows what he should do in this kind of battle. Undefined at the first time, Xiao Chen was still worried that Link would not be able to handle the current situation alone, but now he has been able to watch from the sidelines, and even has time to record Link's heroic demeanor in battle. Helen was there last time, and he was completely overwhelmed by Link's majesty, so he had no time to react. But this time, Xiao Chen even had time to pour a glass of champagne from the refrigerator and enjoy it while recording. Link's fighting posture opened and closed, and his momentum was indomitable. Whether it is Finger of Death or Omega Ray, they both leave a deep impression on people. Of course, what Xiao Chen likes to talk about the most is Link's Death Realm. This skill can be described as magnificent. In the ever-expanding domain of the God of Death, all objects in it lose their original colors and fall into a world of only black, white and grey. In the entire domain, Link is the only true God, and every move he makes can touch the rules of the domain. In the realm of the God of Death, the Finger of Death and the Omega Ray, which were originally stunning, are even more treacherous and difficult to find. They are hidden under black, white, and grey, and they have completely disappeared and are hard to guard against. Moreover, all creatures killed in the domain will be sucked into the Gate of the Dead and become Link's puppet army. Such a legion purely composed of kings still possesses the power of life, and it is terrifying to think about it. Just when Xiao Chen's thoughts drifted away, the frontal battlefield had come to an end and entered the final stage. Link was still provocative at the beginning, waiting for 5 minutes, and then directly killed the king and severed his head, breaking the confidence of the evil god believers. After that, it was a one-sided massacre. The army of the dead in the Gate of the Dead, coupled with the massive swarm of insects that suddenly appeared on the ground, under the finger of death, the Omega Ray and the fist of catastrophe, the army that the evil god believers are proud of was defeated like a mountain, and the ship that fell from space, the ship became the last voice of their existence. Xiao Chen's hand holding the champagne glass was shaking, and his heart was bleeding. These ships, even if they stay a little bit, can replenish the firepower of the first sector universe. But Xiao Chen, as a guide, didn't dare to speak at all after seeing Link's power, for fear of offending the old man. You know, this time Link came here with anger. Once he says a wrong sentence, it will affect the revival plan of the universe in the first sector. Xiao Chen weighed the pros and cons, and in the end he could only grit his teeth. Equipment and ship manufacturing can be done slowly, but it is imminent to solve the evil god forces. If you don't want these ships, don't let them go. Seeing that the war was coming to an end, Xiao Chen drank the champagne in one gulp, then controlled the spaceship to meet Link, and began to plan the next route. With experience, the cooperation between Xiao Chen and Link became much better. Basically, without wasting any time, Link used the moving castle to regroup the bug swarm, then returned to the orbit of the planet, boarded the spaceship and continued to the next location. Xiao Chen was amazed when he saw that the aura in Link's body hadn't weakened in the slightest. Link is like a god of war. After Afu's death, his shots became more and more crisp. According to Xiao Chen, it is not sloppy, just like art. Link is like a ruthless harvesting machine, quickly harvesting the lives of followers of evil gods. This time, after hearing Link's name, the evil god also ran away without any desire to resist. The fact that Link quietly appeared in the first sector of the universe gradually spread in outer space. These evil gods who gathered believers in the first sector of the universe to conspire to descend, all of them were heartbroken, and some timid ones even dismissed the believers on the spot, not daring to show off, for fear of being targeted by Link and uprooted. The evil god that was swept away by Link before, other evil gods are still watching jokes, thinking that this guy was lucky to bump into Link. It's just that when Link appeared again later and eradicated the sect of evil gods at lightning speed, the group of evil gods from outside the territory understood that the last time was by no means a coincidence. The evil gods, who were originally ambitious, immediately tucked their tails and chose to evacuate from the first sector of the universe. Some still have nostalgia, those who have invested a huge cost, are reluctant to leave, want to take a chance, and end up with their own lives. If the death of several evil gods in the second sector universe just made the evil gods in the outer space realize that Link cannot be provoked, then now with the defeat and death of the evil gods in the first sector universe, Link is in the outer space. Spatial universe has gained such a fierce reputation that it has even reached the point where it shuns away when it hears Link's name. After killing a circle, all the remaining evil gods fled, and even withdrew the power they had given before, fearing that the meat buns would never return. Believers who have lost the blessing of faith feel like mourners, but for the famous detective Link, even if these believer forces want to hide their names and disguise, they can't escape Link's familiarity and perception of evil gods in outer space, and destroy these forces one by one. In 2 months, Link led the way with lightning and sparks, eradicating most of the cults of the evil gods in the first sector, and more evil gods fled later, even to the point of moving the whole family. Link's murderous terror was terrifying, and only then did the people in the first sector of the universe understand why Link was called the God Slayer. The remaining evil god forces are all small groups. Because they are scattered, Link did not go there in person in the end. Instead, he left it to the Cosmic Alliance in the first sector to fight on his own after recovering his strength. However, according to Xiao Chen's guess, maybe their main core would be nothing in the past. After Link's carpet bombing attack, now in the first sector of the universe, the evil god forces are all behaving with their tails between their legs. It is estimated that they have slipped away long ago, so how dare they stay where they are? After 2 months of endless fighting, Link gained a lot of new insights into his skills. After dozens of battles, there has been a lot of training in large-scale battles. How many evil god forces are left? Xiao Chen manipulated the terminal awkwardly and called up the constantly updated map of forces. The remaining small evil god forces are dotted all over the sector universe, but they are still not in the air. Consultant Lin, the remaining evil god forces are widely distributed, but the level of influence is not high. You have recently cleared the first sector of the universe. After hearing the news, these forces all fled in all directions. Link nodded and said, the rest of these forces will be handed over to you in the first sector universe to solve them yourself. I have already solved the major chronic illnesses, and you can treat minor problems as military training. After Link finished speaking, he paused and said, now that the problem in the first sector is resolved, it's time for me to go back. Just put me on the next planet of the jump gate. Xiao Chen was startled, and panicked. Isn't Consultant Lin going back to celebrate your victory? All the leaders are ready to welcome you back in triumph with the most enthusiasm. I still have urgent matters. I need to return to Dasim as soon as possible, and I will come to the first sector of the universe as a guest when I have the opportunity in the future. For Link's vigorous and resolute actions, Xiao Chen was still deeply moved during the 2 months of getting along day and night. What Link decides, 10 cows can't pull back. After passing through the leap gate, they came to a planet with a suitable climate. This planet was plundered by the evil god sect as a resource before, but after learning that Link was wreaking havoc in the first sector of the universe, he withdrew early. Link came to the planet, found a hidden cave, and then used the materials stored in the moving castle to create a worm-crawling crypt. The creeping crypt is placed here. On the one hand, it is convenient for Link to return directly to Miranda Star, and on the other hand, it also leaves any door in the first sector of the universe. After the crawling crypt is generated, it will absorb the surrounding resources to hatch tunnel bugs and plague bugs, and start to establish the Zerg order underground. These Zerg combat forces can return to Miranda Star along the wormhole cracks in the creeping crypt. It is equivalent to Link's Zerg Overseas Incubation Base. After placing the creeping crypt, Link jumped into the crack of the wormhole. After a short shuttle, the scene in front of him changed to an underground lair. Looking at the towering dome of the crypt, and the crypt passages extending in all directions, Link was sure that he was back. The creeping crypt of Star Miranda is underground, and an underground passage extending in all directions was created by the Dragon God and other Zerg. The upper layer of the underground passage is the Logistics Passage. The logistics resources of all planets pass through this tunnel extending in all directions. With the automation system built by Troyan, unmanned operation and transmission are realized. The next level is the Zerg gathering place. In addition to the Zerg, the palace of the Nerubian Empire is also here. The Queen of Charkania sits here, and there is a Nerubian city on the ground directly connected to the underground palace. Link rushed all the way to the ground, and saw the huge energy pipeline going deep into the ground along the way, and now it has reached the final stage of dismantling the scaffolding. It looks like everything is ready, just waiting for the final steps. Link returned to the surface and went straight to the building where the Umbrella Foundation was located. President, welcome back. The first to greet Link was Troyan, and Troyan showed his real body to greet him. Link immediately asked, Troyan, where is the Death Star plan now, and what's the situation? Troyan followed Link, and while walking towards the Institute of Technology, he reported, now the supermatter reactor is ready. The geocentric project is also in the ready state. Just wait for an order to cool the core and turn on the supermatter reactor. Matter reactor. The installation of the armor plate in outer space was also completed 5 days ago, and the accompanying rune and magic drawing blessing work also ended yesterday. It can be said that everything is ready now, just wait for the president to give you an order to complete it when you come back. Link took the elevator upstairs and looked at the planet through the panoramic elevator. The dock and super laser cannon embedded in the inner wall of the star in the distance caught Link's attention. The super laser cannon has also been debugged. I just debugged the energy transmission, and everything is normal. As for the attack effect, because you haven't come back, it hasn't been tested yet. The super laser cannon is extremely lethal. According to the instructions, the laser beam fired is enough to penetrate the crust. Its high heat reaction can link the mantle, triggering a series of chain reactions, and destroying life on the entire planet's crust and surface. Such a terrifying weapon, without Link's nod, Helen would not have dared to test it on her own. Even though Dum, who was the rotating chairman, had approved the test planet site for them, Helen still insisted on waiting for Link to come before making a decision. By the time he came all the way to the Technical Academy, Link had a basic grasp and understanding of the progress of the past 2 months. Helen, you are ready to set off now, to try the power of the super laser cannon. These were Link's first words after he entered the Technical Academy and found Helen. When Helen heard this, her whole spirit changed suddenly, and her eyes brightened instantly. As an avid mechanical engineer, Helen actually wanted to verify the power of the super laser cannon. Since the blueprint was analyzed, the power of the laser cannon has been enhanced with the Kyber crystal given by Link. So Helen is still very eager to test the power of the laser cannon, but she can't make a decision without the boss, so she can only wait. You must know that for a mechanical madman, this kind of waiting is tantamount to suffering. Now that Link decided to test the power of the weapon, Helen was the most excited. She has not been idle after finishing the Death Star project. She has been studying the design of miniaturizing the super laser cannon for the past few days, and she has already had a plan. Now she is only lacking data on the power, and she has reached a deadlock. Helen immediately began to prepare, and Chirwaya also sent a signal to Daesum to request departure and prohibit berthing. Link was led by Helen to the control room. On the way, Helen had notified in advance, and the personnel and equipment responsible for stopping the operation of the center of the Earth were also in place immediately. If Miranda Star wants to open, the first task is to cool down the planet's core, and then switch to a more powerful supermaterial engine. President, now as long as you give an order, the planet's core will cool down and stop reacting. At the same time, our supermatter engine will replace the Earth's core and start to maintain the planet's rotation, allowing it to have enough kinetic energy to leave the planet's orbit. Now that you're all set, let's get started. Link didn't talk nonsense, ordered immediately, and pressed the red button. As the Earth's core trembled, the originally crimson solid metal cooled down, the planet's gravity gradually lost, the water on the sea surface rose rapidly, and the entire planet fell into a state of slight weightlessness. At the same time, the supermatter reactor was activated, and with a burst of blue light, all weightless objects returned again. 4 reactors started to operate, and the planet also produced a new source of energy. Star Miranda actually began to slowly deviate from the orbit of the planet. The spectacle of the universe, the Death Star is coming. Chapter 1057. The other leaders of the Second Sector Cosmic Development Alliance also drove their spaceships to the test planet, hoping to witness the power of the Death Star's super laser cannon. In the Death Star project, Dum, the rotating chairman, contributed a lot, and even surpassed Helen to become a technical leader in the later stage. As an A-level powerhouse with both technology and magic, Dum is also curious about the power of the super laser cannon. The scene of Star Miranda leaving the orbit of the planet in front of him and starting to move towards the target location is quite spectacular. Anyway, Star Miranda is also a star. Such a huge star starts to move like a battleship, it seems to make people's hearts sway, and they can't control themselves. Undefined during the voyage, all the shell and armor plates of the Miranda star were transformed into a holographic perspective. Standing on the planet, you can directly see the cosmic scene outside, which is spectacular and shocking. This is different from the usual time when you can only look up to see the night sky. The scene where the surrounding planets pass by and the magnificent building of Dazome brings an extraordinary experience to everyone. Especially the whole sky is full of different spectacular galaxy, which is amazing. The test site of the super laser cannon is outside Daysum, and there is a deserted planet similar in size to Miranda star outside the galaxy. Although the Miranda star is huge and is a planet, its speed in space travel is not slow at all. The power brought by the supermatter reactor is stronger than the core of the planet to some extent. With an epoch-making reactor, the speed of star Miranda is even faster than some ships that are known for their speed, which greatly changes people's views on this bloated planet. When the Miranda star came outside Daysum, this space was a chaotic space. The star power of Daysum attracted a lot of interstellar debris, which were distributed around the planet's orbit, forming a substance similar to a star ring. Helen manipulated the planet, slightly increased the gravitational force, and attracted these ice crystals, fragments, and wreckage, making Miranda's star also have a brilliant star ring. These star rings are not just for decoration, they can be used as the first layer of defense for Miranda's star, using these fragments ranging from tens of meters to tens of meters as the planet's protective ring. Use gravity to throw these fragments out, forming a similar intensive attack or meteorite bombardment on the ground. After absorbing a circle of star rings, star Miranda came to the target planet. The fragments of the star ring also immediately played a defensive role, and the surrounding fragments captured by gravity began to collide with other debris outside, opening up a path like an icebreaker, and finally came to the target planet. The rest of the ships following Miranda's star also arrived at the star and watched the ceremony from behind. Helen began to make final preparations for the super laser cannon. "President, please issue attack instructions and targets." Link pointed at the holographic planet in front of him. "Here it is." The place Link pointed to was the intersection of a plain and a mountain on the target planet. From here, there is a clear dividing line between the plain and the mountain. The damage is tested here. As the laser cannon lands, two sets of data can be obtained, which is convenient for comparing the spread and impact of the laser cannon power under different terrains. After locking the location, Miranda's star turned its direction, and the super laser cannon embedded on the surface of Miranda's star looked like a crater on the surface of a mechanical planet. The slightly concave rule is the super laser cannon. As the hatch of the laser cannon opened, a black muzzle was revealed. The entire muzzle was about 5 kilometers wide. Such a thick laser cannon could be described as a column. No one knows what effect this strongest weapon will have if it falls on the planet. When the muzzle of the super laser cannon is aimed at the planet, the target location has been locked. As Helen pressed the launch button, the energy provided by the pillar of energy supermatter reactor located in the center of the planet was injected into the laser cannon along the underground pipeline. At the core of the laser cannon weapon system is the Kyber crystal gifted by Link. After the energy flow was injected into the Kyber crystal, it was immediately amplified, and the ejected energy instantly filled the funnel-shaped muzzle pipe, and a crimson energy gushed out and landed directly on the target planet. Love reading novels. Read the full content. The energy column landed on the target planet, easily lifted the crust, and the shock wave quickly spread around like a stone thrown on the water. The Earth's crust was torn apart quickly, and the shock formed by the mantle lava below spread rapidly, and the entire land was turning up at a rapid speed. The turning of the plane was spectacular, and the land quickly turned into a sea of flames. In the section bordering the mountain exploded, and the rocks on the top of the mountain cracked under the super laser cannon. Although there was no lava rolling like in the plain, the mountain displaced and oscillated at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if the bottom had melted and the surface was still hard. The iceberg supported by it gradually sank, exposing a corner of the mantle. The destructive power of the super laser cannon was completely recorded by the detection and equipment of Star Miranda for future analysis. However, the millions of people on Miranda, and the high-level executives of the Dazome Development Alliance who came to watch the ceremony, saw the crust storm gradually sweeping across the entire planet, and the shock were beyond words. A laser cannon of this scale can plunge a planet into a sea of flames with one shot, completely losing traces of life and the environment. The mantle of the entire planet turned up and turned into a sea of flames. The drastic change of the planet does not mean the destruction of species. If such a crust wants to cool down and return to normal, it may take hundreds of years for the crust to solidify, and another 1,000 years before it can return to its natural state. Such a weapon has almost no disadvantages. Helen's eyes lit up, and she saw that the originally dead planet full of grey rocks turned into a fiery star with flames everywhere, and she clearly realized that the super laser cannon was the dream weapon she had been pursuing all along. After the power experiment is over, there is only the most difficult point to overcome. The miniaturized super laser cannon does not have the amplification material of kyber crystal, so how to ensure the power of the laser cannon on the basis of miniaturization is the key point that Helen needs to think about. After experimenting with the super laser cannon, Helen said to Link, "President, the cooling time of the super laser cannon is 8 hours, the launch preparation time is 1 hour, and the load power is 10. If the cooler is running at full power on the planet, it will be extended to 10 hours. A laser cannon that destroys the world every 8 to 10 hours is quite effective. What's more, besides the super laser cannon, Star Miranda has other firepower weapons and battle groups. You must know that they are also a planet, and they can completely cope with a galaxy-level war. Since the experiment is fine, remember what I said before." Link's tone was indifferent, but to Helen and the others, the blood in his body was gushing and boiling. "Of course I remember. The President said that the day the Death Star project is completed is the time to resurrect Afu. Now that the Death Star project has been completely declared complete, shouldn't we revive Afu? For everyone in the Umbrella Foundation, Afu is their close friend and comrade in arms. For players, Afu is a collection of lucky and unique NCS, and is their friend. It is a pity for everyone that such a person sacrificed to protect the child in the Battle of Correction Power." Link lowered his head and began to clear his mind, and ordered, "Troyan, go tell Chairman Doom and others that we have important tasks to do, and we won't go back for now." Troyan immediately reported the news back, and Doom expressed his understanding after learning the news. Although Link has been performing missions outside for the past 2 months, as a strong man, he can feel the pent-up energy in Link. The sudden departure this time must have something to do with Afu's death before. "Do we need to send troops? Afu is also a member of our development alliance. If there is revenge, we should also have our share," Dum said. Link declined politely, "Chairman, let's think about how to entertain the visitors from the first sector of the universe." "Ah? Is there a visitor from the alliance of the first sector universe?" Now it was Dum's turn to be surprised. He did not receive a diplomatic note from the first sector universe. "I came back directly after solving the outer space problem of the first sector of the universe. Why don't you wait for Xiao Chen to go back unexpectedly, and the first sector of the universe will send a mission to thank you. It will probably be within this month, so I am here. As the chairman, how could you not sit in Dazome?" Link paused after finishing speaking. "I appreciate the chairman's kindness, but I still want to do it myself. In the past 6 months, the Alliance has also invested a lot of energy in the Death Star project. Now that the Death Star project is completed, the resources integrated before cannot be lost, and the market that has been revitalized with great difficulty cannot be left silent. Chairman, you need to send more people to regulate it." Dum understood what Link meant. The current new business structure must have official supervision and guidance to operate well. In addition to the affairs of the mission in the first sector, he really couldn't get away. "Okay, since that's the case, I wish you the best of luck. If you have any needs, Link, you can contact me at any time. The Development Alliance will always be your strong backing." The members of the Development League who came to watch the ceremony turned back, and Miranda Star started the journey of the vast universe. Due to the size of the Miranda Star, there is no way to use the flying gate and the jump gate, but the setting of the Death Star has a super-large shuttle accelerator. Using the energy of the supermatter reactor, it is enough to quickly locate any place you want to go. There is no need to randomly shuttle to the nearest point of the target and then sail closer. The supermatter used by the supermatter reactor is a high-dimensional substance. Once this substance falls into the three-dimensional space, it can release huge energy. In the hypermatter reactor, there is an arc-shaped area connected with the high dimension, and the high dimension matter in it can be said to be inexhaustible. Based on the memories Link had acquired when he was on the waste Saturn, he traveled through the universe from the waste Saturn in the first perspective, and finally focused on the pillars of creation and the wall of origin. After carefully thinking about the itinerary and path at that time, Link finally affirmed that the wall of origin is in the fourth sector universe. Go directly to the center of the universe in the fourth sector, and when you arrive, you can find the pillars of creation through cosmic observation. The speed of the perspective shuttle is too fast, and Link can only lock on a general idea. As for some unique places, he can only remember them when he sees them. With the operation of the shuttle accelerator, the gravitational force around the entire Miranda star began to change. The powerful accelerator force distorts the space, the surrounding space is sunken, and the fine matter in the distant space gradually gathers towards the Miranda star. The red distorted light covers the entire star, and as the distorted power grows stronger, the outer light becomes more intense. In the end, with a strong sense of dizziness and distortion, the sky of the entire planet took on a grotesque appearance. After a while, the outside scene suddenly changed, and Star Miranda came to the fourth sector of the universe. Link has been to the first sector of the universe and is in the second sector. Compared with the former, the fourth sector of the universe is indeed much barren. The actual situation is also that the fourth sector is the most barren of the four major sector universes. Whether it is civilization or technology, it is slightly weaker, including the background of the galaxy, which is also much worse. Then Miranda Star started a 360-degree observation of the sectoral universe, looking for places and energy fluctuations similar to the pillars of creation and the wall of origin. It only took a few days to analyze the data to identify several possible locations, and after Link's confirmation and recall, 2 locations were finally locked. Although Miranda Star has come to the universe of the fourth sector, because of the large portals and creeping crypts, players and members of the second sector can still enter Miranda Star through these channels, and the planet's operation and affairs are not changed. Changed because the planet drifted away. After the situation is arranged, Link will have time to learn about the mobilization of Star Miranda in the past 2 months. The player went out to perform the task, and after 2 months, he did bring back some results. 2 small Zerg hive fragments brought the progress to 67. Now he only needs another large piece of Zerg nest fragment, and Link can get a reward of 70 Zerg brood. The purpose of the Zerg brood is to upgrade all Zerg races and open further technology trees. With this product, Link can make his Zerg troops go one step further and have stronger combat effectiveness. With a stronger Zerg, he will have more confidence when facing Emperor Paul the Great and the Wall of Origin. Come on, let's take a look here first. Link selected one of the suspected locations. This time he has to face Emperor Paul the Great and the Wall of Origin. Regarding Afu's death, Emperor Paul the Great must have felt it as well. From the words of Emperor Paul the Great, for the time being, they are on the same front. But Link still has some doubts about this 60 version villain. Therefore, when facing the Wall of Origin and the Tree of Destiny, Link will still choose to focus on his own strength and not pin his hopes on the help of Emperor Paul. This is a tough battle, Link must go all out. Chapter 1058. The Umbrella Foundation is speeding toward its target location. This time they did not use the shuttle accelerator, but used the propulsion of the Miranda Star itself to move forward. Although the completion of the Death Star project is the time to resurrect Afu. But now Miranda has millions of people, Link wants to seek justice for Afu, but he is also responsible for the lives of these millions of people. At the current speed of the Miranda Star, it will take 2 months to reach the first suspected point. Undefined if the first suspected point is ruled out, and then go to the second place, it will take more than a month of travel. Therefore, it will take 2 months to reach the Pillar of Creation at the fastest, and more than 3 months if it is slow. This period of time is the process of Link's final energy accumulation. Whether it is your own strength or the strength of your own forces, you must condense to the highest peak you can reach, and then have a head-to-head confrontation with the Destiny Tree system at the top of the universe. As Link's summoning order was issued, all the players who arrived rushed over in a hurry. Destiny has been in public beta for more than 2 years. From the initial million players, it has now become a game for all people. The number of players has exceeded 100 million, and it has experienced several big explosions. Moreover, Blue Star's various political systems are sparing no effort to promote this game. Many companies have also entered the game and recruited staff in the game. In addition, the transactions in the game have been brought to reality and linked to real currency. Fermentation has made this game break the boundary between reality and games, and integrate into the social civilization system with various attitudes, becoming a unique landscape. But you must know that in Blue Star, there are always a small number of people who can enjoy spiritual enjoyment. The vast majority of people in the world are forced into famine, war, poverty, and oppression, and are not eligible to buy game landing pods and equipment. The scale of hundreds of millions sounds a lot different from the total number, but after excluding those who are struggling to meet the food and clothing line, and excluding some elderly people who are beyond the standard and minors who do not meet the landing requirements, the scale of hundreds of millions is already a very high proportion. And these people are the ones who have the right to speak and lead the direction in the world. Now, with Link's summoning mission, all the players who have reached the required level will gather at Star Miranda, and those with a slightly lower level are also desperately trying to seize the time to upgrade, waiting to participate in the mission after reaching the level. The large portal on the Miranda Star Sea is large enough for fighter planes and small and medium ships to pass through. These ships are basically purchased by players through fundraising. Local tyrants collect game coins and spend a lot of money. Guild forces use guild funds to purchase warships. There are also many organizations, companies, and advertisers in the Blue Star display. They set up a marketing department to place advertisements in the game and spend money to buy ships. There are even a few ships with their own logo on them. The current Star Miranda not only has a sharp increase in the number of players, but also the number of these fleets is like a crucian carp crossing the river. This is not Link's metaphor, but the land is basically divided by buildings and blocks. These ships are all docked near the sea, and the view from a height is spectacular. A large number of warships cover the entire near sea like an iron curtain. According to the statistics of Troyan, the number of warships of various sizes has exceeded 1,000. Such a quantity, looking at the universe, is also a scale that cannot be ignored. Moreover, the number of ships and members is still increasing sharply. Whether it is Port of Stars or Star Omega, they cannot provide exact figures for the time being. How many people will rush to the portal in the future, and how many people will support Link? The players who can reach it are all in the C level to C and level, and some top players' strength has entered the B level, becoming the mainstay of the foundation. Seeing these players coming forward one after another to participate in this crusade to seek justice for Afu, Link felt quite emotional. Looking at the ships that are covered with advertisements or advertised for rent, they are also much more pleasing to the eye. Regardless of deeds and intentions, regardless of whether this group of people have other goals, but this time they can choose to help him, which is already quite rare. President, there are more and more ships and members stationed in Star Miranda. Helen was shocked by the size of the current ship. It can be said that Helen grew up with these players. From the beginning, he could only fight against the mechanical fanatics of the wasteland, and now he is alone. Both sides have witnessed each other. Does the president have any plans for the next battle? A battle of this scale must not be like a swarm of gangs fighting between gangs in a slum area, but a planning strategy. Of course there are arrangements. Sir Tour and Troyan have already begun to number and form teams for the warships that have arrived successively. At that time, they will be dispatched in the form of a ship battle group. Sir Tour will conduct tactical command, and Troyan and Akiko is in charge of data analysis and planning advice. Helen stared at Link eagerly, as if to say, "What about me?" Link stared at Helen and rubbed her hair. "Okay, you will be in charge of controlling Miranda Star. Miranda Star is the core of this battle. All the wealth and lives of our millions will be in your hands gone." When Helen heard that she would not be able to participate in the first battlefield in person, the corners of her mouth curled down, sullen. But when she heard Link say that everyone's wealth and lives were in her hands, she suddenly realized it. This time is not the past, she is not driving a warship like the Black Throne, but Miranda Star. It is the home and hometown of millions of people. If there is a slight mistake, millions of people will really be homeless. Helen also realized that the president had entrusted her with the most important task, and even had to bear more pressure than those who went out to meet the enemy. Naturally, the enemy will not let go of Miranda Star with its super powerful attack, so they will definitely target it. At that time, Helen must have a clear mind in order to deal with the enemy. "President, don't worry, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations." Helen agreed with a serious face. This is her promise to Link. "I have always believed in you, otherwise I would not have entrusted you with such an important task." Link patted Helen's shoulder earnestly and said, "Helen, your mechanical talent is unrivaled. In this battle, you are responsible for controlling Star Miranda. How to fight in various ways are all up to you. Feeling. All our fleets are to assist you." Helen opened her mouth slightly, never expecting that the president would give her the control over the rhythm of the war, and millions of people would cooperate with her actions. "In this battle, all of us, including Star Miranda, are your foil. This battle is the best stage to set off your mechanical frenzy." Link's words seemed to have some kind of magical power, and the impulse deep in Helen's heart was ignited, and her eyes were like torches, burning with intense heat and passion. She knew that Link expected a lot from her, but she didn't expect it to be so big. The reason why Helen is in charge of the rhythm of this battle, Link also has a deep meaning. At that time, he will definitely go to the battlefield to fight the most difficult enemy. He sees that Helen's current strength is still short of an opportunity to break through the shackles. Helen herself may not have realized it, but Link clearly knew through the memories of his previous life that the last gap between Helen and the mechanic mother god was a mechanical frenzy. Control more mechanical battles, accurately allocate your energy and mind on the battlefield, and complete the transformation of thoughts into signals. Now, Link has created such an opportunity for Helen. If she can pass this hurdle smoothly, she will become the real mechanic goddess, and her future prospects are still higher than Dum, who is a double major in magic science. At the same time, the leader of Rune Star, Rune King Graves, is about to face a breakthrough. Since Graves fused the rune box, his peak energy has been at B+. It was only recently that Graves had the feeling that the energy level was loose, and a feeling of a higher level was vaguely touched, like a hazy, strong feeling that could pierce the membrane with a little force. Graves also came to ask Link and Grace 2 A levels. Grace's A level was forcibly infused, so he replied simply, "I broke through naturally after obtaining the plague and blood power, without you that feeling." Hearing this, Graves was extremely depressed, and he was really angry. It is as simple as eating and drinking for others to be promoted to A level, there is no shackles at all, and there is no experience. And when Graves found Link, Link smiled mysteriously and told Graves to break through the shackles by chance, not by brute force and hard work, and this opportunity will come soon. Graves' heart itched when he said a word that was muttered by God. But he still got some answers he wanted from Link. The opportunity will come soon. As this battle was about to break out, Graves realized that the opportunity Link mentioned should be the next battle. Promoted in battle, the way Graves coveted his way through the ranks. Star Miranda is sailing in the universe, and all players and members are ready to start a final show decisive battle after arriving at the destination. The players who arrived at Miranda Star did not stand still, they were immersed in brushing the dungeon, Miranda Star and Omega every day and shuttled back and forth. Large portals can pass through warships and equipment, and the human body cannot bear the energy of passing through. But since the emergence of the creeping crypt, players can ignore the boundaries of the sector universe and travel between planets at will. This is not only convenient for players, but also for members of Port of Stars, Mustafa and Omega. No, I heard that Link wanted to seek justice for Afu, and both Mustafa and Port of Stars dispatched a large number of people to support him. Turing, the spiritual leader of Mustafa, even came to Miranda Star to assist Troyan in handling various affairs. The commanders of several other battleships, such as the Dreadnought and the Resolute, came together under the leadership of Kegel. The lineup of Port of Stars is equally luxurious. Pansy sits in Port of Stars and coordinates the delivery of strategic materials. Shinra assists Dave and Max in repairing, strengthening, and transforming battleships and various scientific items. The mechanical figure Fitz also assists Troy. Yin and Eshiza carried out huge data calculations and analysis, screening, sorting and extracting the information of millions of people. Emerus even came with her mage tower and fought side by side with Link. Other galaxy clusters also have battleships and backup, passing through the large portals and crawling crypts in batches. As the Miranda Star gets closer to the target location, the power of the Umbrella Foundation is increasing day by day and is constantly accumulating. This kind of momentum will reach its peak after reaching the Pillar of Creation, and face the enemy in the most vigorous state. Of course, Link was not idle during this time. The current version is 40 Reign of Chaos and the final arrival. Link's level cap cannot be raised for the time being and is locked at. The previous task of Heart of the Swarm increased by more than a dozen points, bringing Link's potential points to 490 points. For these points, Link invested all in the luck attribute, and the luck attribute reached 1,638 points. Check all the combat supplies and equipment, and adjust your aura to the best peak state to face the next battle. From top to bottom, everyone on Star Miranda is making final preparations for the big battle. Of course, this owner also includes Sean and Miranda. Afu gave his life to protect Sean and Miranda. The enthusiasm and firmness of everyone's unity also infected Sean and Miranda. Even Grace, the originally strict mother, acquiesced in the efforts of the two children. After actually seeing people close to them die because of them, the two kids grew up. After learning that Uncle Afu still had hope of being resurrected, the two children decided to participate in this incident and contribute their own strength. They are not weak coffees with no power to restrain chickens. Instead, they possess some of the most powerful energies in the universe. Sean and Miranda kept asking for advice during this period, from Mr. Joins, a white alchemist, to Gamish and Antonidas who are good at magic, Ningchinki and King Kong who are good at close combat, and AI who is good at energy attacks. Emolizi asked everyone for advice, and wanted to use her strengths. Miranda did not forget to train Phoenix during this period. Although Phoenix was still in its infancy, under Miranda's feeding during this period, the body was already able to carry Sean and Miranda. Under the wings of the Phoenix, the orange flames were shining brightly and dazzlingly. Miranda's control over life energy became stronger, and the power of the shadow soul fire in Sean's body became more and more turbulent. When dealing with the power of correction last time, the shock wave generated by the collision of the two energies could not even be dealt with by the power of correction. So the two also drew inspiration from this battle, practiced and cooperated with this skill well, and strived to have a brilliant performance in this battle. And when the Miranda Star got closer to the target location, the pictures from the Miranda Star detection equipment became clearer. The pictures captured by Mohu's interstellar telescope are processed by various spectra, and finally overlapped into an image. This image appeared in front of Link immediately. Looking at the huge columnar nebula that is more than 10 light-years long in front of him, which completely overlaps with the picture in his memory, Link knew the destination of their trip was coming. Chapter 1059. As expected, we only have 10 days left to prepare. Looking at the processed picture in front of him, Link can already lock in on the pillars of creation. The next step is to find the whereabouts of the gate of origin within the pillar of creation within a range of more than 10 light years. When everyone saw the pillar of creation nebula more than 10 light years away, they were all immersed in the shock brought by the magnificent creation of the universe. Compared with the iconic existence of the pillars of creation, the gate of origin is just a drop in the ocean in a nebula that is more than 10 light years away. Undefined, but now that the pillars of creation have been found, there is no need for a blind man to touch an elephant for the next journey. Link's memory is very clear. The wall of origin is at the end of the entire pillar of creation. As long as they find the right location and perform a shuttle acceleration, they can reach the wall of origin in at least 10 days. Link couldn't help but get nervous. Now his strength is and peak state. Although he has seen the fate tree system inside the wall of origin, Link does not think that other corrective forces will make the fate tree system complete. The fate tree system is the cornerstone to maintain the operation of the universe. Now that he wants to break the established destiny, he is naturally contending with the will of the universe, and there is only a lot of resistance. And in this battle, Paul the Great's side and choice are also crucial. Link couldn't see through it, and couldn't guess it. But the result is nothing more than 3 kinds. Emperor Paul supported himself and joined forces with him to break the barriers of the fate of the universe. Emperor Paul the Great watched from the sidelines, watching him wrestle with the will of the universe, and reaping the benefits for himself. Emperor Paul was his enemy, and he himself was just the key to guide him out of trouble, and then reabsorbed the power of the Zerg nest to achieve supremacy. Link has already considered the consequences of these 3 situations. Link gave the approximate location of the wall of origin, and Helen activated the shuttle accelerator again, causing a large-scale teleportation on Miranda. The closer you get to the target location, the more serious the atmosphere on Star Miranda becomes. Although the task only stated to avenge Afu, the power of correction is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Many A-level powerhouses in Dazome, plus members of the Umbrella Foundation, have no resistance to the power of correction. Only Link's attack and the explosion caused by the 2 energies of Sean and Miranda can have an effect. And the power of correction is just the pawns sent by the other party. What is behind this? Players and other members of the Foundation also have a lot of guesses. Not surprisingly, this will be their hardest battle ever. Star Miranda began to search for the whereabouts of the wall of origin on the spot. After a day of data analysis, he finally found traces similar to the wall of origin in the captured star map. Moreover, after spectrum and various analysis, it is impossible to confirm the material and energy of the wall of origin. After the final news was confirmed, Link was filled with emotions. It's time for everyone to know the truth. Chua, inform everyone that I have an important speech. Troyan quickly announced the news of Link's speech through Miranda Star's voice channel, which immediately attracted all members. Link sat in the office, pondered for a while, and said solemnly to the camera in front of him, "There are still 10 days before we arrive at the target location. I believe everyone has already grasped the mission. We are here to resurrect Afu. At the same time, everyone will definitely have doubts in their hearts. What kind of enemy is it that requires us to gather all the strength we can to face? Today I will tell you what we are really facing. We often talk about fate, some people believe in fate, and some people think that man can conquer nature. In our life, we will encounter all kinds of opportunities and coincidences. These chances and coincidences are collectively referred to as fate, which is the key to making us feel that life is colorful and impermanent. But now I want to tell you that our so-called coincidences and opportunities have actually been arranged for us by the will of the universe. All our behaviors and trajectories operate under the supervision of the fate tree. Whenever someone breaks through their original destiny trajectory and affects the trajectory of the fate tree, the will of the universe will send out a correction force to restore everything to its original state. The universe allows the existence of free consciousness, but does not allow the occurrence of free destiny. It is what the will of the universe does to let everyone go from birth to death with the planned destiny, until the energy of the universe itself dies. Shan and Miranda were targeted by the will of the universe just because they broke through their original destiny, and Afu also gave his life for this. There used to be many sages and great powers who fought against this inhuman domination, but all ended in failure. But they didn't disappear, and they were blocked on the wall of origin of the pillar of creation like trophies. Those brave pioneers have become the trophies of the will of the universe to show off. Our goal this time is the wall of origin. Behind this wall is the foundation of the universe's operation, the destiny tree system. It is to live like a puppet according to the destiny that the universe has given us, and to become a consumable for the universe itself. Or should we break the shackles of the fate tree and let us truly be ourselves? Being an enemy of the will of the universe, I know this is something most people are unwilling to face. So I didn't announce our enemies with much fanfare from the beginning. Because I know it's a move that upends the current universe and is absolutely insane in the eyes of others. But I know that all of you who have been following me here have their own firm ideals and beliefs. We have faced the problem of planetary survival together, the invasion of alien planets, the encroachment of evil gods, and finally we walked together because of our like-mindedness. We used to fight for our homeland, for our survival. But this time, we will fight for ourselves. Link's speech was so passionate that everyone on Star Miranda was shocked by the president's speech. Of course, this revelation is far more shocking to the natives than to the players. The player is an undead creature projected from a high dimension, not subject to the rules of life, death, and fate. But the natives of this universe are all lost in thought because of this. They have followed Link for a long time, witnessed too many legends and miracles, and put their wholehearted trust in this president who has a certain foreseeing ability. But today, Link suddenly said that the fate and trajectory of everyone in the universe is arranged. All the things they think are coincidences and accidents have already existed in their fate line in advance. A blow to everyone who thinks hard work can change their destiny. When they heard the news, everyone's three views were shattered, and their minds went blank. What they think of as free will and their own uniqueness turn out to be puppets held by the threads of fate. Are their current thinking and consciousness also being quietly affected, or are they also the product of intervention by the threads of fate? For a while, many people were caught in a dead end, and more people were looking back on their past lives. It was unbelievable that so many events were all arranged. A strong sense of resentment and being fooled came over me, and these negative emotions kept turning into anger and resentment. All this is like a Truman Show scam. Only this time, everyone is a puppet living in a deception, manipulated by the fate tree system hiding behind the wall of origin, and becomes a consumable for the universe. But after getting angry, they quickly found their target. Since the president said that this trip is to break the tree of fate and subvert this puppet universe, then they will go together. Born as a human being, all actions are interfered by fate and become puppets unconsciously. Now that they know the truth and story of the universe, they will follow Link and smash this so-called system and rules to pieces. Fight for yourself. These 5 words are really very appropriate. If you don't know the inside story of this matter, everyone will think that the universe is beautiful and life is beautiful, and what they have to do is to maintain the stability of the universe and expel the enemy. But after learning the truth, everything changed. The universe itself is false, like a mechanical watch with precision gears. Can you say that pointers have a will of their own? Just after Link finished his speech, all the members of Star Miranda who heard the speech were all excited. This time, they will fight against the universe and break free from the threads and barriers of fate. The macaw jumped out of the chair and said emotionally, "Fuck, fuck." The silver hand on the side was also trembling. This was not a sign of fear, but a sign of excitement. Finally, this time the opponent has finally come to something to see. The corner of Yinchao's mouth was raised, and his smile looked extraordinarily wild. It's too boring to deal with evil gods before. It's so exciting to deal directly with the universe itself this time. The macaw bared its teeth, then stared at the silver hand and smiled. Did you hear that just now? As long as the influence interferes with the fate and causes the fate tree to deviate, it will use the power of correction to restore and eliminate the influence of the fate deviation. Link said before that John has died in the history he saw, and he is a clone, that is, the alien who rose all the way with your silver hand and led the wasteland. Macaw suddenly changed the subject and said, even the two children Sean and Miranda were hunted down by the power of correction. Why are you fine? Silverhand heard the implication of Macaw's words, that is, he was not good enough, and that he had not yet reached the level to let the power of correction take action. But just as Silverhand was about to retaliate, the Macaw suddenly smiled and hugged Silverhand and said, by the way, this time Link made such a big gossip, and he was still fighting against the will of the universe. How could such a lively event be missed by us? The figure of the precious metal sky group. Silverhand was stunned for a moment, and then asked, what do you want to do? Are you going to call Eros back to participate? The macaw waved its wings, with a gesture of winning. No, it's far more exciting than this. Look at what this is. The macaw said, holding a black rectangular box in his hand. The original goal of the crowd was to seek justice for Afu. Now that they know the truth, they are shocked and gradually come to their senses, and their goal has become to fight for themselves, no longer being consumables and puppets of the universe. But at the same time, everyone is also worried. After all, what Link said was too unbelievable. If he hadn't seen the corrective force attack Sean and Miranda with his own eyes, and if Link hadn't said it himself, anyone who heard about it would probably think it was an unprecedented joke. 10 days passed in a flash. Although Star Miranda is still galloping in the universe, through the holographic dome, all the situations of the outside universe are brought into view. From an all-round perspective, everyone was finally able to see the traces of the Wall of Origin. It was an extremely long wall, and its height was quite exaggerated. It was as long as several star systems. It just hovered quietly in the universe, and it looked like the boundary of the universe. Although in the nebula of the Pillars of Creation, there are no stars around the Wall of Origin, nor any cosmic dust and matter. Looking at the past with the naked eye, there is no occlusion or hindrance. Although Link was ready, when the real person saw the Wall of Origin for the first time, he was still very nervous. Last time, he just used the omniscient and omnipotent perception of the abandoned Saturn to trace the footsteps of the Desert Prince, and only then did he see something. But right away, he will arrive at the Wall of Origin and officially meet Emperor Paul the Great and the secret behind the Wall of Origin. Although it still takes 2 days to form, the grandeur of the Wall of Origin has been fully presented in front of Link. On this wall that looks like cosmic basalt, many powerful people are sealed. These powerhouses are either huge, comparable to stars, or have weird postures. But embedded in the Wall of Origin, it looks like a magnificent sculpture. The strength on the wall will continue. In some dense places, there are even 2 or 3 people overlapping each other, making it impossible for outsiders to intuitively distinguish the identities of several people. Link searched on the Wall of Origin, and after spending several hours, he finally saw a strange but small place. Unlike other pioneers who became stone sculptures, this person's hands, feet, and waist were locked by the Wall of Origin, but other parts were not petrified. 877. Compared with the high-spirited and single-handedly facing millions of players in his previous life, Emperor Paul now looks a bit like a tiger in peace and being bullied by dogs. Just as Link was examining Emperor Paul slowly raised his head. Under the loose long hair, the corners of his mouth that had been frozen for a long time finally lifted. As he guessed, Link came. Then let me give you a big gift first. The Miranda star continued to move forward, and a strong alarm suddenly sounded in the probe that extended its range very far. Helen immediately reported the matter to Link. President, a large number of active signals have been detected, and they are coming in our direction. According to the signal strength, it can only be roughly inferred that it is a group of fleets with a very high number. Link frowned slightly, and the fleet came just as he approached, which was a bit interesting. All staff are on alert to welcome our new friend. The number and speed of the fleet on the signal are extremely fast, and they are heading straight for Miranda Star. This also confirms what Link thought before, and the other party has long been prepared. But when the ship approached, Link's expression changed again. The shape of this fleet, as well as the speeches on the public channel. Mr. Lin, we meet again. Lifebinder, in the name of the Great Emperor, come to assist Lord Godslayer. Chapter 1060. Link raised his eyebrows slightly, and the person who established a spiritual connection with him was considered an old friend, and it was Arya, the most famous soul singer except Link, who was abandoned by Saturn. If I remember correctly, shouldn't you be shepherds? Are you cosmic observers? Why do you participate in the cosmic battle? Star Miranda is still defending in a state of complete alert, and at the same time, under the planning of the energy of the supermatter reactor, the star rings on the orbit are evenly distributed in the high and low latitude orbits of the planet, like a layer of dense armor. From Alia, Link learned that the fleet was under the command of Emperor Paul and was here to help him. Of course, these are just Arya's side of the story. Undefined, it is also impossible for Link to completely trust Arya's words. After Afu recovered his memory before, he told Link that the Desert Prince and the Pastoral were actually people who guided Link to follow the road, so Link automatically divided the Pastoral into the camp of Emperor Paul. When the Wrangler appeared, Arya revealed her identity as the Lifebinder, and Link raised doubts. Arya pondered for a moment and said, "The Wranglers themselves belong to the Universe Observers, a race that observes and records events of the size of the universe. Since the birth of the universe, the firstborn discovered the laws of the universe's operation, so they created our family to maintain and record the size of the universe. Event. But during this long period of observation and recording, we met the Great Emperor, who let us know the truth about the operation of the universe. It turns out that the meaning of our existence is just like puppets. The fate of the universe and the fate of individuals have been determined at the beginning of birth. Then our so-called observation and supervision are just a waste of time and endless years. So far, we call ourselves Lifebinders, people who are bound by fate, and we fight against the will of the universe under the leadership of the Great Emperor." Arya didn't go on to say that because of that defeat, the Emperor was trapped on the Wall of Origins. And these Lifebinders finally retreated and hid under the Emperor's order, waiting for the next opportunity. This opportunity is today. Helen is using Miranda Star's detection equipment to quickly scan the Lifebinder Legion. This legion is not a full-scale fleet, and there are many members of other races besides the Pastoral. These members are all gathered together because of a belief and ideal, and they have become people who want to crush fate. These people call themselves Lifebinders. Does this represent the attitude of Emperor Paul the Great? Alia nodded and said, "This is what the Emperor meant, let us help you." The corner of Link's mouth curled up slightly, and he said, "But if I said, I won't attack the Wall of Origin first, I won't save Emperor Paul first, but directly confront the Tree of Destiny, what will your attitude be?" Link's question is tricky. Before the mission and loyalty assigned by Emperor Paul, there must be a priority. As expected, Alia fell into silence, but after a while, Alia said, "Although my personal attitude and that of other Lifebinders is to rescue the Emperor first, the order given to us by the Emperor is to cooperate with your actions. So your choice is. On the battlefield, you are the Supreme Commander. All Lifebinders obey your orders." Link folded his hands in front of his chest, then raised his hand, and said to Troyan, "Troyan, apply to enter the system and take control of the fleet." Only after taking over the authority of the fleet, Link can be regarded as having basic trust in the Lifebinder. After Troyan's application signal was sent, the Lifebinder fleet soon opened up all spaceship permissions to it, and Troyan could call all the data in the fleet and control any module. Just a few seconds later, Troyan's main body reappeared on Miranda Star and brought Link a report. "President, the Lifebinder fleet has been waiting here for nearly 3 months. It seems that it has been assembled before we decided to go out. At the same time, the number of ships of the opponent was scanned. There are a total of 877 ships of various types, including 31 large ships, 385 medium ships, and 461 small ships. While Troyan was reporting the situation, Link was also thinking. 3 months, looking back, it was probably when Ah Fu was killed by the power of correction. Did you expect me to come from that time? Suddenly a large number of fleets were incorporated, and the strength of the Umbrella Foundation became stronger. The massive fleet and combat-ready members are yet another boost to their strength. Link looked at Helen with a strong smile on his face. Helen was a little terrified by the smiling face, and couldn't help asking, "President, your smile is a bit weird. Now that there are so many reinforcements suddenly, will you be nervous?" Link asked with concern. Helen shook her head, "No matter how many people there are, I just need to focus on Star Miranda. With the help of the President, Troyan, and Yasuhiko, I don't have to worry about the coordination between these fleets." As soon as these words came out, Link looked at Helen with admiration. The little girl who used to follow behind his buttocks with a baby voice is now beginning to look like a general. Troyan quickly set up the formation of the Lifebinder fleet. On the way for the fleet to converge towards Miranda Star, they began to adjust and change their orientation according to the reset formation. When the two sides met, Link took the initiative to talk to Arya. "You said before on Saturn that we will meet again one day, does that mean today?" Arya looked at the Wall of Origin, focusing on the direction where Emperor Paul was imprisoned, with struggles flickering in her eyes. "According to the Emperor's plan, you will eventually come to the Wall of Origin. As the most faithful executor of the Emperor's will, I will naturally meet you. I just didn't expect to meet in this way." Alia was overwhelmed with emotion. The Emperor was imprisoned in the Wall of Origin for so long, and it was not without gain. Ever since he was imprisoned in the Wall of Origin and witnessed the Fate Tree system, the Emperor has been thinking about the countermeasures to break the situation. Introduce a person without destiny, and then influence and interfere with the operation of the Tree of Fate, so that they can ensure that they will move forward on their controllable road, and finally reach the Wall of Origin, rescue the Emperor, and officially set off the freedom and liberation of the universe. But what the Emperor didn't expect was that although Link is a person without destiny, his behavior and consciousness of trying to control a person is essentially no different from the Fate Tree system. You are playing and manipulating a person, and you will also be played by fate. Link's strength grew rapidly, coupled with his own will, he soon escaped from the Emperor's control and embarked on his own path. "Mr. Lin, I don't know what your plan is?" Alia asked involuntarily. Arya understood that Link's question just now was not just a temptation. Instead of choosing to rescue Paul the Great, he directly attacked the Wall of Origin. "You have participated in an uprising, and you can talk about the means of the will of the universe." Arya was silent for a moment, and organized her words. Her eyes seemed to be recalling the last tragic defeat. "The Wall of Origin is not as calm as it looks. The wall itself has an extremely terrible substance. Once it is contaminated too much, it will be sucked into the wall, like some kind of intelligent slime. In addition, there will be corrective forces appearing in the Wall of Origin. This is a kind of energy that can manipulate time, reduce or decay matter, and it is difficult to deal with. Of course, the will of the universe is not limited to these means. The scariest thing is..." Link saw the unconcealable fear on Arya's face, as if remembering something terrible. Arya raised her hand and pointed to the firstborns, titans, and powerful creatures that turned into petroglyphs and sculptures on the Wall of Origin, and said, "Those sages who fought against fate in the past, transcended fate, and planned to reverse the fate of the entire universe, now they are all controlled by the will of the universe, and become the gate gods of the Wall of Origin, fighting against any invaders who dare to challenge the will and destiny of the universe." As soon as Arya finished speaking, the magnificent Wall of Origin in front of her began to change. The sculpture on the Wall of Origin began to twist its body, struggling to break free from the wall, trying to climb out of the wall of origin. The originally godless eyes, under the blessing of the will of the universe, the energy scattered in the universe and the energy of the stars quickly gathered on the target, and finally these energies lit up the eyes of the withered sculpture, exuding a light blue light of wisdom. Link looked at this gigantic sculpture. The shape, scale, and shape looked particularly terrifying. Just the size of the eyes has already caught up with the Sun Whale-class aircraft carrier, and its complete body size can be imagined. Without waiting for Link to order, Helen directly started the operation. This is the only order Link gave her today. She will control Star Miranda, and all other fleets will be dispatched and arranged by Sir Tour to cooperate with the planet. So after feeling threatened, Helen started to attack without saying a word. Under the gravitational changes of the supermatter reactor, the meteorites and cosmic matter attracted by the Miranda star all the way, under the action of a strong centrifugal force, actually formed a continuous comet composed of fragments hundreds of thousands of kilometers long. A string of pearl-like rays of light emanated from it. All these projectiles hit the wall of origin, so fast that they even rubbed against the matter in the universe, forming a layer of light marks. The Titan on the wall of origin is struggling hard, and the serious and solemn voice from his mouth floats in the universe, directly reflecting everyone's heart. The will of the universe cannot be shaken. Intent to modify the fate tree system is heinous and unacceptable by the universe. The end of the invaders is death. As the petrified Titan broke free from its last arm, countless meteors fell on its body. The flames from the impact quickly left marks on Titan's body, and the Titan's puppet roared, but the whole body was pulled by the powerful inertia and smashed against the wall of origin again. Wave after wave of shocks, as well as successive explosions on the Titan puppet, made the Titan puppet lose its initiative. Just propped up his body, he was hit by new cosmic debris, and his body hit the wall of origin dully. Wherever it was hit by the fragments, there were extremely obvious depressions on its body. Even the second coming of the Titans cannot fight against the natural power of the universe with the physical body, let alone just a decayed Titan puppet. Now that Helen is taking the initiative to attack, Link will naturally not be idle. Silently leaving the main control room of Miranda Star, a thought came to the sky above Miranda Star. The sound of the undercurrent of the soul resounded in Miranda Star and the entire Lifebinder fleet. Get up, people who don't want to be puppets. Not too many rhetoric, just a sentence with an extremely firm tone. In the next second, Link's figure appeared in space, leaving a shadow behind everyone, and flew straight to the wall of origin. A simple sentence, matched with decisive action. The broad back immediately ignited all the enthusiasm in everyone's heart. All the people present were people who did not want to live with consumables like puppets. If it is for freedom, life and death can be thrown away. They just didn't want to be puppets, so they followed the Emperor and joined the Lifebinder. After many years, they once again gathered in front of the wall of origin to attack the will of the universe. This time, although the person who led them has changed, the goal has not changed: to overthrow the will of the universe, destroy the fate tree system, and let everyone in the universe have their own path. Sir Tour sits in the command room, his brain is connected to the brainwave generator, and he transmits his command and orders with the fastest signal. The fleet began to change, and launched a devastating attack on the Titan puppets after entering the range. All kinds of artillery and energy cannons fell on the Titan puppet like no money. Link quickly arrived in front of the wall of origin. At this time, apart from the Titan puppet, other creatures gradually resurrected. In bursts of starlight energy, colors appeared in the eyes, like a person trapped in a quagmire, struggling to get out of the origin. The wall climbed out. A fist-sized black substance appeared from behind Link. The black matter began to spread, like a mirror extending the multidimensional space, incorporating everything in the existing universe. In the expanding black space, all the colorful things in the universe have turned into the three colors of black, white, and gray, and lost their colorfulness. Death Domain. Link's unique skill after mastering the power of death. Soon the realm of the god of death spread to the wall of origin. The wall of origin, which was originally exuding red and bronze colors, has also fallen into the realm of death and turned into black, white and grey. The power of death is the basic force of the universe, so even the will of the universe cannot interfere with the power of death. Link's Reaper's domain is also a trick. The Reaper's domain is not a skill that directly causes damage, so when the domain faces the wall of origin, it will not trigger the wall of origin's confrontation, but a harmless fusion. As long as these puppets on the wall of origin die in the domain of the god of death, their bodies and souls will enter the gate of the dead, and there is a chance that they will be summoned by Link. One is not subject to the wall of origin to become a puppet, and the other is to become one's own combat power. One ebbs and another grows stronger. Taking the initiative to attack, the Umbrella Foundation actually gained the upper hand, which was beyond everyone's expectation. The wall of origin has also begun to change. Some mysterious marks on the wall began to flicker, and no specific color could be seen in the domain of the god of death, only white flashes like breathing could be seen. At the same time, Link felt that there seemed to be some changes in the atmosphere in the universe, and a sense of excitement came to his heart. Chapter 1061. The brown liquid on the surface of the wall of origin, like tissue fluid, turned grayish-white under the influence of Death God's domain. The boiling liquid twisted out from the wall of origin and swept towards Link in a spiral shape. At the same time, under the sticky substance, the protrusions that formed the surface of the wall of origin trembled and were activated. These shiny metallic things were quickly peeled off from the wall of origin, and activated together with the spiraling sticky matter. These metallic-colored creatures, after lifting their bodies, suddenly ejected something like limbs from their shells, and then twisted their bodies, revealing their hideous faces. Undefined, it was a twisted and deformed body, which looked like hundreds of wireworms twisted together. Arya's voice sounded again. This is the inorganic biological group of the wall of origin. Once it is stuck by this intelligent slime, it will be sucked into the wall of origin, and it will also devour body energy. Metal organisms are inorganic organisms that can drill into the body and then control the body. At the same time, metal tapeworms can absorb energy and feed it back to the wall of origin. It can rely on energy to restore its state. After Arya's explanation, Link has a basic understanding of these two creatures. It is indeed two difficult things. It's just that for such a large number of metal tapeworms, Link is not angry but happy. As long as it is a large-scale thing, regardless of whether it is the enemy or the enemy, the benefits of his promotion will be extremely huge. Right now, the two sides started the first round of confrontation, and the firepower of the Lifebinder fleet poured crazily towards the wall of origin. Helen controls Star Miranda, the conventional firepower of the star, and various shells also cover the sticky object. The violent firepower smashes the sticky object into pieces, but it cannot stop the sticky object's footsteps. Please download the novel I love reading it to read the latest content. In Link's view, these firepower hit the slime, at most, it depends on the impact to disperse it, rather than destroying it in a material sense. The dome of Star Miranda opened, and the Sunwell-class aircraft carrier, the Black Throne, as well as the players and the NC ships that came to help, swarmed out like a long dragon. These ships sailed out in the previously divided formation, and then under the command of Sir Tuer, began to bombard the wall of origin, while limiting the rise of slime and metal tapeworms. Link looked at the shattered but intact goo, frowned slightly, and said to Sir Tuer, "I'll deal with the goo, let the players land directly on the surface of the wall of origin to fight, the physical universe the rest of the team is in space, keeping a safe distance." As soon as the words fell, Link flew out like a cannonball and rushed straight towards the wall of origin. Since the wall of origin only takes effect on those who have the thread of fate, they and the players are not bound. Instead of wasting energy and firepower at high altitude, it is better to fight directly on the surface of the wall of origin, so as to avoid future troubles. Sir Tuer is worthy of being the warlord of the Zerg. A person who participated in the battle between the Zerg and the cosmic forces, he made a decisive decision and began to command the Inhumans and their ships to conduct low-altitude and landing operations on the Wall of Origin, while other members of the team continued to cover firepower at high altitudes. Link glanced at his talent Death Scythe. Now the scale of the two sides in the battle is very large, and the Umbrella Foundation has sent all its troops. The will of the universe has also activated the puppets and minions on the Wall of Origin. Death Sickle, the larger the battle scale, the more Link will improve. The current Death Sickle has accumulated 85 upgrades for Link. This gave Link a great leap in strength. When he was fighting against the minions of the evil god in the first sector of the universe, Link deliberately studied the promotion mechanism of the Death Sickle. It has to be said that the power of death is the most original force of the universe. The embodiment of life force is the phoenix. Although the power of death is not manifested, its power is not inferior at all. Reaper's Scythe is improved in the same way as Reaper's Domain, not simply to increase attack power, but to improve overall from blood volume, attributes, attack to defense. One of the key points is that many of Link's attacks use attribute bonuses. Now the attribute enjoys an increase, and the attack power also enjoys an increase, which is equivalent to 1 increase and 2 benefits. Under the superposition of the two phases, although the energy level displayed on Link's interface is still A+, in fact Link's current strength has far exceeded the limit displayed. When Link entered the range of the Wall of Origin, the blasted slime and metal tapeworms swarmed and surrounded Link. Link didn't think about anything, Shadow Wrath plus Annihilation in all directions, the two most extensive group killing skills were released, instantly killing the sticky objects and metal tapeworms surrounding him in seconds. It's a pity that these two types belong to inorganic creatures, and there is no way to provide Link with the bonus of Soul and Death Breath. After clearing out the enemies within a radius of 1 kilometer, the area became a complete vacuum, but from a higher altitude, there were more minions of the Cosmic Wool attacking Link in the distance. The sticky matter surged to a height of several thousand meters, submerging Link like a mountain-roaring tsunami. Link remained motionless. He dared to land on the Wall of Origin, and he had already imagined the scene of being surrounded by targets. It's just that his strength is no longer comparable to before. Even Link dodged in front of the goo, wanting to take the initiative to contact the goo. Seeing this scene, Arya, the commander-in-chief of the Lifebinder fleet, couldn't help worrying, and quickly reminded, "Don't get close to the slime." It's just that when Arya's words reached Link's mind with spiritual energy, Link had already come into contact with the slime. Arya's face immediately showed a "everything is over" expression. Even the Great Emperor had to be cautious when facing slime, but in the end he ended up trapped in the Wall of Origin. Now that Link actually took the initiative to contaminate, this guy must be crazy. Arya is even ready to command the Lifebinder fleet to launch a super attack to rescue Link. It's just that when Link came into contact with the goo, the image of the goo in his memory frantically wrapping Link in a hurry did not appear. Instead, the goo that was approaching Link suddenly stopped in his tracks, and immediately rushed towards the other people around him frantically. Goo attack, horrible attitude like guarding food. This. Arya stared blankly, still not understanding what happened. I saw this frenzied slime with terrifying fighting power, tearing and devouring other slimes around it alive. This state is still spreading and spreading. Link's eyebrows became more relaxed. He was right, even the power of correction could not resist the anti-life equation. This kind of slime and metal tapeworms outside the Wall of Origin, naturally could not resist this control. The judgment of the anti-life equation is based on the difference in intelligence and energy between the two parties. Link's current intelligence is 2820, energy attribute is 4052, and the sum of attributes is 6872 points. For this kind of inorganic creature with only material form, the attributes are crushing. Pressed, kin form permanent slavery. The players drove the spaceship, strafing and throwing at a height that was almost close to the Wall of Origin. Many players jumped directly from the cabin and chose to land and fight. Although the player's strength is not as good as Link's, which can directly kill sticky objects and metal tapeworms. There are a large number of players, and the combined strength is not weak. In addition to the diversification of occupations, they have various combat methods and cooperate with low-altitude bombing. The players who logged in were able to gain a firm foothold under the first wave of attacks. But it is not enough to stand firm, one must organize an effective counterattack. However, if the metal tapeworms and slime cannot be removed in seconds, they will always be repaired and regenerated. Moreover, the metal tapeworm will also drill into the player's body and temporarily control the player. Now the main battlefields of both sides are concentrated on the Wall of Origin. Link's main target is not these goo and metal tapeworms, but the gradually revived firstborns and titans, as well as some powerful beings in the universe. Although these creatures are enslaved by the Wall of Origin, their combat skills are greatly reduced, but their energy levels are still alive, and their identities as the top intelligent life forms in the universe are extremely difficult to deal with, no less than an outsider in a heyday state evil god. Link looked into the distance, and there were several puppets in the distance who had already lifted their seals. Once the fleet collided with creatures of this level, the consequences would be death. Link made a decisive decision and said to Helen, "Helen, it's time to release the crazy pets and let them have a good time. The best way to deal with these tiny enemies is to measure the quantity against the quantity." Link is a person without fate. After being synthesized and evolved by Link with Zerg blood, these pets have also been erased from the thread of fate and become existences without fate. Against quantity with quantity, Link has never been afraid. With Link's order, it didn't take long for a spaceship to sail out from Miranda. All the people in the spaceship are Link's pets. From the perspective of Commander Link's swarm, the spaceship was filled with dense spots of light, almost bursting when it was full. In that case, let's all come out and let the wind go. A transparent Rubik's Cube popped out of Link's hand, and the Zerg in the moving castle rushed out like waves, quickly filling the vacuum. As soon as all kinds of Zerg appeared on the stage, they were immediately entangled with metal tapeworms and slime. At the same time, when the spacecraft approached, a large number of pets were released, which immediately became a beautiful landscape on the battlefield. The first to rush down, and the biggest one, was Helongshan. Helongshan twisted his body and jumped off the spaceship. The Wall of Origin is extremely hard, made of an unknown elemental metal. Even with the hardness of the tentacles of the dragon god, it is difficult to leave any traces on it. But God Helong did not come down this time to drill a hole. As a creature with means of mass destruction, God Helong immediately activated his own skills after landing on the ground. A strong acidic poisonous mist is ejected from the mouthparts, immediately causing corrosion and poisoning to the nearby slime and metal tapeworms. Although this state cannot be completely killed, the low probability petrification state that comes with poisoning can still slow down many enemies. Especially this kind of poisonous mist, even if the metal tapeworm and slime are not dead, it will greatly weaken their defense, and then as long as other skills cause damage, they can be easily eliminated. The second to descend from the spaceship was Saysok. When Saysok was in mid-air, he directly activated the power of fire state, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Facing sticky objects and metal tapeworms after landing, the two knives in his hands were like a cold moon. The cold light took away a group of enemies at the first glance, full of murderous aura, and he was unstoppable. The team composed of gargoyles set off a terrorist wind in the low-altitude flight, and used the sonic skill of terrorist scream to cause damage to the enemies within the range. Even after entering the stone statue form, group ridicule is turned on. Let the originally scattered slime gather again, but facing the petrified gargoyle, the slime and metal tapeworms can penetrate seamlessly, struggling for a long time without causing damage, and finally completely smashed by the attacks of other gargoyles. The undead army composed of hawk guardians, undead, mummies, and tomb werewolves moved in one direction without emotion, and remained indifferent to the attacks of slime and metal tapeworms. In addition, Link's other pets also joined the battle. They used their best methods on the battlefield to help their side establish an advantage, or find ways to interfere with the enemy. The Zerg army, plus Link's pet army, and player troops launched a counterattack immediately after landing. Even though the Wall of Origin is extremely wide, and the domain adds up to the scale of thousands of ruined Saturns, the current battle is actually fought with vigor and vibrancy, which is comparable. Link had already arrived in mid-air at this time, and began to fight the resurrected Titan puppet. Every Titan puppet has its own special abilities, which makes every kill and battle full of accidents and dangers. But now, Link has many teammates by his side. Zhuge Hailong has been fused with the mechanical fortress to form the Black Throne psychic cannon, which draws a dazzling green light in the universe, and then falls on the strong man, causing the explosion and impact. Even the strong man who was sealed in the past will be hit back, injured. Zer, the cult mystic, uses his unique blood sacrifice and seal to contend with the enemy with the strange power of the evil god. Although it is impossible to fight against titans or firstborns whose size is comparable to that of a planet, it can fight back and forth against the much smaller cosmic powerhouses. The Starlight Devourer that Link synthesized before, a legendary Protoss-dimensional creature, this is the first time it appears in battle. Its starry body, just by looking at it, makes people think it is some kind of primordial creature with essence structure. Galactic throughput, star explosion, star wrath, all kinds of skills are dazzling. Every skill can make the Wall of Origin seem to have a planet-level violent reaction. It's gorgeous and powerful as Rao Link's death domain. Also stay away. The biochemical metal Leviathan is integrated with the Sun Whale and appears in the form of a super fortress. If you want to talk about primordial beings, then the biochemical metal Leviathan is definitely one of the best. Even these golems trapped in the Wall of Origin are none older than Leviathan. At this moment, golden light suddenly surged in the universe, the holy voice of the Buddha filled the air, and the phantom of the word Buddha seal spread towards the universe. The momentum was so huge that it made people look sideways. Chapter 1062. Vajra's figure is ethereal like a fairy, and behind him is a magnificent phantom image of the Buddha kingdom. Under the influence of the Buddha's light, the crystal tiger under King Kong's crotch is also covered with a layer of gold, intertwined with the color of the body, which looks psychedelic. The Buddha seals all over the sky fell from the sky like pouring rain, and finally smashed hard on the Wall of Origin with the traces of palm prints. The sticky objects and metal tapeworms on the ground, under the powerful palm of Tianhui Buddha, had already turned into flying ash and disappeared in smoke before they could resist. Jinghu took a leap, gliding to the Wall of Origin, and let out a deafening roar. The powerful shock wave was mixed with Buddha seal, and even dealt with the surrounding fish that escaped the net. Undefined after clearing out the surrounding miscellaneous fish, the only enemy left in front of King Kong and Jinghu, the subduing tiger Arhat, is a fat monster with dense sarcoids on its head. Just looking at the appearance, this giant looks a bit like a Buddha. This guy who looks like a Buddha, after seeing King Kong and Jinghu's gorgeous appearance, broke free from the Wall of Origin, the corner of his mouth curled up, and his tone was full of sarcasm. I am the protector of Buddhism and Taoism. Such a method is like an axe. Ear. There was a trace of solemnity between King Kong's brows. The gigantic Buddha in front of him, tens of kilometers in length, was not as big as the titans whose size was counted by planets, but the introverted and casual aura on his body still gave him a great deterrent. This guy claims to be a Dharma protector. Although his aura is extremely restrained, there will still be energy overflowing when he moves his hands and feet, with his huge body. King Kong touched Jinghu's tiger head under his crotch, and murmured, "It seems that we have encountered a problem this time, and a wave of bullying masters and ancestors is about to come." King Kong has confirmed the identity of the guardian giant in front of him. The creatures on the Wall of Origin are all those who fought against fate and the will of the universe in the past, and were sealed here after defeat. Under the influence of Gu and the will of the universe, he eventually becomes a puppet guarding the Wall of Origin. From rebels to accomplices, although not what they wanted, it has become an established fact. King Kong's eyes were bent, a smile hung on his face, and his hands formed a Buddha seal and said, "Since the Dharma protector has helped the tyrant to fall into the devil's way, if you still have a little conscience, why don't you just follow the Dharma on the spot and do a favor for this Arhat, and become my brother? Good luck." I am afraid that only King Kong can talk about letting the other party die so clearly. The guardian giant clenched his fists in anger, and immediately threw it at Vajra. "If you want to take me as merit, it depends on how much you have. The battle between the two sides is imminent." King Kong didn't hesitate at all, and directly used Fa Tian Xiang Di. His stature suddenly skyrocketed. King Kong's Dharma, heaven and earth, has made great progress after studying Buddhism. It is no longer about 50 meters before, but has directly increased to a height of 4 to 5 kilometers. It's just that even at such a height, it is still small in front of the guardian giant. King Kong spread out his palm, and a picture of a Buddha kingdom appeared on his palm. In the shadow of the light, there is a peaceful scene of the Buddhist kingdom. All kinds of arhats, Buddhas, and bodhisattvas are chanting scriptures, and the Sanskrit sounds are bursting. The Buddha kingdom in the palm applied various benefits to King Kong, and immediately behind him a virtual Buddha appeared, and with King Kong's palm, he blasted straight at the giant Dharma protector. King Kong's 9-style Tathagata palm, under the fetters of the tiger Arhat bonded by Jinghu, the damage is directly increased by 50, and when the palm is blasted out, the wall of origin that is directly reflected dozens of kilometers away is full of Buddha's light. It is magnificent. However, when King Kong's proud Tathagata palm fell on the guardian giant, it only caused a layer of milky white shield to vibrate, and did not harm the body at all. If your level is only like this, then you are almost ready to hurt me. The guardian giant has no fancy moves, it just raises its feet. It's just this movement that produces a strong wind that drives changes in the surroundings, forming a strong suction force that makes people unconsciously move to the feet of the guardian giant. Even the surrounding slime and some metal tapeworms in the range couldn't survive, being captured by this strong suction, and concentrated in the range of the giant foot. The Vajra hand shook the sky and plunged into the ground, and then the whole person remained motionless like a mountain. No matter how strong the suction force was, it remained motionless. The metal of King Kong's body deformed to form an armor, and finally the armor covered the body, pulling the defense to its fullest. Immediately, at the last moment when the aura was gathering, the hand that was tightly gripping Zhen Tianxiang suddenly loosened. The powerful force directly engulfed King Kong and flew towards the guardian giant. Zhen Tianxiang let out a soft cry, and immediately flew into the sky, fighting with his master. This time, the Buddhas around Vajra were solidified, some smiling, some glaring and scolding, some expressionless, and some laughing like flowers. Thousands of gods and Buddhas all held up the magic weapon, half a body behind Vajra, and all went towards the giant Dharma protector. In this move, the strongest ultimate move in the Tathagata God's palm, 10,000 Buddhas Chao Zone. The guardian giant's feet were facing downwards, and bursts of air explosions were immediately triggered, and the rapid stepping even caused strong air friction, causing fires to burst out around the solace of the feet, which looked like a scene of the end of the world. It's just that King Kong and 10,000 Buddhas are not vegetarians either. They leaped up from the ground and did not choose to dodge, but to face the enemy head-on. When the two forces collided together, a shock wave that spread to thousands of kilometers was sent out. The level of the shock wave in midair even exceeded the damage limit that the super-large ships present could cause. Even the NPCs and players who are familiar with King Kong are all dumbfounded at this moment, too shocked to say a word by this earth-shattering movement. The solace of the guardian giant's feet continued to sink, without slowing down at all. It's just that the smile on the giant's face hasn't hung on for long, but the movements of the solace of his feet have gradually slowed down, and finally got stuck hundreds of meters away from the wall of origin, unable to go any further. On the other hand, the golden light accumulated on the solace of the Dharma guardian giant's feet has reached the point where it cannot be suppressed. It looked like the rising sun blocked by thick fog and mountains, and it had reached the point where it could no longer be covered. Under the strong golden light, the guardian giant raised its feet higher and higher, and its body began to lean. The sun under the feet was getting higher and higher, and the giant Dharma guardian lost his balance and staggered back and fell to the ground. Vajra's eyes were already enveloped in flames, and the fiery eyes were opened. There are many cracks on the final armor on his body, and golden blood flows out to varying degrees from his mouth, nose, and eyes. King Kong took a hard kick from the guardian giant and reversed the situation. He was not unscathed, but he paid a heavy price. It's just that this battle, whether it is for King Kong or Link, is a battle that can only be won but not lost. The strength of the enemies encountered can be described as unprecedented in history. If you don't work hard at this time, when will you wait? King Kong sprang out like a comet, taking advantage of the victory to pursue, clasping his hands together like a white rainbow penetrating the sun. Heavenly Buddha came to the world. This time, King Kong even used his natal merits, turned them into flames, and dealt a fatal blow to the guardian giant. Although the guardian giant fell down, seeing King Kong rushing towards him, he still raised his palm with a fast and strong force, and it was completely impossible to tell that it was the knocked down person. But if you pay attention, you can see that the solace of the guardian giant's feet and the grey sealed body have broken. And within the body of the clay sculpture like a mural, there is even a ray of light overflowing. The palms of King Kong and the guardian giant collided violently, and a shock wave that spread thousands of kilometers erupted again, but this time it was different from the result just now. King Kong flew out directly, and a golden blood arrow spewed from his mouth. If it weren't for Jing Huian's quick hand to grab King Kong, this shock would be enough to send King Kong out of the wall of origin. The first thing King Kong did was to check the situation of the guardian giant. He was knocked into the air, and the guardian giant was also not very good. The palm of his hand was also ruptured, and golden blood flowed out of it. Seeing this scene, King Kong was extremely excited. When King Kong and the guardian giant confronted each other for the first time, it was discovered that this guy still had a Buddha power shield on him. You must know that Buddha power is a power of light and faith. The reason why it is called faith is to ask people to believe firmly. But if the guardian giant is completely reduced to a puppet, without thought and self-awareness, how can he retain the power of faith? So King Kong guessed that his body was only sealed by the wall of origin. As long as he could break the shackles of the outer shell, he would be able to restore part of the self-awareness of the guardian giant. Now that the two blows have succeeded, although King Kong's internal organs have been shattered by the violent blow just now, the results are remarkable. King Kong sat cross-legged on Jinghu's back, and immediately began to read scriptures. The fluctuations emitted by the mantra resonate with the energy exposed by the guardian giant. The eyes of the guardian giant who had activated energy could clearly see the struggle on the face at this moment. In those eyes, sometimes fierce, sometimes blank. Ah! What a pain! The guardian giant stretched out his hands, holding his head tightly, and the awakened Buddha power began to entangle in his body, competing against the control of the will of the universe. King Kong is getting closer and closer to the guardian giant, and the influence of Sanskrit and Buddha's light is getting stronger. The intact hands and feet of the guardian giant were raised high, ready to attack King Kong again. But the hands and feet whose seal has been released are trying their best to stop it. The same body produces two contradictory consciousnesses at this time. Benefactor, find a way to hit the center of my eyebrows, and you can completely release the Sanskrit in my body and help me regain the initiative. The free soul of the guardian giant even opened his mouth to give King Kong a hint. King Kong looked between his eyebrows, hesitating slightly, but quickly responded. King Kong stretched out his hand and summoned Zhen Kangsheng to his side. Jinghu just wanted to go out, but King Kong held his back neck and said in a low voice, "The real target is the heart, and the eyebrow is just the sheep attack. I will go to the sheep attack, and you will attack the heart." Jinghu nodded in response, and transformed into two beams of light with King Kong. This time, King Kong continued to use Tathagata palm. Only this time, King Kong's aura was obviously different. When it turned into a bright rainbow and rushed towards the target, Vajra's palm prints changed several times, and each stroke of the Buddha's palm appeared in turn. From the appearance of the Buddha's light, the golden tripod Buddha lamp, the Buddha's movement of mountains and rivers, the Buddha's question to Jialan, the Buddha's welcome to the West, the Buddha's light all over the world, the heavenly Buddha's descent into the world, the boundless Buddha's teachings, and finally the 10,000 Buddhas. 9 Tathagata palms appeared one after another, and the entire Changhong was filled with Buddha shadows and accumulated momentum. The guardian giant also knew that this move was an extremely powerful move, and the free consciousness in his body just now reminded him that this time the attack should be aimed at the center of the head and brow. The guardian giant put one palm in front of his face, but tried his best to hold his arm with the other hand, trying to move his palm away. It's just that the two arms are equal, and the situation has reached a stalemate. When Jinghu saw Dakong, the giant Dharma protector, his eyes lit up immediately, and he thought that King Kong would not deceive me, the key is indeed the heart. King Kong and Jinghu staggered towards their respective targets. At the time of separation, King Kong glanced at Jinghu. This stupid tiger was defenseless, with only targets in his eyes. The corner of King Kong's mouth could not help but raise a gratified smile. The combination of the 9 postures is the combination of the 9 postures of the Tathagata God's palm, and the most powerful force erupts after King Kong has realized the enlightenment of the Dharma. If you want to activate this pose, you must not only have great merit, but also burn your own life force. Now King Kong is in flames all over his body. In order to sustain the final blow, the final armor has begun to collapse, and as he advances, fragments are continuously melted by the flames and energy. You know, these are not just armor, but also the body parts of King Kong himself. If this rate of loss is followed, when King Kong finishes this blow, I am afraid that the whole person will be completely wiped out. In order to kill me, you don't even want your own life. The guardian giant felt the power of this move, and fear arose in his heart. At this time, Jinghu looked at the heart, and then at King Kong, who disappeared like a meteor, and then he realized it. This guy allowed himself to attack the heart, just to distract it, and he didn't want it to die with him. Jinghu reacted, but it was too late to catch up. As long as I can kill you and clear the way for the boss, who will go to hell if I don't go to hell? King Kong's words were firm, and with thousands of gods and Buddhas in his whole body, he slammed into the palm of the giant Dharma protector. This time, there was no external impact, but only a strong golden light from the drilled palm. King Kong directly penetrated the palm of the guardian giant, and the light converged between the eyebrows. King Kong's body was melted like boiled metal, except for half of his head and one hand, there was no complete place left. And the fist sank deeply between the eyebrows. When King Kong pulled it out with all his strength, he didn't see the golden light, but only the golden inside. With the fist position as the center, the skull around the eyebrows is scattered with deep cracks, which are radial. In the cracks, there is also a faint golden light. Ha ha ha, even if you burn your life, it's still inferior in the end, and you can't kill me completely. The guardian giant laughed wildly. Really? Then you should be happy. King Kong raised his last arm tremblingly, and it shook the sky like a streamer of light flying towards him, sinking into the deep pit made by his fist. At the same time, the giant guardian's palm was also patted on his head. For a moment, both sides fell into dead silence. Link was fighting the firstborn, and suddenly his heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the direction where the guardian giant and King Kong were fighting in the distance. This feeling was the second time Link felt it. The first time, it was in Afu. Chapter 1063. Just when Link thought that King Kong would repeat the same mistakes as Afu, the Buddha light in the body of the guardian giant could no longer restrain himself, and quickly pulled out of his huge body. At the same time, on the palm and forehead of the guardian giant, unstoppable golden light spewed out from between the fingers. Countless golden lights gather, like the rising sun, illuminating the entire space. The palm of the guardian giant slowly raised, and the light from the palm, the center of the feet, and the center of the brow floated out like a ribbon, and gathered together to form a dazzling light spot. King Kong was indeed slapped to death by the last palm of the guardian giant, and even the last remaining bones fell apart under the violent palm, leaving nothing but the last fist-sized bead condensed into gold, exudes a dull luster. Undefined, the King Kong's relics are absorbing the Buddha's power in the Dharma-protecting giant, and at the same time, the awakened and unsealed Dharma-protecting giant is transporting its huge Buddha's power into the King Kong's body. The huge body opening emits solemn Sanskrit sounds. A phantom of Buddha's light also appeared behind the body of the guardian giant, and the swastika Buddha seal enveloped it, driving away all evil spirits, and now I only feel the majesty of the treasure. There is the death will to sacrifice one's life to destroy demons, and there is also the root of wisdom. King Kong, I have been trapped in the wall of origin for a long time, and now I can't do anything even if I get out of it. Your wisdom, root and understanding are all top grade, and you have already certified to the Arhat status. Today's opportunity has come, I wish you a helping hand and help you rebuild your golden body. The guardian giant poured all his Buddha power into the Vajra's relic. As the power of the Buddha is abundant, the relics also expand and grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally the sphere begins to wither under the action of the power of the Buddha, gradually forming the prototype of the Vajra. Under the infusion and polishing of Buddha's power, King Kong ushered in the rebirth of nirvana. The polished debris of the relic did not dissipate, but instead floated around King Kong's body, forming a cloak-like substance as it fluttered. I will use the Buddha's power and merit to reshape your golden body. Vajra, you hate evil like an enemy. From now on, you will inherit my position and take up the post of Buddhist Dharma protector. From now on, you will fight against Buddha. All the golden substances in the body of the Dharma protector giant were removed, and finally the relic was polished in a golden light, and a golden monkey appeared. The closed eyes opened suddenly, and suddenly a fire agitated, breathtaking. The remaining Buddha power, merit, and relics are condensed into the armor and cloak of defeating Buddha in the twinkling. The red and gold armor is extremely gorgeous, and the cloak is like a piece of red silk, dancing in the roaring air waves. King Kong raised his hand, and Zhenshengsheng, which was originally shattered together with him, was reunited in the form of particles and recovered its posture. And on this basis, the whole body is gilded, and the lines on it have also changed. The paintings are mountains, rivers, birds, animals, fish, and insects. The Vajra relic was reborn, promoted from Arhat to Buddhist Dharma protector, and was even named Fighting and Conquering Buddha. The turbulent energy around him seemed to have stepped into a level. Vajra floated over the giant Dharma protector, and read a sutra for reincarnation. Like a Dharma protector giant with a huge mountain peak, his obsession dissipated, and his body was completely turned into a pile of loess, which disappeared without a trace with the wind. Kong's battlefield metamorphosis greatly inspired the members of the Umbrella Foundation. Both the players and the members were affected to varying degrees by King Kong's nirvana rebirth, and the momentum was once again high. Even Link, seeing King Kong re-nirvana from the ruins, had a shocked and relieved smile on his face. In the end, King Kong passed this hurdle. Now there is one more A level on the battlefield, which adds a reliable guarantee to the situation of the Umbrella Foundation. But today on the battlefield, how could there be only one more A level? Graves did not land for combat, but flew a rune-modified fighter in the low-altitude area to bomb and suppress. This is the request of the battlefield commander Sir Tour. Although Graves also wanted to be like the other people, landing on the surface of the Wall of Origin to fight, but in the final battle Link can let Xuanzong be the commander-in-chief, they still have to act according to the command, and can't let their own temperament destroy scheduling. However, Graves has added a rune box embedding module to the fighter plane transformed by runes. Fighters can be fused with rune boxes to unlock more functions and more powerful firepower. Right now, the slime and metal tapeworms on the Wall of Origin can't be seen at a glance, and the puppet monsters that have risen one after another also show their terrifying strength. They are indeed powerful individuals who wanted to resist the will of the universe in the past. Right now, the mixed soldiers on the ground are being dealt with by aliens and swarms. After a round of bombing, Graves locked his eyes on those powerful individuals. These individuals are powerful, and although they have been reduced to puppets, they still maintain most of their previous strength. The battle between King Kong and the guardian giant just now made people realize that these puppet creatures are not completely unconscious, but their bodies are completely sealed, and even if they have thoughts, they cannot pass them on. Of course, part of the reason is that the guardian giant believes in the light power of Buddhism, can stick to his heart, and maintain a normal consciousness during the millions of years of imprisonment. Graves saw the enemy raging not far away. This enemy was different from the star-level titans and giants seen in the distance. This person was as big as a normal person, and Graves couldn't even lock it with the naked eye. Now he can notice the target at a glance in the fighter plane, all because of the strong force field around him. He can overturn the aliens and Zerg with every move, and he can't get close. Such a domineering individual really stands out on the wall of origin. The energy type template has no traces of magic, so it should be a supernatural being without accident. After determining the target energy system, Graves began to think about strategies against the enemy. Since it is an energy type enemy, its burst of dense energy impact must not be hardwired. Considering that these enemies are puppets of the will of the universe, as long as they stand on the wall of origin, they can absorb the energy of the wall of origin to supplement their own combat power. While Graves was thinking, the fighter plane flew over the target. At the same time, Graves pressed the release button, and a missile fell and detonated in the area above the target. Graves then turned the plane around and began circling the target. This missile is not an ordinary air explosive bomb. The material composition in the missile is a kind of nano-sized graphite, and some forbidden magic substances from the Blade Star are also added to it. The function is to weaken the magic and energy enemies. There are only two types of energy type enemies, one is to use external energy for their own use, and the other is to generate energy within themselves and release it to the outside. No matter what kind it is, the forbidden magic bomb right now can have some restrictive effects on him. Graves did not land easily, but released several forbidden magic bombs to the surrounding area while circling, while testing the opponent's attitude. This monster with a long horse face and human body was wearing a fitted combat uniform with energy conduits on his body. Looking at the surrounding space filled with nanoscale graphite and forbidden magic substances, he couldn't help frowning. The body was charged, and a powerful energy began to spread around. The impact energy that was supposed to expand continuously like a hood, became incoherent after spreading this time. The space emits crackling sounds and light. Because of the joint effect of the anti-demon factor and nanoscale graphite, the energy cannot be coherent, let alone concentrated, and now it looks like an electric spark, which stopped spreading after flickering for a while. The horse-faced supernatural being was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the bomb could limit his abilities. He couldn't help feeling a little curious about the fighter planes hovering above his head. The horse's face stretched out its palm, aimed at the fighter plane in the sky, and immediately generated a strong energy field. It's just that this energy field was decomposed and suppressed by the nanographite and forbidden magic substances in the air before it could be radiated, and bright white lightning burst out around the horse-faced supernatural being, as dense as the light from electric welding. People cannot look directly. Graves couldn't help laughing seeing the other party doing useless work. This supernatural person looks like a not-so-intelligent Yazzie. But before Graves could laugh again, the fighter plane was suddenly pushed down by an invisible force, getting closer and closer to the ground, and even entered the area where the forbidden bomb exploded and spread. Even after the jet tail flame of the fighter plane was mixed with forbidden magic materials, it was unable to maintain a high-density jet stream, and it began to show signs of flameout. Only then did Graves understand the other party's point. The opponent uses the energy released in the forbidden magic space to cause a potential energy difference in the space energy. This difference will form a pair of invisible energy giants, pushing the fighter into the space where the forbidden magic bomb explodes, and the fighter will also be treated the same way and turn off. This is the purpose of the other party. Looks like you lost a hand at the beginning of the game. Graves laughed at himself, taking advantage of the time when the spaceship shut down and completely crashed. He projected all the missiles in the fighter plane down. After doing all this, reach out to absorb the rune box that wraps the core of the fighter, and arm yourself. Graves twisted his wrist, and an image of a magic circle appeared. After some operations, Graves ejected himself out of the fighter plane. The fighter plane that had malfunctioned and turned off suddenly emitted a burst of light, and then disappeared. This is the return circle written by Antonidas and Gamish, which can bring the fighter back to Miranda. After all, this is a fighter plane that Graves specially modified to adapt to the rune box. If it is easy to take it with a dog, it will be repaired every time. Graves and the rune box merged into one, and on the armor covering the body, the runes were shining brightly, which was extremely mysterious. Graves spread his arms, and 4 runes suddenly appeared in front of him, and then combined together in a strange posture, forming a very shocking energy array, pressing directly on the horse-faced supernatural being from a high place. The horse-faced superhuman didn't sit still. Although his energy couldn't spread out, it didn't mean he couldn't protect himself. The energy formed an energy shield around his body, like an upside-down bowl, covering his whole body. The rune energy and the energy field of the ability collided together, sending out friction and sparks of acid teeth. The two energies are incompatible and equal. Graves talked to Link before the battle, and knew that if he could survive this battle, he would definitely be able to touch the threshold of A level. Now that he has identified his opponent, if there is no accident, this person will be the last hurdle before he enters the A level. Thinking so in his heart, but Graves' hands were not slow. The runes on the armor lit up again, and this time the intensity of the energy rose sharply, creating a sense of oppression for the horse-faced power user. Graves went all out. Since he knew that this battle would become his promotion to A rank, he had to pay 100% attention to it, and even had the determination to risk his life. A-level threshold. Graves changed his style of play in the past, and today he was extraordinarily violent, which can be called walking rage. Rao's pet Sasok, who is known for anger and war, couldn't help but feel a little puzzled after seeing Graves' state today. Who is the warrior who lives on anger? Graves was fighting for his life, risking his life. On the other hand, the horse-faced supernatural being controlled by the will of the universe, although it looked a little hasty, still blocked all of Graves' deadly moves. The battle between the two, even though Graves had the advantage, was evenly matched. Although the momentum of the two is not as strong as other people fighting against each other, the danger is all in the gap and milliseconds, and if there is a slight difference, it will be irreparable. Such a high-intensity battle consumes a lot of energy. After a while, beads of sweat oozed from Graves' forehead, but the horse-faced man was still intact. Although the nanographite and anti-magic ingredients have weakened the opponent's ability to express supernatural powers, the opponent has been standing on the wall of origin, can continuously replenish energy, and is a puppet in a dominated state, with no energy to speak of. This battle started with Graves' advantage. After fighting for a while, it turned into a disadvantage now. But even in this situation, Graves did not panic, but gained insight and familiarity with the enemy little by little during the battle. Graves' attack is still going on, the rune box gives him all the power of the runes, and the complex combination of runes forms different energies and effects, but for the horse-faced supernatural being, these injuries are of no help to him. He only needs to wear an energy shield to be invincible. Your attacks are useless. The wall of origin gives me infinite power. Even if the universe changes, you can't hurt me at all. There was a strong arrogance in the horse-faced supernatural being's tone. Although Graves' abilities were fancy, he was like a juggler to him, bringing a joke to his endless puppet years. For your painstaking performance, I will remember it in the endless years that follow, and use it as a little adjustment for a boring life. Graves grinned, and immediately sprinted forward. This time dozens of runes overlapped, forming a chain reaction. Really? Do you really think so? When the horse-faced supernatural being extracted energy from the wall of origin again, a series of crackling fires suddenly appeared on the ground, and he was surprised to find that the energy could not be condensed to the body. Chapter 1064. It turned out that what Graves had done before was not useless. He kept the opponent on the ground, just waiting for the forbidden magic elements and nanographite dust in the air to settle. Once it falls to the ground, it can block the energy flow between the horse-faced superhuman and the wall of origin, preventing him from absorbing energy. Now the results are remarkable, and the horse-faced supernatural being can no longer accumulate energy from his feet. Seeing Graves stack dozens of runes, he finally showed a panicked expression. Undefined, the horse-faced power user began to squeeze the energy in his body, condensing a defensive force field around his body and on the surface. Although there are still some sparks and bursts in the air, the initial defense is still set up, and it is not a problem to resist this attack. This is the confidence of the horse-faced supernatural being. As a sage who once resisted the will of the universe, if he didn't have a little bit of weight, he wouldn't dare to come to the wall of origin to ask for trouble. Although judging from the results, it was still futile in the end, but facing a rune opponent who was less than A level, it was not enough to defeat him. It's just that Graves, since the beginning, the target was not the shield of the horse-faced superhuman. The superimposed rune energy spread out like a frisbee, and it hit the horse-faced supernatural being everywhere like a celestial maiden scattered flowers. The rune mark even began to spread and split in the air, dazzling. The horse-faced supernatural person continues to output its own energy to stabilize its own energy field and block the most powerful wave of the enemy's impact. Countless rune energies show different reactions under the arrangement and combination of runes, and the attack positions are also different. The violent energy impact fell on the force field, causing ripples. The impact came wave after wave, without any intention of stopping. This is the charm of rune energy. Through the arrangement and combination of runes, although Graves issued dozens of rune energies in one breath, these rune energies can be combined and reacted during the attack process, especially among them. The combination of runes representing multiplication can increase the number of these runes several times, and the upgraded runes have more permutations and combinations, expressing more energy and effects. When these energies erupt together, it is the energy of mountains and tsunamis. This is the rune chain explosion that Graves has been studying for a long time. The inspiration was the chain reaction bomb made by Helen, relying on the continuous chain reaction to erupt stronger and longer-lasting power. Now the horse-faced psychic is the first to enjoy Graves' new ability. The waves of shock made it difficult for the horse-faced supernatural being. The explosive and impact power is really exaggerated. If we simply look at the effect of this move, it can definitely be regarded as a level. The bearded man in front of him has already reached the peak of B+, and is only one step away from entering A level. But now, judging from the opponent's offense, it seems that he has become a stepping stone for the opponent to enter the A level. The horse-faced supernatural being sneered, although this guy is now at the peak of B+, with a strong momentum, but who was not a proud man in the past. If you want to step into A level with his body, let him kill this future A level first today. In addition to resisting the force field, the horse-faced supernatural being also guided energy to pave the way for small means. Only at this time, the complexion of the horse-faced superhuman suddenly changed. Unknowingly, the power of runes penetrated into the force field from below and began to destroy the structure of the force field. The power of runes is increasing, not only destroying the defensive force field, but also attacking horse-faced supernatural beings. At this time, the horse-faced supernatural being reacted hastily, and had no time to maintain the defensive force field. But once there is no force field, the power of the rune chain explosion will be truly manifested, and the impact of the waves will cover the impact of the waves, and the horse-faced supernatural beings will have no power to fight back. In fact, from the very beginning, what Graves wanted to attack was not the horse-faced supernatural being, but the energy field that the horse-faced supernatural being kept running. At the beginning, through continuous attacks, the opponent was forced to be unable to move, causing the forbidden magic elements and nanoscale graphite to sink to the ground, isolating the opponent's energy. And this is just the first small preparation Graves made. Separate the horse-faced supernatural being from the ground. Even if the energy force field is used at this time, there will be a slight gap between the energy stand and the ground. Graves' real goal is this gap. You must know that there is also a difference between energy and energy, and there is a difference in the smallest unit. The rune chain explosion is actually just a cover-up, in order to cover up the subtle energy factors in it. This kind of subtle energy factor is close to the target with the degree of sticking to the ground. In order to prevent the enemy from escaping, the rune chain explosion is also used by Graves to limit the sudden action of the enemy. Distract his attention, let him focus most of his mind on building a defensive force field to resist the wave-like shock waves, and not pay attention to the situation under his feet. The protective force field of the horse-faced supernatural being was completely broken, and he could only dodge hastily in the endless attacks, and had no time to recondense the force field energy that could resist damage. The crackling energy of the ground is a testament to the other's persistence. But no matter how hard he tried, as long as his figure didn't escape the magic forbidden range created by Graves, he would always be crushed and beaten. Finally, when the horse-faced supernatural being fought against the tide of attack, Graves personally inserted the remaining explosive energy into his body. The moment the explosion happened, the expression of the horse-faced supernatural being changed suddenly, with a hint of relief on his face. Actually, your strength has reached the end level. What really constrains you is your own heart. You are already great, and we old guys have successors. As soon as the words fell, the horse-faced supernatural power exploded, and the body completely disappeared under the rune chain explosion, and the energy also turned into a diffuse shock wave, spreading all over the wall of origin. Graves stared obsessively at the place where the horse-faced supernatural being disappeared, and said with some surprise and regret, "It's my regret that I couldn't fight against you in your true heyday." When Graves finished speaking, the body's energy loosened, like a floodgate opening. All the energy accumulated before rushed out, broke through the shackles, and continuously washed every cell in his body. Graves kept taking deep breaths, as if he saw the mystery and vastness of the universe in his eyes, and completed his promotion. The rune box was fused with the body, and all the mysterious runes were also fused into Graves' blood. On the basis of the original runes of the rune box, 3 new runes appeared on Graves' body. These 3 new runes are the foundation for Graves to be promoted from BN to a level. It is also his summary and refinement of rune energy that completes the rune energy system and officially raises the upper limit of this system to the A-level level. Graves' eyes sparkled with a strong light, and he felt he saw a new world after his promotion. On the battlefield, the members of the Umbrella Foundation broke through to the A-level one after another, gaining momentum. Although the players are facing endless sticky objects and metal tapeworms, with successive promotions, the battle becomes more and more ferocious as if they have been pumped with chicken blood. Even if it died, it would just turn into a ray of white light, completely denying the metal tapeworm a chance to possess itself. Please download the novel. I love reading it to read the latest content. The revived player appeared on Miranda, and was airdropped to the wall of origin again in a transport ship. On the other hand, the slime and metal tapeworms on the surface of the wall of origin, although seemingly endless, actually have a specific number. The wall of origin can transmit energy to many puppets, but it cannot ignore the laws of nature and allow slime and metal tapeworms to multiply in an extremely fast time. The battle has reached a fever pitch. Even Sir Tuur, the commander-in-chief, is in a hurry at the moment. The war this time is extraordinary, not the overwhelming confrontation of the Zerg in the past. The current war is related to the ultimate direction of the universe, and it is a showdown against the will of the universe. The entire battlefield can no longer be clearly divided into how many pieces, Surtur can only rely on his clear brain and intuition to screen and analyze the news gathered by Yazhizi, Miranda Star and various warships to come up with the next command steps. Surtur raised his head and said to Helen, "Helen, is the super laser cannon ready?" Helen nodded, and emphasized again, "I'm ready, but it takes a long time for the super laser cannon to charge, so it must be guaranteed to produce a miraculous effect. You know, the cooling time of the super laser cannon is as long as several hours. Not seconds, minutes, but hours. For a war, a few hours means that there will be countless sacrifices, and the situation of the battle is changing rapidly. So this is a difficult decision for Surtur. Boss said before that the Destiny Tree system is inside the Wall of Origin. The front of the Wall of Origin has captured countless heroes, and now it turns these heroes into puppets and clowns controlled by the will of the universe." Surtur paused and said, "In my opinion, since it is not easy to attack from the front, we simply bypass the back of the Wall of Origin. If the back of the Wall of Origin is the weakness of the Destiny Tree system, then the will of the universe will definitely use all means stop it. That way we can get the answers we want to." Helen thought about it calmly, and couldn't help but marvel at the boldness of Surtur's decision. If the back is really the weak point, then Star Miranda will be the most violently blocked. Our place will also become the most anxious place on the battlefield. While arranging the layout, Surtur said with a smile, "Why, Helen, are you afraid? Or do you think you can't handle it? Don't think about my aggressive tactics. But I don't like to hear you say that I can't handle it. Even the president said that this war will be an opportunity for me to enter the A level. Maybe this is the moment." Helen's expression suddenly became serious, and her body was full of mechanical metal breath, as if the goddess of machinery had descended. One is in charge of the full command of the battlefield, and the other is in charge of Miranda. Both have orders from Link himself, and they can do things according to their own decisions on the battlefield. Now Surtur's thoughts and the situation he might face soon made the two of them react. Perhaps, Link saw something in the future before allowing them to move freely. The two of them became more and more convinced that they would do what they said. Star Miranda is not hovering in the front, and the supermatter reactor is running, just like the leader of the reviewing troops, passing in front of the Wall of Origin. Seeing the movement of Star Miranda, the Wall of Origin reacted almost at the same time. The sticky objects and metal tapeworms on the Wall of Origin are stacked continuously, or they are launched into space, and they are distributed in advance on the only way that Miranda must pass to block them. Surtur and Helen glanced at each other, joy shining in their eyes. It seems that their guess was correct. Just showing a slightly different intention, the will of the universe was already extremely worried, and began to use various tricks to prevent the movement of Miranda Star. This made the two of them confirm their previous guesses. Even if the backside of the Wall of Origin is not a weakness, there should be something that the will of the universe thinks is very important. "Are you ready? This time it's for real," Surtur said. Helen's expression was serious, and she was no longer laughing like before. She took a few deep breaths, took out a mechanical auxiliary arm from the space folder at her waist, and fixed it on her shoulder. Immediately, there was an additional mechanical arm to assist in the operation. Since it's for real, Helen is definitely not afraid. At the same time, Helen pressed the button and contacted, "Grace, we need your help." Grace, who was located in Miranda Star Misty Villa, was sitting quietly and slowly opened her eyes when she heard Helen's request for help. For this war to cut off the shackles of fate, no one is more eager than Grace. It is about the future of Sean and Miranda. Only by cutting off the tree of fate will the children have a free future. I didn't choose to appear on the stage before, because the frontal battle has sent countless strong people, and even Link appeared on the stage in person. Grace felt that she didn't need to go on the stage by herself, and was ready to protect Sean, Miranda, and the planet. Now that Helen asked for help, Grace quickly arrived at the planetary control center. "We seem to have discovered the weakness of the will of the universe. Now the opponent is sending out sticky objects and metal tapeworms. We don't know what else to do in the future. We need to keep as many cards as possible before reaching the back of the wall of origin. Helen's words had been made very clear. Grace nodded immediately, and her figure appeared outside Miranda's star. The energy of blood and plague, along with Grace's blood robe rising, formed a shock wave and quickly blasted outward. The pervasive scarlet and green plagues, like terrifying demons, quickly invaded the universe. Under the dual effects of blood and plague, the original sticky objects and metal tapeworms that stood in the way quickly corroded, and then were swallowed and digested by the blood god factor. As the Queen of Blood and Plague, Grace stands in front of Miranda, controlling the energy of blood and plague to remove all obstacles on the way. Just as Grace escorted the escort, after unsealing a titan again from the wall of origin, Grace looked solemn. "You go first, leave it to me to solve it here." After Grace finished speaking, she turned slightly to the planet and said, "The follow-up is up to you." Chapter 1065. Grace is extremely elegant, and the blood mist and plague are constantly eating away at the enemy's attack, forming a dense net to block the swarming enemies. Star Miranda changed its course, circumvented the wall of origin at a higher angle, and continued to pass behind. The resistance of the will of the universe has become more and more intense, but this also shows that their choice is correct. Helen said to Troy, "The super laser cannon can be warmed up and prepared first." This laser cannon, Helen asked to be fast, precise and ruthless, and it would be best to hit the key to the wall of origin in one shot. Undefined being fully prepared in advance is the key to seizing the opportunity. Grace's control over the blood and plague was accompanied by anger, and she suppressed thousands of kilometers of enemies with one person. The blood sea plague is still expanding, like a huge silk, covering the wall of origin. At the same time, a vortex composed of plague appeared on the ground of the wall of origin, and countless puppet legions gushed out of the vortex. These plague puppets are the product of Grace's years of experimentation, and now they are released all at once, immediately fighting with sticky objects and metal tapeworms on the ground. Will of the universe has goo, and Grace has the plague virus. This virus looks very similar to the slime, and it is also a sticky object with nerves. The only difference is that the color is dark green. When these two lumps of goo with the ability to devour and manipulate collide together, they scramble and need each other, but the colors are distinct. At the same time, the puppet army is governed by Grace's will, and even if the metal tapeworm is drilled into the body, it cannot control its body. The plague and the army of puppets have become the most restrained existence of the wall of origin. Helen drove the Miranda star to leave, and continued to explore the edge of the wall of origin, and had already descended to the bottom of the wall of origin. The scene at the bottom of the wall of origin is different from the surface. There is no light at the bottom, and the eyes are completely dark, as if they have come to a new weird field. When the detection equipment of the Miranda star released a signal towards the dark place, the bottom suddenly lit up red dots. These red lights seem to be contagious, spreading rapidly from one point to the limit that can be seen by the eyes in an instant, and all of them are lit up with red light. When the scouting screen came back, Helen and Sir Tour couldn't help but gasp when they saw what was on the screen. There are countless mechanical creations in the picture in front of him. These mechanical creations are all standardized existences, and almost the entire back of the wall of origin is such mechanical creations. Mechanical creations, or omnics, are all bionic human appearances. The part with red light is the electronic component of the head. The body is equipped with various modular weapons, all of which are designed according to the standard of the strongest individual soldier, and can be competent for various harsh environments in the universe. Helen just glanced at it, and basically grasped the power of the omnic. This kind of omnic can perform tasks as long as it is not the most extreme and harsh environment. What's more, omnics are different from normal machines. This is a creature with autonomous consciousness that can evolve by itself. Once it reaches a large scale, it will be extremely terrifying. Together with high-dimensional demons and Zerg, they have become the three major natural disasters in the universe. Helen also saw the embedded modules on these individual omnics, which allowed individual omnics to be randomly arranged and combined like building blocks to obtain different war machines. There are such machines under the entire wall of origin, and the number is in the hundreds of millions. Seeing the scene at hand, Sir Tuor couldn't help but ask, should we use super laser cannons to destroy these omnics? Helen directly rejected Sir Tuor's request. There is only one shot of the super laser cannon in a short period of time, and it must be used in the most important place. Leave these omnics to me to deal with. Helen's answer was firm. Link said before the battle that in this battle, Helen will break through herself and finally touch the realm of the mechanic mother goddess. What they are encountering now is an army of omnics, which itself has a taste of fate. But there are so many omnics, even more than the frontal battlefield, how do you solve it alone? Sult asked the most realistic question. The omnic army under the entire wall of origin is huge in number. Unlike slime and metal tapeworms, these omnics are more powerful, and with their terrifying numbers, they are even more threatening than the frontal battlefield. It's just that I don't know if all these omnics are hidden under the wall of origin because they only rule this area, or because they can't leave here for some reason. The frontal battlefield requires a number of A-level dispatches to hold the field, and now there is only Helen in the bottom battlefield. How can they deal with such a huge number of omnics? Helen's face was serious, but she still gritted her teeth and insisted, I'm going to try it first. Anyway, Helen also has a lot of mechanical means, and the Miranda star itself is a heavyweight weapon. Although the super laser cannon cannot be used, other weapons and equipment can still be used normally. Of course, this is the worst plan. Because once the omnics are allowed to attack the planet itself, the planet will be attacked by endless firepower, and Helen also believes that the omnic army supported by the will of the universe will never have only this attack power and means. Since she decided to do it herself, Helen didn't hold back, and transformed into a set of mechanical armor from under the mechanical seat in front of her. The nano-level light armor fit her body, outlining Helen's slender figure. At the same time, Helen took out a chip and placed it on the back of her neck. As the embedded system sank in, the triggered chip quickly integrated into the battle armor and Helen's neural network. You continue to command the battle. Now that my consciousness has been loaded into Miranda, I can control all equipment and weapons on the planet with my consciousness at any time. I will deal with these armies of omnics and find out the opponent's weaknesses and tactics. Give it to you. Helen was able and decisive, and after finishing speaking, the helmet on her face was closed quickly, and she entered the combat mode. Helen lifted her hands lightly, and a mechanical disc appeared under her feet, carrying her into the air slowly, standing on the energy hub in the center of Miranda Star, and starting to command the battle through the external cosmic scenes reflected around her. The mechanical units in Miranda Star appeared one after another under Helen's consciousness. All kinds of fighter planes, Gundam robots, and combat robots lifted off from the underground experimental base. People on Star Miranda knew that Helen was obsessed with technology and machinery, and knew that this guy had created a lot of unique and lethal things, but when Helen took out all the things at the bottom of the box for the first time, people were still shocked. This is simply storing a mechanical army underground. Helen's body was full of mechanical strength, and with the divergence of thoughts, the mechanical army moved into action. Go through the dome window of Miranda Star in formation and go to outer space to meet the enemy. At the same time, the machinery factory located underground also began to operate at full capacity. With Helen's mechanical army at the bottom of the box, it is definitely not enough to face trillions of omnic creatures. The machinery factory now accelerates production at the fastest speed, can continuously replenish new troops during battles, and can also repair damaged mechanical units. Helen also felt great pressure, otherwise she wouldn't have used even this little resource. The dense red dots below the wall of origin are connected in series to form a long red river. One of the red dots flickered, and then like a ripple, the signal flickered quickly spread to all omnics. All the omnics were activated, and at the same time, the signal was released, guard the wall of origin and kill all intruders. Countless red dots began to be dispatched, and individual omnics were also combining in an unimaginable way. And when the red dot broke through the darkness and the first omnic fighter appeared in Helen's eyes, Helen realized how top-level the technological level of these omnics was. Although it has been analyzed from the card slots and modules that the omnic can be combined with each other, when the fighter plane appeared in front of Helen, she realized that she still underestimated the omnic. If there is a fighter, then there will be a more powerful combination of omnics. Helen didn't dare to be careless, and commanded her mechanical army to start fighting. The first to attack is the battleship. As the machine with the longest offensive means, the battleship cooperates with the defensive firepower of Star Miranda, and immediately launches the longest distance attack. In addition, Helen is also specially equipped with mechanical automatic rail guns, which are distributed on the orbit of the planet and have their own power sources, which can change orbits for fire suppression, and can also be modularly integrated into battleships or single Gundams. The Iron Curtain-like firepower poured out, and the omnic fighters and legions turned into flames in the impact, embellishing the dark lower part of the wall of origin with brilliance. But just after the first 2 rounds established the effect, when the third wave of shooting was launched, Helen keenly discovered that the opponent's fighters and omnics had found the firing frequency and loopholes, and began to intersperse between the gaps in the firepower. Reorganizing the formation, the angle and range of the artillery have been precisely grasped. In less than a minute, the omnic fed back the information to all the same kind, and combined an optimal algorithm, which made Helen's mechanical legion seem to be hit on cotton, with strength but unable to exert it. As expected of an advanced omnic, its adaptability and learning ability are beyond imagination. It is the fastest computing machine I have ever seen. Helen's arms were trembling slightly, not because of fear, but because of excitement. After building the Death Star, she was instructed by Dum, who was a master of both magic and mechanics, and then Fitz and Turing, and she had already gained too much experience in the way of mechanics. But along the way, she didn't encounter any strong mechanical enemies. This also caused Helen to absorb a lot of knowledge and abilities, but rarely had the opportunity to use them to transform these knowledge into her own practical combat power. But now, the confrontation with the omnic gave Helen the opportunity to turn all theoretical knowledge into actual combat experience. Interesting, let's see if your adaptability cracking calculation is faster, or my change is faster. Helen started a mechanical brainstorm. The mechanical force around her body surged like lightning, and the parameters of each mechanical unit began to fluctuate. At the same time, Helen also adjusted various tactics, turning into a battle group with dynamic parameters. The complex and multiple changes allowed the war group to take the lead again. The attacks of various artillery and energy beams caught the omnic by surprise for a while. At the same time, the Gundam Mecha spread its wings, and the energy source behind it was propelled at full speed. The two sides entered a hand-to-hand battle for the first time in space. The combination of individual omnics has even more diverse combinations, and the difference in almost every part can produce different effects. Behind Helen, Troy is doing a lot of fast calculations. The two sides seem to be fighting on the battlefield, but behind it is a game of mechanical technology, ability, and computing power. Helen, have you noticed that all omnic signals are transmitted by the brain, the pulse transmission of the omnic brain, and the indicator will emit pulses of different frequencies, and then transmit and spread out in turn? Troy said to Helen. I found that all omnics seem to be individuals, but they are actually a whole. All units share calculations, so they can make corresponding countermeasures in the first place. Because of this, the mastermind of omnics is always on the move, or every omnic is a mastermind. If you want to completely destroy the main body, you must wipe out all the individuals. The truth is this truth, but it is too difficult to do it. Even if these omnics stand still and let them kill them, I'm afraid they will have to kill them for a few days and nights. But the signal is also a kind of energy in essence. If you want to transmit it, you need a medium. Either physical contact or physical transmission. As long as the photoelectric signal can be isolated, the subject will be trapped in a cage and cannot be transferred. Between the words, a plan was quietly formed between the two. An omnic is an individual as well as a whole. In terms of coordination and changes, it overwhelms the mechanical army. But Helen's strength is that she can concentrate on the local area, hand over the overall command to Surtur, and hand over the data analysis to Troy. This was Helen's first time controlling several huge mechanical legion battles, and every mech, battleship, and fighter plane clearly appeared in her mind. The huge number did not make her feel burdened or uncomfortable. On the contrary, in the battle, the control of every detail gave her a feeling of comfort and ease. This smooth feeling has never been seen before, and the manipulation of the mechanical army has become more and more handy, playing a lot of tricks in the details, relying on the magic bomb in the Gundam core to severely defeat the Omnic. Of course, this kind of small routine can be played once, but it is very difficult to make it effective again. What really made Helen feel the pressure was the battle of wits and courage with the Omnic. From the very beginning, when both sides were testing the cards in their hands, to have an effect now, they had to lay the groundwork and then lay the groundwork, attracting Omnics to take the bait. During this process, Helen felt that her brain power was being lost crazily. But at the same time, an invisible voice in her heart kept telling her, "Keep squeezing yourself. Continue to maintain this high-intensity brainstorm, and when she is really exhausted, that is when she will be reborn." Helen was looking forward to the difference between the machines and the world she saw when she came to a new level. With this strong driving force, Helen's complexion was defeated, her lips even lost the color, and her whole person seemed to be exhausted all the time. At this time, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of Helen's eyes. Chapter 1066. For others, it's just an ordinary ray of light at the most extraordinary of times. But to Helen, this ray of light is not only in the sense of light. This ray of light is even more a light signal, which contains a huge amount of information, which is instantly poured into Helen's brain. All of a sudden, Helen was flooded with massive amounts of information, and more advanced and high-level knowledge impacted and changed old thoughts. Mechanical principles, a brand new system based on physics and cosmic energy, like other knowledge forces, can touch the most fundamental operating rules of the universe at the end. Undefined. After absorbing this knowledge, Helen suddenly felt that her brain exploded, and her consciousness scattered, and the mechanical legion in the entire universe could clearly feel it. And in terms of control, it is more than 1 point stronger than before. In addition, Helen even felt that her own consciousness and energy seemed to be able to directly attack Omnics. Helen just had a thought, and her consciousness flew to the Omnic like a bow and arrow off the string. Helen's mechanical power and overbearing data invasion directly captured the Omnic's body. This consciousness is like a virus, relying on Omnics to spread rapidly and spread to other Omnics. For a while, the Omnics invaded by Helen's mechanical force, the indicator above the head frequently sent out signals, and then invaded other Omnics through the signal carrier. This wave of data consciousness intrusion is no weaker than Troy's data consciousness fluid. In Troy's eyes, the energy radiating from Helen's body is a signal of continuous radiation. These signals are quite domineering. For him to invade the Omnic, he needs to overcome the Omnic firewall first, find the loopholes in it, gradually enlarge the surface by pointing it out, and finally ask for more permissions. But Helen's current invasion is the most direct and domineering invasion, without any reason at all. There is no need to overcome the Omnic firewall, nor does it need to find any loopholes. Just with the strength of the mind, it can directly penetrate the Omnic and spread through the individual. This kind of ability, as if it doesn't need to be verified, directly invades with a powerful mechanical force of level A, and converts the original programs and signals into usable ones. Even Chairman Dumb, who is a master of both magic and mechanics, doesn't have such domineering abilities as Helen. Perhaps this is what the chairman said. Helen herself has a particularly amazing talent in machinery. The chairman has always said that Helen will grow into a mechanical mother goddess. Now it seems that this may be the majesty of the mechanical mother goddess. The purest mechanical force is also the most powerful mechanical force. Being able to bear the word mother goddess shows Helen's high talent. The armies of Omnics who were fighting were taken aback by Helen's sudden surge in strength. Especially when Helen's consciousness spread among the Omnics like a virus, the Omnic mastermind was so frightened that he immediately cut off the connection with some individual soldiers around him, and decisively activated the broken arm to survive. However, for the mechanical mother goddess Helen, who has already stepped into the A level, and is now experiencing a surge in strength, this method only slightly reduces the efficiency of her mechanical force venting. Helen directly controlled the Omnic to counterattack, and even with her mechanical army, the strength increased dramatically. Helen directly carried out a modular upgrade of each mechanical unit during the control. Under the action of mechanical force, the shape of the internal components changed, and the upper limit of each parameter was raised. For a while, the mechanical army, with some Omnics, even completed a counterattack, occupying an absolute advantage on the field. Sir Tuor was amazed by the scene in front of him. Originally, he was going to face a large-scale counterattack by the Omnics, but now that Helen awakened, the situation was directly reversed, and it became a way to suppress more with less, and even absorbed the enemy's Omnics. It's a joy to use it for yourself. Helen, if you can assimilate this move infinitely, you can continue to put pressure on Omnics. Sir Tuor did not forget their mission, not to fight wits and bravery with this group of Omnics, but to go to the back of the wall of origin, reveal the truth of the universe, and put pressure on the will of the universe. Now that Omnics are afraid of Helen's assimilation ability, Miranda Star has the best barrier. As long as the enemy dare not come up, they can leave safely and seize the initiative. Under Helen's will, the Mechanical Legion all entered a shrinking formation. On the outskirts of Star Miranda, the battle group waited for an opportunity to move. As for the individual controlled Omnics, they advanced directly, serving as a springboard for Helen's thinking expansion. In order to prevent Helen from continuing to infect other individual soldiers, the Omnic turned off all individual Omnic signal transmission devices, and switched from group data to individual signal mode, and a unified Omnic mastermind issued orders to prevent mutual data contagion between. In response to Helen's promotion, Omnic also began to change its strategy. Although this method will make the tactical execution of the Omnic Legion much slower, the perception and analysis ability to deal with changes will be much weaker. But as long as the information sharing is turned off, there is no longer any connection between the Omnic units, and there is no fear of being invaded by the other party in a virus diffusion mode. Even if it is invaded, only one can be invaded at a time, which greatly reduces the risk. With such a good situation in hand, Helen began to control the Miranda Star to move deeper into the wall of origin. Their purpose is not to fight to the death with the Omnic Legion, but to reach the back of the wall of origin and cause serious damage to the will of the universe. Now the Omnic army dare not step forward, and there is a clear Chu River Han boundary between the two sides. With Helen guarding her, Star Miranda can move forward with confidence. Facing the aggressiveness of the mechanical mother goddess, the Omnic also gave its own response. It didn't retreat completely, but increased the combat distance between individual soldiers. The original dense army was now dispersed into a large net. Facing the approach of the Omnic controlled by the mechanic goddess, the Omnic mastermind decisively issued the order to fire. At the same time, they noticed the movements of Star Miranda, and assigned fighters with stronger mobility to be responsible for harassing and attacking the planet. Seeing that the Omnic had adjusted the battle plan so quickly, Helen's brows became more dignified. All the joy of promotion was suppressed. Now her vision is wider and her abilities are stronger. Therefore, we have a clearer understanding of the strength of both the enemy and us in the overall macroscopic battle situation. The real strong enemy is to be able to constantly learn from each other and maintain its core competitiveness at all times. Omnics are such a group. If the devil is an immortal and powerful existence, then the Omnics and the Zerg, the other two natural disasters in the universe, have a high degree of similarity in some aspects. One is extraordinary fecundity. Omnics and Zhuge, as long as they are given a place of water and soil, they can use local materials to develop themselves, and then enter a stage of rapid growth. Zhuge rely on eggs to produce violent soldiers, and Omnics rely on large-scale integrated chemical factories to mass-produce individual soldiers. The second is extremely strong adaptability. Here, adaptability refers to the ability to cope with complex environments and the ability to learn and evolve in combat. It took only a few minutes for Helen to evolve, and now the Omnic was able to come up with an initial strategy based on Helen's ability. To fight against such enemies, one must always ensure that one has a whole card in one's hand, otherwise these eager Omnics will swarm up and tear them apart. Coincidentally, the Omnics' plan made Helen see a possibility. The two sides fell into battle again, but compared with the intensive firepower just now, the current firepower is more sparse and loose, but the area of the battle has expanded. If it was before Helen was promoted to A rank, such a wide combat area would definitely be a mental burden. But now that Helen has successfully entered the A level, with the blessing of the Mother Goddess of Mechanism, this distance has little effect on her control of machinery. The Mechanic Goddess is an extremely peculiar talent, and it was precisely through awakening this talent in her previous life that Helen became a representative figure of the mechanics department in the universe. In this life, Helen, who hadn't experienced too many catastrophes, under Link's protection, didn't follow the extreme thoughts and paths of her previous life. The mechanical goddess's control over the machinery has been improved, and can break through the current upper limit. The more mechanical units you control, the higher the upgrade of the mechanical units and body. The talent of the Mother Goddess of Mechanics is quite similar to Link's Death Scythe, and even has a higher upper limit than the Death Scythe, because it allows mechanical talents to break through the current level upper limit, that is to say, as long as they are at the same level as when the enemy is fighting, Helen's mechanical talent can always suppress the opponent. If it is a leapfrog challenge, because of the existence of this talent, the gap between the two can be evened out. Is this talent strong? But too strong. It is not an exaggeration to say invincible at the same level. Facing the enemy's provocation and attack, Helen did not adopt a more radical plan. Now that they had the upper hand, it was the Omnics to worry about. As long as they don't launch a large-scale attack, then Star Miranda will be getting closer and closer to the target location. With this initiative, Helen's response is also easy. Relying on the controlled Omnic to attack the target, even if it is damaged, it doesn't feel bad. If the distance is within the range, Helen will also usurp the control of the Omnic through the mechanical consciousness shock. Although the Omnics have behaved well, kept a safe distance from each other, and turned off the connection mode, but the sudden sneak attack would still make the Omnics panic and retreat, for fear that the impact would spread to other soldiers. Seeing this scene, Sir Tour couldn't help sighing. The deterrence after Helen's promotion is too terrifying. Just one person can make trillions of Omnics dare not step forward. This deterrence is unique in the entire Umbrella Foundation. No wonder the boss has been talking about Helen's identity as the Mother Goddess of Mechanics before, but now it seems that not only is she not exaggerating at all, but her evaluation is even a bit low. If this kind of scene were replaced by Link or any other A-level, it would not cause such a terrible deterrent. This is no longer 1 against 100, but 1 against 100 million. Helen stood in the sky above the center of Miranda Star, with her hands spread out. The automatic turrets in space and the controlled Omnics began to extend outward, expanding continuously, striving for a safe range for Miranda Star. The artillery fire from both sides is sparse, and the only ones that are still exerting force are the Omnic fighters and fast warships. On the other hand, Helen has the long-distance artillery of Star Miranda and fighter jets, and when the Omnics dare not invade on a large scale, they have a solid advantage. But both sides know that this advantage will not last forever. The action of Star Miranda below the wall of origin has gradually approached. This kind of confrontation can't last for too long. Helen knows that the Omnic is testing, and through testing, he can learn more data after promotion, so as to formulate a new set of offensive plans and systems. Under the influence of the will of the universe, Omnics were given the duty to protect the secrets of the Wall of Origin. Therefore, every time the enemy takes a step closer to the secret, its pressure will increase. Finally, when the Miranda star was halfway through, the signal from the detector detected the end of the Wall of Origin, which was still about halfway from the current position. The Omnic finally couldn't hold back and launched a new attack. The red indicator on the top of the Omnic kept flashing, and then all the Omnics seemed to be activated, starting a new change. The combination of Omnics is pieced together, and the incarnation increases from a small point visible to the naked eye. Even Helen couldn't tell how many individual Omnics combined together to form the exaggerated scale in front of him. This is a huge intellectual brain. The red signal indicator on the head is several kilometers in size, and looks like a huge traffic light in the universe. Its body is a precision instrument composed of Omnics, forming a mechanical head. This is the main brain body of the Omnic. After the combination is formed, the master brain personally participates in the battle, using the intelligent brain to fight against Helen's mechanical consciousness shock. King against king, general against general. A hint of surprise flashed across Helen's eyes. The mechanical disc under her feet carried her directly out of Miranda Star and into the outer space. Although she still doesn't know what she will face next, for Helen, the battle with Zhinao will be her most exciting duel in this battle of freedom. Mechanical force surged all over Helen's body, and she raised her hands abruptly, issuing orders to all the mechanical legions. All mechanical bodies, join the evolution. As the mechanical force erupted from the body, the formed shock wave spread to all mechanical legion units on the battlefield. Blessed by the new mechanical force, all mechanical units have started autonomous evolution. The appearance features are like transformers, and various complex changes have begun, resulting in unprecedented abilities. Helen's brain waves spread, and all the mechanical units were connected together by an invisible mechanical force to form a huge whole. Troy, are you ready? Be ready anytime. When Helen and Troy had their final communication, all the forces of both sides went into battle. A large number of red signal Omnics swarmed in. Helen looked at the torrent of steel in front of her, her face remained unchanged, and she manipulated the planet and Legion to deal with it calmly. At the same time, Helen's mechanical consciousness shock also began to destroy and invade the Omnic group. The mechanical energy of the intellectual brain suddenly appeared, entangled with Helen's consciousness shock. These two energies are like two invisible giant dragons, entangled in space. Chapter 1067. For the first time, Helen felt that her mechanical consciousness shock had encountered an opponent to contend with. The Omnic Mastermind uses its own energy to interfere and counter Helen's mechanical consciousness, preventing Helen from attacking other Omnic targets. The confrontation between the two energies is not a simple contest of energy intensity, but also brings a lot of stylization into the energy. These programs will be exchanged with energy collisions, and then can be destroyed in the other party's energy system. The invading program will try its best to dominate and destroy it. What the two sides have to do is to crack the program that kills each other and minimize the impact of this damage. Undefined Helen and the Omnic Mastermind competed not only in external strength but also in internal strength. Now that Helen was restrained, the other Omnics were out of danger, and they launched attacks on Miranda Star one after another. The artillery fire swayed, and the flames shot up into the sky. The two sides finally ended their temptations and started fighting. After Helen's mechanical evolution frenzy, although the mechanical legion was at a disadvantage in terms of quantity, it showed a posture of overwhelming Omnic in terms of quality and attack. Just as Helen was confronting the Omnic Mastermind, a burst of bright starlight suddenly shone under the dark wall of origin, flying from a distance, and the swaying figure was even more unforgettable. Helen, Master asked me to help you. It was Link's legendary pet, Starlight Devourer, who came to support him. As Protoss and dimensional creatures, the Devourer of Stars is born with great power. Although it is called Starlight, most of the Starlight Devourer's skills are aimed at machinery and electronics, and have the ability to devour the matter of the universe as its own nourishment. The battle on the front line has come to an end. Helen asked in surprise. No, it's just that the Master feels that you need help here. Helen is very clear about the Starlight Devourer's ability, although the Starlight Devourer can also play a role in the frontal battlefield. But in the face of slime and metal tapeworms, the role it can play is definitely not as great as in the face of Omnix. In the past, Helen would definitely lose her temper as a little girl and politely refuse the help of the Devourer of Starlight. But now that she has been promoted to Grade A and has become the Mother Goddess of Mechanics, she no longer needs to prove herself. All that needs to be done now is to deal with the Omnic and reach the back of the Wall of Origin as quickly as possible. Then please help me open the situation. It was the Omnic Mastermind who took the initiative to contain Helen just now, but now that there are reinforcements, Helen has taken the initiative and started to entangle the Omnic Mastermind in reverse, not giving it a chance to deal with the Devourer of Stars. The Starlight Devourer swayed, and then joined the battle in an extremely rough manner. The Starlight Devourer opened his bloody mouth, and he could see the stars and the Milky Way in this mouth, as if he took the entire universe into his stomach. As the Devourer swallowed everything, countless Omnic individual soldiers were sucked into the belly. The Omnic Mastermind found that it had suddenly lost contact with these units, and its own signal could not break through the Starlight Devourer. Whenever the signal approached, the orderly signal would be forcibly converted into a disordered interference signal. Based on Helen's incomplete statistics, just this swallow by the Starlight Devourer killed at least 5-figure level Omnics. After being devoured, the star power of the Star Devourer's body became more and more vigorous, and the star power was significantly improved compared to before. Helen changed her aggressive attack before, and suddenly tightened up all fighter planes and mechanical units, compressing the defense circle in an almost extreme way, almost sticking to the low Earth orbit of Miranda. For Helen's sudden strategy, the Omnic Mastermind was a little too late to react, and hadn't analyzed the purpose of this move. But the changes in the situation are changing every second, and there will be no chance for the Omnic Mastermind to react. Immediately, a cluster of shining stars spewed out from the mouth of the Starlight Devourer. This group of shining stars is dazzling, and its light even lights up a small part of the dark bottom of the Wall of Origin, and the light of the stars is radiant and dazzling. When the star power is completely released and explodes, the shock wave generated spreads across the battlefield at the speed of light. The Omnic within the range of the explosion was swallowed by the star power in an instant, and it didn't even explode. It was directly reduced to ashes. Dealing 500,000 points of damage to all mechanical units, even fighter planes and warships composed of Omnics cannot escape the starburst range. The Omnic Mastermind reacted the fastest, and the Omnic individual soldier in the outer body was disassembled into parts to protect the whole body, and at the same time turned on the energy shield, which blocked the devastating blow. In the originally dense space of Omnics, a vacuum zone was formed with the starburst point as the center. The Starlight Devourer twisted his body, and when the Omnic Mastermind fell into self-doubt, he attacked again. Under the control of Helen's will, the Mechanical Legion that had been brought back just now advanced again, attacking the Omnic Legion. One sheet at a time, the Mechanical Legion is like an arrow with a taut bowstring, bursting out with a stronger impact. The Starlight Devourer shuttles around, and every blow can take away the lives of hundreds of Omnics. On the other hand, the Omnics attack completely passed through the Starlight Devourer without causing any damage. The Starlight Devourer is a dimensional and Protoss creature. The physical part of the body is only part of the Starlight, and more parts appear in the form of an incorporeal body. Let me ask, how can ordinary weapons cause damage to Starlight? The appearance of the Starlight Devourer made the Omnic's advantage completely useless. As long as the Starlight Devourer is willing, he can turn all these trillions of Omnics into scrap iron little by little. The Omnic Mastermind made its own judgment in an instant. Although the Starlight Devourer is strong, their biggest threat is Miranda and the Mechanic Mother Goddess. No matter how powerful the Starlight Devourer is, there is no way to kill it endlessly. Moreover, there are so many Omnic legions, even if the Starlight Devourer is allowed to kill them, it is impossible to solve them all in a short time. For the present plan, it is still important to solve Helen first and prevent the progress of Miranda Star. If it doesn't work, it still has one last hole card to awaken the real guardian of the Wall of Origin. The signal from the Omnic Mastermind was sent out quickly, and at the same time, there was a high-intensity collision of consciousness and alignment with Helen. The trillions of individual Omnics are almost filling up the cosmic space below the Wall of Origin, and nothing else can be seen from the field of vision. The original illusory figure of the Starlight Devourer completely disappeared, and only its iconic starlight remained. The light below the Wall of Origin was already dim, but now with the flickering of the stars, the light became more and more low, as if the entire space was much darker. At the same time, the starlight inside the pillar of creation where the Wall of Origin is located gradually followed the starlight of the Devourer of Starlight, as if they were breathing together and sharing fate. The brightness of all the planets in the galaxy has been significantly weakened, replaced by the bright star of the Devourer. Its light even reflects the bottom of the Wall of Origin like daylight, making the lines at the bottom of the Wall of Origin clearly presented to the world for the first time. Wrath of the Stars. The strongest skill that Starlight Devourer can activate. The Starlight Devourer summons the power of the stars to attack the target. The power of the stars is determined according to the total number of planets in the galaxy where it is located. Each shot of the power of the stars will cause no less than 100,000 points of damage. Although the Pillars of Creation is a huge nebula, many planets have already been born in this creation nebula. These planets, at this moment, communicate with the Star Devourer, and transmit their star power to the Devourer in a dimensional way. And with a low moo sound, the space was torn apart, and hundreds of beams of starlight suddenly shot out. Each beam of starlight carried the star power of a planet, and the light that was originally gathered at one point turned into thousands of rays of light, shooting out like a comet, dragging a bright trail in the starry sky. The Omnic unit was concentrated by the star power, bursting out bursts of fire. The concentration of star power is like a blackboard eraser, but wherever it is wiped, the Omnic units are cleared, and there are no survivors. Helen seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the mechanical consciousness launched an impact on the Omnic Mastermind, and at the same time controlled the Omnic units that avoided star wrath. Originally, Helen and the Omnic Mastermind were evenly matched in strength, but just as they were fighting, another data spiritual force suddenly stepped in. Troy suddenly appeared at a critical moment, and used the form of data intrusion to attack the Omnic Mastermind. Data intrusion. The Omnic Mastermind suddenly felt bad, but at the moment, the difficult Mother Goddess of Mechanics was enough to give it a headache, and now a data consciousness popped up out of nowhere, invading its data and thinking consciousness without any scruples. This made the Omnic Mastermind, who had been able to control it freely, a little bit at a loss, and retreated step by step. Helen's eyes lit up, and she seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to use the most powerful skill of the Mechanic Goddess for the first time after being promoted. The whole area is blocked. With the activation of the ability, the fluctuations in the entire space tend to be static. In other words, under the intervention of a certain force, they tend to be at the same frequency. When all objects are at the same frequency under the influence, the entire scene appears to stand still. Of course, as the most powerful ability of the Mechanical Goddess, this trick is not as simple as it seems. Including the signal energy, under the control of a powerful force, it has also fallen into a stationary. Only the body is blocked by the Omnic Mastermind, and the consciousness can still move freely. However, it found that all Omnic commands could no longer be sent out, and the single-line mode became a joke in the face of the blockade of the entire field. Helen's consciousness is like her hair, which stretches and expands at this moment, wandering in the universe, connecting the individual Omnics together and becoming the legions and troops under her control. All the omnic soldiers around the intelligence brain have turned against each other at this moment and become part of the mechanical army. The signal of the intellectual brain cannot be sent out, which means that it is trapped here. As long as the entire main consciousness can be eliminated, it means that the omnic master brain is completely eliminated, and the remaining omnic soldiers will be reduced to unconscious machines. Troy has been in ambush for so long just for this opportunity. Helen and Troy joined forces to strangle the brain from both energy and data. As the vital soul of the brain, once the consciousness of the brain dies, the entire omnic group will be leaderless. In this regard, omnics and Zerg are very similar, and it can even be said that they were carved out of the same mold. This may be the inevitability and superiority of being the three major natural disasters in the universe, but at some point this superiority will become the biggest disadvantage. The brain is still trying to resist, but in the face of Helen's blockade of the whole field, the natural limitations of the mechanical unit make it impossible to break through the technical and biological limitations. The red signal indicators in the huge brain case are turned off one by one, which is a characteristic of the internal program being cracked and overcome bit by bit, and losing control of the body. My will not die. The mechanical door is closed, and the terrifying door will open again. When Zhinao finished the last sentence, all the red signal indicators in the brain were turned off, which meant that Zhinao was completely obliterated and eliminated. Helen and Troy checked again and again, making sure that there was nothing missing, and then removed the full area blockade. Helen, this ability of yours is really powerful. Even I cannot escape from the blockade of the whole domain. When Troy said this, his tone was rejoicing. After all, he and Helen are friends and comrades in arms, and he will never experience the fear of being imprisoned in this life. When the brain is wiped out, there are no omnics controlled by the brain, and all the indicators on the head go out. The universe, which was originally filled with red dark and cold light, fell into darkness and dead silence again in an instant. Although the intelligence brain was wiped out, the Omnic Legion was completely shut down, and a major crisis was resolved, but neither Troy nor Helen felt a little bit of relief, and there was a lingering danger in their hearts, as if something was still pressing on their hearts. Before the brain was completely disassembled just now, it said, "The door of machinery is closed, and the door of terror will open again." This sentence seems to be foreshadowing something. Helen, I noticed that the out-of-control omnic individual soldiers are all retreating rapidly. There is something strange. Sir Tuor's voice came, and in the main control room, he saw the bright signal representing the omnic, receding like a tide. Could it be that the brain is not dead? Helen and Troy suddenly had an idea. You must know that without the intelligence brain, the Omnic Legion is equivalent to losing the most important consciousness, and these omnics are completely reduced to ordinary machines. But now all the machines are retreating to the same place, obviously receiving some kind of order. If the brain is dead, who issued this order? If the intellectual brain is not dead, how did it escape? Just when everyone was wondering, a burst of flames lit up in the dark universe in the distance. This flame, Helen could tell at a glance that it was the flame formed by the collision of omnic soldiers. It's just that the flame is not an isolated case, and then more omnics collide together, bursting into flames. The flames were not annihilated due to the collision between the monomers, but wave after wave. From the initial little flame, it has now become a small fireball. And in terms of the current trend of collision, there is even a growing momentum. Where did everyone see such a scene? They were all dumbfounded, completely confused about what happened. In the increasingly grand explosion, an immortal sun gradually appeared. The fireball produced by this explosion became larger and larger, and the red light shone around, outlining the shadow body behind the fireball. This sun is located in the mysterious and huge chest. Chapter 1068. From beginning to end, this mysterious and powerful existence only showed the scorching sun on its chest. And the scorching sun is still growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The omnic individual soldiers were drawn into the scorching sun, and the flames produced by the explosion could only be regarded as sporadic sparks in this big fireball. But when these tiny individuals gather together, the energy that erupts is extraordinary. The scorching sun fireball became bigger and bigger, and its diameter even caught up with Miranda's star in a short period of time. Undefined, such a round sun is actually just an embellishment on the chest. One can imagine what the whole picture of this terrifying giant is like. What surprised Sir Tour and Helen even more was that all the detection equipment of Star Miranda went into battle, but they failed to detect what the dark outline looked like, and they didn't even give any feedback information. The design drawings of Miranda's star come from the design drawings of the Death Star. All the components and modules cannot be said to be the most advanced in the entire universe, at least they are also sub-top. They can analyze most of the energy and matter in the universe. The mystery in front of me at this moment is like a ghost without energy, which makes it impossible to figure out and detect. But everyone can clearly feel that there is a big guy, this kind of intangible but real thing, but not fully reflected in the body, makes everyone feel a bit scratchy. The explosion of trillions of omnic individual soldiers is still going on. The flourishing fireball is still growing, from the initial flame fireball, now its interior is more like a furnace, transforming conventional flame energy into even more terrifying substances. Now it looks more like a violently active planet than a simple ball of fire. What should we do now? Helen didn't know what to do for a moment. If they could detect the relevant data of the enemy, maybe they could think of a way to deal with it. But now, facing a ball of fire comparable to Miranda's star and nothingness, it is impossible to make effective judgments and actions. The darkness thicker than ink revealed a huge and mysterious black shadow under the light of the fireball. Sir Tour too is a human being, even if he was under the command of the Zerg Queen in the past, he has never seen such a battle before him. Send a team of machines to investigate first. Gathering information is the most important link before gaining more control over enemy targets. Helen also thinks this is the best way. If you advance rashly, you will only put yourself in danger. Now her mind is full of a sentence just before the death of the main brain of the Omnic. So is this big guy in front of her the terrifying door in the mouth of the brain? Helen controls a reconnaissance team to quickly sail towards the target. This reconnaissance team is composed of reconnaissance warships and reconnaissance fighters, leading the target to the big fireball. This rising flame nova exudes intense light and heat, but the current level of the planet is enough to be helpless. Although the Firstborn and the Titans on the front of the Wall of Origin have similar body shapes, they are perfect existences. And the mysterious black shadow right now is just the nova on the chest, which is already comparable to the former existence. If it has a full body shape, it must be the most terrifying existence. Regardless of the result of the investigation, the existence in front of him should be the last obstacle in the face of the Wall of Origin. After thinking for a while, Helen said to Sir Tour, "The existence in front of us should not be something we can deal with alone. We must ask for her support." Helen is not Grace, she likes to be blunt and stubborn. The current battle for freedom is everyone's last hope, and every decision matters. Although Link let Helen decide everything on her own, the result of Helen's decision now is shaking people. Sir Tour's face was solemn, and he also understood the importance of this war. For others it was a process of regaining freedom, and for him it was also a process of liberating the Queen. "I agree with you. The super laser cannon can only be released once in a short period of time, and it must be kept in the most important place. The black shadow right now is not enough to rely on our strength alone, and we must ask for support." Helen immediately contacted Link and told him everything about the Omnic and the Sun. When Link heard a phantom powered by the Sun, he immediately had a bad feeling. "The main force is standing by and waiting for the investigation team you arranged to find out before making a decision. After I solve the problem here, I will immediately bring people over to support. Remember, your next task is to preserve your combat power, so don't do it. Any radical move, everything will be decided after I come. President, rest assured, before you come, we will avoid all conflicts with each other." The two ended the contact with the sound messengers, and immediately Miranda's star entered a state of standby. On Link's side, when he learned of the news from the bottom of the Wall of Origin and the interference of the will of the universe, he made it clear that if he wanted to enter the Wall of Origin, he had to go through the bottom. At the same time, Link has a strong premonition that the Black Shadow in Helen's description is very likely to be the last enemy after seeing the Fate Tree system. With a strengthened finger of death, the scarlet energy draws a heart-warming color in the universe. Accompanied by the spread of death energy, a giant screamed, and the body as solid as a star cracked countless gaps filled with red light, and then an explosion occurred and was completely wiped out. Link knew very little about the Wall of Origin and the enemy. Although Helen sent a scouting team, not to mention how much useful information they could investigate, there was one person here who knew more about this place than all of them. Link spread his mind on the Wall of Origin, and soon perceived a imprisoned and powerful individual. The battles on the entire Wall of Origin blossomed at many points, and the eyes were full of battles of different scales. But only that place is the area with the least fighting. Link turned into a streamer and rushed to the location with lightning speed. Just after arriving, the slime on the Wall of Origin launched a devastating attack on Link, which was more intense than other places. Link didn't dodge or dodge, letting the slime come into contact with him. The slime that just came into contact with was like a hungry beast, quickly spreading and devouring Link. But after a while, this strong desire was suppressed, and instead, he launched an attack on the newly climbed tentacles. The sticky substance slowly faded from Link's body, and then tangled with self, and the beating was exhilarating. Link looked down at Emperor Paul, who was trapped in the center, and said, "Emperor Paul, we finally meet. Didn't we already meet in your last life?" After Emperor Paul finished speaking, he struggled to squeeze out a smile, which seemed a bit hideous and terrifying to Link. With a thin figure and slovenly skin, the face looks decades old, like an old man who is dying. But a pair of eyes full of brilliance, like a newborn baby full of aura, has a particularly magical demeanor. The Emperor Paul in front of him, Link will never overlap with the Emperor Paul in the previous life when he was a rival to the player. It's just that Link didn't have much time to ask about Emperor Paul's terrifying plan, and asked directly, "Do you know what the Black Shadow under the Wall of Origin is?" Emperor Paul didn't talk nonsense, and said directly, "Sun Eater, the last defender of the Wall of Origin. The flesh and blood giant fueled by the core of the star is also the last threshold before you smash the Tree of Fate. Did you fall here in the past?" Emperor Paul the Great smiled and did not answer, but he had already answered. "Okay, it seems that I have a preliminary understanding of this guy's strength. How was your strength when you dealt with this guy before?" Emperor Paul glanced at Link, and said, "I've collected 80% of the holy relics of the Zerg race." 80%, that is, the progress of 80%. Link's current progress is only 67, which is not as good as the former Emperor Paul. But Link also knew that Emperor Paul must have other fragments of Zerg holy relics. It goes without saying. Emperor Paul shook his head helplessly, understanding what Link meant. Now the situation is not as good as others, and there is still need for others. Emperor Paul thought about it, and several fragments slowly flew out of his body. The goo immediately stretched out its tentacles to fight for it, but as soon as it got close to the shards, the energy wrapped around the shards directly shattered the goo. In the old days, the goo would definitely regroup. However, the sticky matter shattered by this energy completely lost its activity and was judged to be in a state of death. The fragment fell into his hand, and Link turned on the absorption without saying a word. This time, Emperor Paul gave a lot. After absorbing and transforming, Link's progress has increased by 8. In addition to unlocking the Zerg brood, he also received a reward of potential points. Looking at the progress of the task of Heart of the Swarm, it is now 75, which is only a small step away from the 80% that Emperor Paul said. S-level mission Heart of the Swarm. Mission tips: when the Zerg Queen was sealed, she spread the Zerg artifact nest all over the universe. Only by finding all the artifact fragments can the queen return. Every time you find an artifact fragment, your ability will also increase accordingly. Current progress 75. Stage 80 rewards 5 million experience points 100 potential points Zhuge altar, unlock rewards of 90 stages after completion. Task completion rewards to unlock the Cosmic Disaster version, and get the title of Zhuge King. Link saw his current progress, plus the 8 given by Emperor Paul just now, and he had some insights. Do you know that I'm still 5 progress away from summoning the altar? According to Sir Tuer, as long as there is a Zhuge altar, Afu can be resurrected. But the 5 that is missing now happens to be owned by Emperor Paul the Great. Emperor Paul just smiled at Link's scrutiny and said, I've already shown my sincerity, now it's up to you. Link understood what Emperor Paul meant, which meant that Emperor Paul would pay the final payment only after he cut off the Tree of Fate first. Link thought for a moment, and said, okay, it's a deal. Although the frontal battle is not over, the advantages of millions of players are now finally manifested. Slime and metal tapeworms have no advantage against players who can be resurrected from the dead. In addition to Link's fleet and A-level powerhouses, whether it is Titans or Firstborns, the number is decreasing. And Link opened the Gate of the Dead, and those Firstborns and Titans who died at Link's hands, after breaking free from the confinement of the will of the universe, became Link's thugs of the dead, fighting against others of the same kind. Right now, it is necessary to divide the troops to the bottom of the Wall of Origin. Facing the strongest defender of the Sun Eater, on the one hand, it is necessary to ensure the frontal advantage, and on the other hand, it is necessary to ensure the strength of the supporting troops, which made Link instantly face difficulties. Seeing the picture of Link meditating, Emperor Paul wanted to give Link some advice. But at this moment, the cosmic space where the Wall of Origin is located suddenly fluctuated violently. The space was torn open one after another, and then the space was twisted and shuttled, and fleets appeared on the Wall of Origin. Each fleet hangs a different flag and sticks a logo pattern with its own characteristics and styles. The First Sector Cosmos Alliance, come to support with the Sector Universe Free Fleet. It's not kind to not call us. The person who spoke on the public channel was the spokesperson of the First Sector Universe. Xiao Chen, Link's guide. The Third Sector Cosmic Alliance, come to support with the Sector Universe Freedom Fleet. The Fourth Sector Cosmic Alliance, come to support with the Sector Universe Free Fleet. What happened in our sector, but didn't tell us, isn't it a bit too much? Each sector of the Universe Alliance led its own fleet to support Link. For a time, the entire space of the Wall of Origin was very lively. Link just glanced at the number and size of the fleets that appeared, and he could estimate that these sectoral universes were almost mobilized, and many of them even exceeded the size of the Alliance, and even other forces in the sectoral universe were also mobilized. Participate. Moreover, they all have a common name, Freedom Fleet. How about this gift for you, isn't it good? The macaw's trembling voice sounded, accompanied by a burst of complaints. If Wuxia Kuaza didn't stop him, the reinforcements from these sector universes should have arrived sooner rather than later. Arrived in half an hour, it's all the fault of Kuazi. He is really a criminal in this war of freedom and liberation, a Class A war criminal. Wuxia Kuaza's face turned green. How about throwing the pot away at this time? When Link told the truth about the war to everyone on Star Miranda, the macaw recorded the words and sent them to Eros, asking Eros to find a way to spread the news and get some reinforcements. Unexpectedly, Eros is really reliable in his work, and he directly attracted people from the other 3 sector universes. I did this well, right? Eros Arsonist, who was also included in this support, came to the Black Throne where the macaw was, and then complained, Old Jin, you are reliable. I have joined the Umbrella Foundation, and such a big scene and task are not told to me, it is too chilling. Silverhand and macaw, holding the war criminal Wei Xia's pot between them, immediately transferred to the Fangzhen Arsonist. It's time for the bullshit cosmic will to see how powerful the precious metal celestial group is. Link looked at the news on the public channel like a new year, and he deliberately concealed the war, but the Macaw and Eros actually mobilized so many people. In other words, for everyone, being a puppet woven in the will of the universe is not as important as truly unfettered freedom. Liberty Fleet, 4 words, already explained everyone's attitude. Chapter 1069. With the support of the 4 major sector universes in place, the scale and number of wars have expanded several times, and Link's Death Scythe talent bonus has also reached a terrifying 372. I didn't expect so many people to be willing to help you. In Emperor Paul's tone, he couldn't tell whether it was envy or jealousy. He also waved the flag and shouted, but in the end, only the Lifebinder team was willing to follow him, and finally reaped a disastrous defeat at the Wall of Origin. Undefined, seeing that Link is now more prestigious than he was in the past, and there are too many like-minded people who are willing to follow, this makes Emperor Paul feel gratified for his plan, but at the same time, he can't feel jealous. The person who was under his guidance and control at the beginning actually surpassed himself under his gaze. Doesn't this mean that he can't do it in disguise? Emperor Paul's eyes were complicated, but his feelings at the moment were so inconspicuous on a large-scale battlefield. Link's attention has been fully focused on the reinforcements. With the addition of the Freedom Fleet, the layout and situation of the battlefield have been optimized once again. The arrival of the Liberty Fleet was like timely rain, allowing Link, who was suffering from no one to use him, to fill a lot of cards. Following the arrival of the Freedom Fleet are A-level powerhouses from various sectoral universes. With their participation, the Frontal Firstborns and Titans also have a solution. Immediately, Link began to dispatch troops, arranging people to go with him to fight the Sun Eater under the Wall of Origin. I'm leaving, do you have anything else to say? When Link passed above Emperor Paul, he stopped again. Looking at the vigorous Link and the followers behind him, Emperor Paul said slowly, "Be careful." Link was taken aback for a moment, thinking that Emperor Paul would reveal some more secrets, but he didn't expect to say these 4 words in the end. Link's expression changed from disappointment to complicated, and finally he nodded and led everyone away. Emperor Paul also responded with a smile. The two of them were calling each other an old fox in their hearts, and they still didn't forget to test it out at this juncture. Link originally planned to get some benefits from Emperor Paul, but he didn't expect that this guy would not let go, and in the end he only said be careful. At this point, he is still biting to death. Link has reason to believe that the 5 worm nest fragments are very likely to be Emperor Paul's last hole card. Since nothing can be found out of the test, let's talk about it after everything has settled. The frontal main battlefield is handed over to the Freedom Fleet, which will be finished and led by the chairman and tactical masters of each sector's universe. Link, with the named strongmen, rushed to support Helen and Sir Tour at the bottom of the Wall of Origin. The members this time were carefully selected by Link. After all, what they were facing was the last boss before facing the Tree of Fate, the Sun Eater. This guy's terrifying size alone is enough to make people feel invincible. Of course, there are also those who insist on following up and posting. Link only brought Zaret, the cult mystic, but Macaw, Silver Hand, and Eros also followed. According to Macaw's words, their precious metal sky group shares weal and woe and must fight together. Considering that the Macaw had just made great achievements, Link did not refuse a few people to join. After all, look at this combination, Lao Jin, Eros, Silver Hand. Which one is not the master with full eyesight? If you encounter danger, you should dodge first, okay? In addition to Zaret, Link also summoned the Black Throne, Super Fortress, King Kong, Graves, Emerus, and the Mage Tower of the Academy of Magic. Almost all of these people are Link's direct descendants of high-end fighters, and Link has a clear understanding of their strength and ability. Of course, the most important thing is that they all have some kind of extremely lethal under-the-box skills, which are extremely useful when dealing with the Sun Eater. The addition of the Liberty Fleet brought another earth-shaking change to Link's strength. The participation of all members of the 4 major sectors of the universe is an unprecedented event in the universe. Even when the cosmic civilizations of the 4 major sectors established the current alliance mechanism in the past, the number of participants was not as large as it is now. There are many powerful people in the sector universe, and the number of free fleets has reached an appalling level. The enhancement brought to Link is unparalleled. At this time, Link looked at his own attribute interface again, and the A end was no longer displayed in the energy level column, but A dash was replaced, which represented unmeasurable. This shows that the realm above A end has exceeded the scope established by the rules of the universe. But when Link came under the wall of origin, he saw the Sun Eater with a raging flame burning in his chest. Link knew that this guy's ability would definitely not be lower than A+, as for the constant and gap in the above energy level, there was no clear judgment. At the same time, Link threw a survey, and soon a bunch of data appeared in front of him. Name Sun Eater. Race Guardian. Level Plus, Legendary. HP 24 million 24 million. Energy value 10 million 10 million. Skills Soul Furnace, Sun Devouring Judgment, Fate Judgment, Other Unknown. Evaluation of the ultimate guardian of the will of the universe and the fate tree system, has been entrusted with a heavy responsibility since the birth of the universe, and has been guarding here for 14 billion years since then, facing as many strong men as the sands of the Ganges River. After reading the information on Sun Eater, Link has a general understanding of the last guardian. Thanks to Paul the Great's preliminary science popularization before, otherwise Link would never be able to detect so much data without knowing the name. The Sun Devourer has 24 million blood, which is the highest existence that Link has ever seen in terms of blood volume. At the same time, the 120 level legend is also the current ceiling level existence in the entire universe. The system gave Sun Devourer a very high evaluation. Just from the introduction, it can be seen how strong this guy is. In the 14 billion years since the birth of the universe, there have been many strong people who have awakened, and countless people have fought against the will of the universe in order to get rid of the Tree of Fate. However, in the long river of time, as the last guardian, the Sun Eater has always adhered to his duty, not letting a single person pass by, and stopping countless geniuses and geniuses. To the Sun Devourer, years are no longer meaningless things, but a symbol of glory. Such a strong opponent needs to be dealt with by Link with all his attention. The super high blood volume, as well as the imposing skills from the name, all greatly increased the deterrent power of the Sun Devourer. Link made a rough calculation and found that the boost given to him by the Death Sickle was 372, which is the effect of an all-round boost. Take Finger of Death as an example, its own damage is 167,800, but now with the Blessing of Death Scythe, the data has doubled and increased. The original skill damage is connected to the effect of attribute improvement, which makes the skill damage reach an unbelievable level. The first is the basic damage after the attribute is improved. The lucky attribute of 1,638 points becomes 6,094 points with the increase of 372, and the skill damage becomes 613,400 points, plus the 372 increase of the skill, the final damage becomes 2.28 million. Seeing this damage increase, you know how outrageous it is. In this way, the 24 million HP of Sun Devourer doesn't seem to be a big problem, and 10 Fingers of Death can solve it. But the battle cannot be such a simple pile of numbers. It is just the terrifying size of the Sun Devourer that adds most of the troubles to this battle. An individual is really vulnerable to an enemy the size of a planet. This vulnerability is not about damage, but about dodge and evasion. Although it is impossible to get a glimpse of the full size of the Sun Devourer, in terms of current proportions, it is at least half the size of a star system. For such an existence, you only need to raise your hand and slap, and the coverage area is estimated to have a planet. It is really difficult for someone to move more than hundreds of kilometers in a short period of time. Even these A-level powerhouses seldom move hundreds of kilometers in a few seconds. In addition, the Sun Devourer has many skills and may even have the ability to recover. The difficulty of actual combat is far more difficult than 10 shots of Finger of Death. When Link and the others came to Star Miranda, it happened that the investigation team sent by Helen had also arrived in front of the Sun Devourer, bringing a first-hand perspective and situation. "How's the situation now?" Link asked. Helen didn't dare to attack rashly, and had already returned to Star Miranda, joining Link and the others. Just as Helen was about to answer, suddenly there was an abrupt sound like a beating heart in the whole space. Accompanied by the sound, the fireball jumped, and the flame-like energy quickly drew indelible traces in the cosmic void. The lines of flames extend outward, shooting out beyond the width of individual fireballs, horizontal and vertical, and even turning has a mechanical beauty. Everyone was silent together, watching the scene in front of them in disbelief. In Link's view, this is like the beating of a primordial heart, heralding the official awakening of the Sun Devourer. Thump! There was another clanging and powerful beating. The energy of the flame heart was steady and powerful, and the flame ray shot out rushed to a farther place this time, outlining the ray of the upper body, burning blazingly in the universe. There was no sign of extinguishing or dimming at all. Stance! The beating of the heart, like a clear drumbeat, hit everyone's chest, making their hearts sink, with a bad feeling. There was another beat, and the flame line spread to a farther place this time, and a human-like prototype was gradually outlined. Everyone present realized that the energy line that is taking shape right now is the last guardian of the Wall of Origin. Its body height is at least tens of thousands of kilometers. If the Miranda star enters the cruising state, this distance is really not a concern, and it can span such a distance in less than a second. But for all A levels, it is almost impossible to avoid attacks in this range. If the body size is so large, then the combat range it covers will be even more exaggerated. Combat units located within the opponent's deterrent range are potentially dangerous. The reconnaissance team has already arrived in front of the Sun Devourer, and its drastic energy changes have even exceeded the limit of detection. This is a trend of energy explosion and expansion. With this trend, the black shadow gradually materializes, revealing its true body. The star energy of the Sun Devourer's body began to spread, producing capillary-like branches under the main trunk. These branches continuously covered the shadow, filling and weaving it, and gradually formed a layer of energy coat. After these energy coats were formed, the color of the flames began to cool, changing from bright red to dark red. It can be seen more clearly from the perspective of the scouting team. These threads of flame energy are followed by metal threads melted by the flames, and these threads are connected to Sona body. After analysis by the investigation team, it was found that this kind of metal wire was the metal element that made up the Omnic individual soldiers before, but it appeared in a tougher posture after being smelted by the flame, and was entangled with the flame energy. The full body image of the Sun Devourer appeared in front of everyone. On its head are 8 huge red annunciators, which are a complex of single annunciators like Omnic individual soldiers. The 8 annunciators occupy almost half of the face. In addition to these 8 eye-like annunciators, its face has only one closing device at the mouth, which is similar to a breathing valve. The simple face looks like an 8-tube. Its body part, the previously diffused flame energy, is wrapped by the newly generated ducts, and other parts of the body are dark red, and there are many valve-like devices on the body, which are distributed between the arms and ribs, and the overall image looks impressive. A sense of déjà vu in a heavy medieval iron diving suit. Such an image should be extremely funny, but when the size is magnified hundreds of millions of times, the sense of oppression and strength brought by that giant is enough to make people breathless. How can it be linked to funny? When the body of the Sun Eater fully appeared, looking at the Miranda star and its fleet here, the mental shock quickly spread throughout the entire Wall of Origin. Found the intruder. Start clear command. As soon as the words fell, the reconnaissance formation controlled by Helen was directly destroyed by an invisible shock wave, turning into fragments and floating in the universe. Even on the extremely distant Miranda star, after a few seconds of delay, it felt the anger from the Sun Eater. Under the blocking of the protective shield, he survived the impact safely. Before Link could give an order, the Sun Eater in the distance had already started to move. "Everyone, I won't say too much. This battle is the last battle between us and the will of the universe, the peak duel." Link didn't have too many rhetoric, because facing the Sun Eater who was also evaluated as Dash, Link was not sure of victory. The shock wave condensed by the other party just now has a range of hundreds of millions of kilometers of damage. It is almost impossible for his finger of death to hit 10 hits. But this impossible task must be done now. "President, what about the plan?" Helen couldn't help asking. Link looked back at the crowd, scanning everyone one by one. "Cover me." Now everyone understands that the final battle depends on Link to complete. Since it is a cover, they will definitely do this job well and buy time and opportunities for Link. Then now, Star Miranda, officially set off. Helen gave the order decisively, directly driving the Miranda star to approach the target. Chapter 1070. Star Miranda was speeding up. Helen didn't hold back at all, the star ring surrounding the planet, under control. All the torsion force generated by the supermatter reactor was projected towards the Sun Eater. The scorching sun on Sun Eater's chest burst out energy again, and a ring of fire spewed out and spread wantonly. Helen made a decisive decision and arranged the super-strong fortress to lead the Comet group, using her own energy shield to resist the ring of fire and provide shelter for the Comet group. Seeing this, Link also boarded the Black Throne and ordered the Black Throne to go forward to defend. Use the defensive force field of yourself and the Black Throne to maintain the navigation of most of the Comet groups. Undefined. The Miranda star came all the way from the universe of the second sector, and absorbed a large amount of interstellar matter as a star ring on the way. Now the projectile star ring is the most suitable offensive weapon for the first ring. It can not only test the skills of the Sun Devourer, but also grasp his first-hand action information and data. The detection and analysis systems of Super Fortress, Yazhizi, and Miranda Star are now running at full speed, digitizing all the behaviors of the Sun Devourer, and then conducting speculation and analysis. "President, according to the results of the current investigation, the speed of the target is slower than we thought. This is good news for us. The Sun Eater has a huge body, and to drive this huge body like a star system, it must have a surge of strong energy. Even so, while the huge body of the Sun Eater brought terror and oppression, it also had to bear the slowdown in speed brought about by its body mass. Of course, this slowdown is only a relative term. It looks slow, only based on the size of the Sun Devourer. But even if it looks slow, you have to know that when he swings his arm, the speed of movement is hundreds of kilometers per second. But this speed is good news for everyone, at least this speed can give them some room for maneuver. Be careful, the Sun Devourer is far more powerful than it looks." Link is always paying attention to the movements of the Sun Eater, and the energy of the fire source in his chest continuously releases shocks like ripples. The closer to the target, the higher the energy and frequency of the shocks. Link stretched out his hand, and the protective force field formed by the energy covered the protective shield of the Black Throne itself. He wants to try the fineness of the energy level of the Sun Devourer. The energy levels of both parties have reached the level of dash that cannot be displayed, so it is still impossible to see which is stronger and weaker. When the flame impact energy hit Link's protective force field, there was a burst of sparks immediately. The sparks continued to extend along the edges of the protective force field and the impact, as if they were covered with a layer of bright ribbons. Link knows well that the flame shock released by the Sun Eater is slightly inferior to him in terms of energy level and quality, but Link believes that this is by no means the ultimate strength of the Sun Eater. Both sides are rushing, the distance is rapidly narrowing, and the frequency of flame shocks is becoming more and more intense. Link maintained the protective force field with one hand, and pointed the other hand to the other side. Using his super high mental energy, he controlled hundreds of comets with his thoughts, and began to deviate a little bit from the orbit. Friends, the battle has begun. Following Link's order, the Black Throne, Super Power Fortress, Mage Tower, and Miranda Star all dispersed. The comet group chat in the rear was exposed, engulfed in a large amount of ice crystal dust, and dragged a long silver-white trail in the sky. Link appeared on the head of the Shinnokbone dragon on the Black Throne, looking like a flying dragon. The Sun Devourer's attention is now focused on the swarms of comets. These substances are coming straight to the body, and under the gravitational acceleration of Miranda's supermatter reactor wave after wave, the speed has reached an extremely terrifying point. Sun Eater continued to use Fire Blast. For the last Guardian, intelligence will definitely not be its shortcoming, and the will of the universe will not arrange a low-intelligence existence as the last gatekeeper. But in the face of the current situation, the Sun Devourer still did not change its tactics, not because it was stupid, but because it felt that the current threat was not enough to change its tactics. But obviously, its estimate was wrong. The impact destroyed a large number of comets, turning the original group of comets into clusters with only a few dozen scattered rounds. These comets are large bodies. After the impact, all the loose structures and substances on the surface are washed away, leaving only the hardest and most core parts, which feels like washing away all the lead. At the same time, Link is also gathering strength, activating the skill of Akira Mechanical Seal Arm Guard concentration, and striving to open the situation with the first finger of death. The people who gathered together just now, like dandelion seeds blown by the wind, scattered in all directions, making the Sun Devourer not know who to focus on. Since the previously formulated strategy was to cover Link, all units are now ready to attract firepower, and they have used their housekeeping skills to try to attract the attention of the Sun Eater, buy time for Link, and let the Sun Eater show flaws. At the head of the super strong fortress, Leviathan began to condense atomic breath. The blue energy surged forth, and as Leviathan opened his metal mouth, he spurted out a stream of thick atomic energy. The Mage Tower was suspended in the air. Under the auspices of the two archmages Antonidas and Gamish, they began to apply a rebounding protective magic circle to the units scattered around. Moving, the condensed arcane energy burst into purple rays. This time, the Sun Eater finally changed his fighting style. Instead of attacking the enemy with energy from his chest, he slowly stretched out a hand, pushing the huge palm flat, giving people a great sense of oppression. Just this hand, the scale has surpassed the Miranda Star, giving people a sense of sight of pushing and blowing up the planet. The energy channels all over his body were suddenly filled with orange planetary energy, and a huge enchantment with complicated and bright patterns stood in front of him. It's like a heavenly gate, separating the Sun Devourer from everyone. 877. The first thing to hit the gate of the enchantment was the atomic breath of the super strong fortress. The intense blue atom jet sprayed on the gate of the enchantment, instantly sparking a burst of dazzling light. The dazzling white light kept blooming in place. At the edge of the energy breathed by the atoms, it could be seen that the energy mixed from blue to red, and exploded into white light before merging into purple. The arcane energy on the other side also fell on the gate of the enchantment, and the energies of the two sides still confronted each other. Helen controls the mechanical army to attack from top to bottom. Although the enchantment gate is large, there is still a limit. As long as you bypass the enchantment gate, you can attack the enemy. The Sun Devourer didn't just catch it without a fight, and rushed straight up against a huge enchanted gate. With such speed and momentum, it is like a bull, trying to overturn all the enemies in front of it. All units retreated together, but the firepower remained undiminished. When Helen's mechanical legion successfully bypassed the main body of the enchantment, Link quickly teleported to one of the fighter planes, and the finger of death that had been stored for a long time was finally released. This shot was given the finger of death with the full concentration guaranteed critical strike effect, and the scarlet energy continued to extend as it advanced. The finger of death released by Link this time is different from the previous kind of spreading blood lightning. With the spread of the tip, the rapid bifurcation forms a situation similar to bifurcation lightning. From point-to-point attack, has become a covering strike from point to surface. -2,855,248. With the blessing of full concentration, Link's one-finger damage hit as much as 2.85 million, which directly deducted 1/10 of Sun Devourer's HP. The scarlet lightning that spread violently spread rapidly on the body of the Sun Eater. On the red body that was originally reshaped by metal, a more mottled and shining scarlet light appeared. Status: if you want to sum up the current appearance of the Sun Devourer in one sentence, then Link can use 5 words to describe it: broken 8 tubes. The body of the Sun Devourer is composed of energy, and does not have any muscular sensation, and will not feel pain or various emotional changes. But this invading violent energy made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The Sun Devourer immediately turned his target to Link. He knew who was the biggest threat now. This time, the Sun Eater came up with a new trick. The 8 cylinders on the face have turned red at this time, and the energy enters the 8 cylinders through the conduit, forming a state similar to a vortex. Lin Kefu came to his heart and immediately teleported to the location of other fighters. As soon as the front foot left, the 8 tubes of rays on the face of the Sun Devourer shot out suddenly, and the crimson planetary energy was sprinkled in the universe without hesitation. Superior. Each of Helen's Mechanical Legion fighters has a special magic teleportation circle. This teleportation circle can quickly return the fighter to Miranda Star, and also allow members to quickly teleport to the designated fighter. Now these massive scattered fighter planes have also become the beacon for Link to transfer his position. After arriving at the new fighter plane, Link fired another finger of death without saying a word. When the scarlet energy appeared from another tricky angle, the Sun Eater had no time to turn his head, and was hit by the finger of death again on his body. This terrifying energy once again invaded the Sun Eater. And when Link saw the damage on Sun Devourer's head, he couldn't help but gasp. 3,067,000. 3.06 million damage. The blow that must be violent, coupled with the death doom damage increasing mark hit on the Sun Eater by the finger of death, the 2 hits knocked out nearly 6 million blood from the Sun Eater, and directly wiped out a quarter of the opponent's blood. 1 blood volume. When Link saw this, he was too late to be happy, and suddenly an extremely disturbing thought came to his mind. This time, Link did not teleport to other fighters, but directly used the secret walk skill to escape into the dimensional space. As soon as the front foot entered the dimensional space, the energy shock released from the Sun Devourer's body by the back foot swept the entire space. All the mechanical fighters were completely wiped out under the impact of the huge energy, not even a scum left. This energy even interrupted the atomic breath of the super-strong fortress and the arcane impact of the Mage Tower, and pushed all these aircraft backwards for a long distance. In the dimensional space, Link could clearly see the shock ripples of the physical universe, and even some parts of the dimensional space were affected, and unstable tremors began to appear. Under the influence of this tremor, Link's body also began to shake like a wave string. It wasn't until everything calmed down and there were no fighters around the Sun Eater that the Sun Eater continued to lock on to the distant Miranda Star. When the Omnic Mastermind died, the important message was that this planet was extremely dangerous and was one of the biggest threats to destroying the Destiny Tree system. The Sun Eater raised his hand again. This time, the energy was collected into the palm of the hand through the arm duct, and the red energy was densely packed on the palm, and it was actually quickly filling the palm of the Sun Eater. The palm lines on the hands are filled with energy and are clearly visible. Miranda Star, Mage Tower, Super Power Fortress, and Black Throne in the distance all felt that the palm was aimed at him, and felt extremely dangerous. Link is connected with Jas Hailong and Leviathan by blood, and immediately sensed their emotions. Link suddenly appeared from the dimensional space, and the finger of death blasted out again. Although there is no guaranteed crit effect of full concentration this time, the power of Finger of Death should not be underestimated. Only this time, when the death energy dispersed like a forked lightning, the head of the Sun Eater started to twist. The energy shield that appeared out of nowhere blocked part of the lightning energy from Finger of Death, and only part of the energy fell on the Sun Eater. -1,478,080. Partial resistance. Link didn't have time to analyze how the Sun Devourer found him so quickly. He disappeared immediately and returned to the Black Throne. In the next second, a fiery red skull-shaped vortex appeared in the area where he was just now. Soul Furnace. The Soul Furnace absorbs everything around it into it and transforms it into its own energy. Only this time, Link predicted the prediction of the Sun Eater, and narrowly escaped this attack, making the Soul Furnace of the Sun Eater feel lonely. Everyone did a good job. This round of attack successfully weakened the enemy. Link encouraged. The first round of attack knocked out a quarter of the Sun Eater's blood volume, and as far as the current methods of the Sun Eater are powerful, they are not invincible. Of course, the real difficulty lies behind. When the Sun Devourer's blood volume is endangered, this guy will definitely attack regardless of the consequences, and their pressure will also double at that time. Now, let's completely extinguish this star. Link gave encouragement again, and then came to the Super Fortress. A new round of attack begins. Super Fortress, Black Throne, Mage Tower, and Miranda Star each take a direction, occupy the four corners of the square, and launch an attack on the Sun Eater. The Black Throne sprayed out spiritual shocks, the Super Fortress changed its atomic breath into weak gamma rays, and the Mechanical Legion controlled by Miranda Star and Helen flew towards the Sun Eater, carrying out harassment and suicide attacks. The Mage Tower also changed its method, using large-scale arcane magic directly, re-engraving 2 Mage Towers, and 3 Mage Towers confuse the target, distracting the attention and attack of the Sun Eater. The Sun Eater was once again under siege. This time instead of using shock waves, it switched to new tactics. Fate Judgment Day, face your own destiny. As soon as the Sun Eater finished speaking, the Wall of Origin miraculously lit up beside him. Countless beam filaments sprang out from the Wall of Origin, connecting to the body of the Sun Eater, as if providing him with nourishment and energy. Energy. Chapter 1071. After the Sun Eater chanted, everyone suddenly felt uncontrollable and froze in place. The thread of fate that entered the body of the Sun Devourer entered the body from the back, penetrated the abdomen again, and came out from the front. Clusters of threads of fate began to diverge, looking for the masters of their respective fates. Everyone's destiny is divided into thick and thin, and the biggest strands lead to Miranda Star. Undefined. Not surprisingly, these fates found Sean, Miranda, and Helen. The other threads of fate are also looking for their own owners, scattered in the universe, dazzling like a peacock spreading its tail. Sun Eater sticks to the fate tree system. In his view, those who violated their own destiny must accept the trial of their true destiny and witness their own exclusive destiny. The thread of destiny is unstoppable, easily piercing through all defenses and armor. Those who are stared at by the thread of fate have no way to escape, they can only witness their own fate in person. Helen was in the main control room of Star Miranda. When the thread of fate connected to her, Helen's pupils suddenly turned into the color of the galaxy of the thread of fate. There was starlight in the hole, and her whole body sank into it together with her mind. In the thread of fate, Helen saw her original destiny. For his wife Martha, John forced his way into the Mechanic City, but was killed by the Mechanic Herald. My grandfather gave his life to save himself. The alien appeared as usual, and he was inevitably driven to extremes because of hatred, but he also became the mechanical mother goddess. It has become an existence that everyone fears. No friends, no relatives, only extremely cold machines and a deep universe. Is this my original destiny? Helen's face turned pale, she became a lonely person, she cut off all emotions, she became a machine with no feelings, and her subordinates were also a group of machines without feelings. Thinking of everything he has now, it is all because of Link's intervention. If there is no president, she is now a cold mother goddess of machinery that everyone fears and dreads. On her iron throne, she faces the cold machinery all day long. Such days can really be seen at a glance. Succumb to your original destiny. A voice exploded from Helen's mind, and then I saw Star Miranda being crushed by the Sun Eater's fist. The superpower fortress and the Black Throne were reduced to ashes in the Sun Eater's anger, and Link was devoured, the scene of the Japanese being squeezed to death alive. All resistance is futile, destiny cannot be defied. The solemn voice kept ringing out, and all kinds of tragic images of fighting against fate kept replaying in Helen's mind, destroying her will and spirit, trying to make her succumb. But Helen is already A-level now. Although the suffering and loneliness of those original fates shocked her, it also made her cherish all the hard-won things now. Now someone wanted her to give up her family, friendship, and career, and then let her return to that endless coldness, which aroused Helen's heart of resistance even more. I am the mother goddess of mechanics. I am the master of mechanics. I want to control my own destiny. Following Helen's incomparably firm determination, the pupils covered by the Milky Way began to vibrate, and Helen's body experienced a violent reaction. Snapped. The crisp sound like the explosion of a silver bottle broke the calm. The thread of fate entwined around Helen suddenly broke, and the thread fell to the ground weakly. The Milky Way in Helen's eyes disappeared, replaced by a strong mechanical force. She followed Link to the Wall of Origin, intending to break the Tree of Fate. Now, she liberated her own destiny with her own hands. Helen looked over and found 2 clusters of thicker threads of fate leading to the Misty Villa. Before Helen set off, he saw 2 clusters of threads of fate suddenly ignite. One was incinerated by the fierce red phoenix flames, and the other was incinerated by the black shadow flames. With the sound of the phoenix carried Miranda and shone through the fog and appeared in front of everyone. These 2 children have mastered the original power of the birth of the universe. They are no longer under the control of fate, and easily broke the judgment day of fate. In the Mage Tower, Antonidas, Gamish, and other great mages of the Magic Academy were also bound by fate and saw their original destiny. Gamish died in the battle with the aliens, and the archmages suffered heavy casualties. After Antonidas gathered the aliens, he finally expelled the alien stars, and united with other civilizations in the galaxy, and finally defeated Saffron and Thanos. This fate did not make Antonidas happy. Although Yuxing was eventually expelled, his mentors and close friends all died in the war and left him. Moreover, Antonidas is also extremely confused on the road to lead the star race to seek future development. There is no such a good environment as it is now, where you can develop with peace of mind. In the original destiny, the people of Antonidas and Pandora Star struggled in the universe, wandering among various forces, and worked hard for the development of the planet and race. Looking back now, under the leadership of Link, whether it is Mustafa, Kungzing Gang, or Omega Star, they have become upstarts in the universe and high-profile emerging forces. These many changes reminded Antonidas of what the Yiren and Link's subordinates said in the past, that Link could see the future and change their fate. Now, someone wants to rob them, take away their freedom, and return them to their fate of slavery. Every cell and every energy in Antonida's body strongly resisted this damned fate. I will not succumb to this damned fate, never. Accompanied by the surge of energy in Antonida's body, all the magical energy merged into one, turned into a magic sword, rushed out of the body, and the fate thread broke with a touch, and the arcane power of Antonida's body energy and body cells have also been broken through. Antonidas strengthened his beliefs, gathered all his strength in the illusion, and used the most sincere emotions as a vent, which happened to break through and entered the A-level. This was a blessing in disguise, which made Antonidas very happy. There is nothing more exciting than a breakthrough at a critical moment. There's not much he and Gamish can do in this battle. But it was different now. The A-level Archmage and the existence of the Mage Tower made Antonidas soaring in strength, not weaker than anyone present. Gamish soon broke free from his fate, and the silver silk bound on his body broke free one after another. Just because they have witnessed the horror of fate with their own eyes, they cherish the present even more, and they don't want to go back to the days of being like puppets. Although the two came out, the other archmages were still trapped in the thread of fate and could not extricate themselves. Everyone's fate thread can only be cut off by oneself, and other people who are bound by fate, even if they reach a level, cannot cut off the fate of others. Grandpa Gamish, let's try. It was Sean and Miranda who spoke. As the second son who is not under the control of fate, the two have the original power of the universe. When the two rode a phoenix to the mage tower, Miranda stretched out his hand and shot out a ray of phoenix real fire. The direction where the thread of fate came from is burned out all the way. Troy, King Kong, Biochemical Metal Leviathan, and Jus Hai Long also untied their own threads of destiny. The deeper the bond with Link, the less the original destiny and the falsehood of the universe will affect them. Only Link, Sean, and Miranda can cut the thread of fate for others, but only Sean and Miranda can take on Link's task of fighting the Sun Devourer. For the first time, the two children felt a heavy responsibility and participated in this war of freedom and liberation. The Judgment Day of Destiny of the Sun Devourer not only failed to drive everyone back, but made them more determined to freedom. They are the beneficiaries who deviate from fate, get rid of the control of the will of the universe, and avoid becoming the consumables for the operation of the universe. Neither should anyone else, and this is the strongest belief anyone can stand here with. The Phoenix True Fire burned to Sun Eater along the thread of fate. In order to protect the Tree of Fate, Sun Eater decisively cut off his connection with the Tree of Fate. The satin-like thread of destiny of the Milky Way returned to the inside of the Wall of Origin again. When Sun Eater was unable to move, Link was not idle, and the Omega Ray and Finger of Death attacked successively, successfully suppressing Sun Eater's blood volume to less than half. The Sun Devourer was stunned for a moment. The enemies he faced in the past were all strongly influenced by the Fate line. After using the Fate Judgment Day, most of the units would fall into the shackles of fate and lose their free will and courage. But for so long, this was the first time he saw a person without destiny, so the biggest enemy was not restrained by this move, but he was severely injured. It was the first time anyone had pushed him so far. The sun on Sun Devourer's chest has increased in brightness by several levels, and it is ready to release the skill again. Everyone knew that this move was not something to be taken lightly, and they began to dodge one after another, but Link didn't dodge or dodge, taking advantage of the time when Sun Eater was accumulating power, he quickly output. With the addition of high luck attributes, the critical strike rate of Finger of Death is also extremely high. The lucky attribute of 1638 points brings a critical strike rate of 1638. After some violent bombardment, the blood volume of Sun Devourer also dropped to about 8 million, leaving only the last third. The solar energy in the chest of the Sun Devourer began to radiate outward, and the whole sun split into countless small suns, which exploded towards everyone. These split little suns are full of intense flames, and they are all in the size of more than 10 kilometers. The key is that the speed is extremely fast, like a missile. But if you look carefully, you will find that the order and distance of these small suns seem to form a thing like a sword of judgment, which traverses the universe for more than 100,000 kilometers, which is spectacular. Sun Devouring Judgment. The Sun Devourer's strong offensive skills directly wiped out the surrounding area. Both the ship and the Miranda star activated the highest level of defense, and even launched an attack on the Day of Judgment actively, in order to blow up these stars and buffer the coming impact. On the contrary, Link did not dodge or evade, and was ready to take this attack hard, in exchange for the opportunity to output every second. When an asteroid came straight towards Link, Link's Omega Rays shot out. With the blessing of Death Sickle, the Omega Rays could cause 580,000 damage per second. The Omega Rays with thermal energy collided with the planet, and the intense energy began to tear the planet apart little by little. With a violent explosion, the planet was actually torn into two pieces, each of which brushed past Link. But more asteroids are coming, and even Link is a little bit overwhelmed. Apart from the Omega Rays, the only thing that can be used to deal with these asteroids is the Fist of Havoc. Link's Fist of Havoc transcends the limitation of space and can burst out from any place. The place Link chose was inside the core of the asteroid. The Fist of Havoc burst out from the inside of the planet, causing more than 3 million points of damage in one shot, causing the asteroid with a diameter of tens of kilometers to collapse from the inside, bursting out countless fragments. Accompanied by the heat rays in the eyes and the mysterious and invisible fists, the flame planets exploded into pieces one after another, and the explosions continued for a while, and the impacts continued one after another. Just when everyone thought that Link had disintegrated the enemy's attack, the Sun Eater stretched out his palm, which produced a terrifying flame with strong suction. The planetary fragments that were shattered by Link before began to accelerate the reverse return under the pull of this suction. Love reading novels. Read the full content. Link was caught off guard and was hit by dense debris, flying upside down, spitting blood. But then, all these fragments wrapped Link in the center, stacked up layer by layer, unexpectedly trapped Link in the center, and rebuilt an ugly asteroid with these fragments. From the crack of the planet, the flame was rekindled, and a flaming planet appeared again. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Umbrella Foundation turned pale. Link was trapped in such a hot center, how could he survive? But in the face of this flaming planet, if various high-energy weapons are used to blast it away, Link inside will also suffer. For a while, the flaming planet cannot move at all. But everyone was extremely worried and didn't know what to do. Let me try. I'll try to seal this flaming planet to see if I can save the master. The cult mystic Zele stood up, intending to seal the planet with his own body, so that Link could live on. But before Zele could make a move, there was a thunderclap in the flame planet, and a clear crack appeared immediately. Link walked out of the flames, the blood on the corner of his mouth was clearly visible. If it weren't for the Black Queen's power armor on Link's body and the ability to use the ignore pain skill at the same time, otherwise this hand really wouldn't be able to get out. The Black Queen's energy armor provided Link with an energy shield equivalent to the value of the energy attribute. At the same time, the blow just now directly triggered the effect of the Phoenix gift embedded in the armor, reducing the blood volume. The endangered Link instantly recovers all of his health. The ignore pain skill reduced the damage by 60, plus the primordial biological specialties of prime primary resistance and prime primary blessing. This was how it resisted this attack. Very well, I forced you to take an attack, now it's your turn. The 10th. Chapter 1072. Link took the initiative to attack, this time with Link as the center. The black field continued to spread outward, turning everything in the universe into black, white and grey. The Death Realm unfolded, and Link's momentum skyrocketed. The Gate of the Dead was opened from the Reaper's realm. The firstborns and titans who were killed by Link in the field before came out of the Gate of the Dead and rushed straight to the Sun Eater. These nascents and titans are not the size of the Solar Eater star system, but they are also the size of the Miranda star. At this time, 3 or 5 were dispatched together, and against the background of Link's expanded Reaper domain, the momentum of counterattack immediately appeared. Undefined. In addition, all kinds of armies of the dead who were previously absorbed by the Reaper's realm also appeared from it in one brain, and quickly attacked in the ever-spreading black and white world. This is Link's strongest blow to superimpose all states. In this black and white world, Fist of Havoc has become the most unavoidable skill. It is a fist that distorts the space itself, and now the universe has become black and white, even more insubstantial and difficult to distinguish, and even the distorted space cannot be detected. The Fist of Havoc landed on the Sun Eater, and the metal outer body of the Sun Eater exploded from the inside, and the surrounding metal was crushed to pieces. Such explosions blossomed in multiple spots, setting off countless explosions on the Sun Devourer. The other firstborns and titans surrounded him, restraining the Sun Eater's limbs with their own strength. In the battle just now, Link found that the only way Sun Eater can guide energy is his hands and chest. As long as its limbs are restrained, the only means it can emit energy is the chest. This fell into the trap set by Link. After the body is damaged, the energy in the conduit is continuously circulated by the chest and sent to all parts of the body to repair the body. But the Fist of Havoc is terrifyingly powerful, and it also has the effect of piercing armor and reducing resistance by 50. Link can easily smash Sun Eater's tyrannical metal energy body as if it were nothing. Lost the energy guidance of his hands, and the Sun Eater cannot use the energy shield to resist attacks. Seeing this, Black Throne, Super Fortress, Mage Tower and Miranda Star immediately launched an attack on Sun Devourer. Link immediately issued an order, "Everyone, launch an attack on the energy in the Sun Devourer's chest." The star energy in the chest is the energy core of the Sun Eater, and it is also the key to the operation of the Sun Eater. As long as the Sun Devourer does not have this core, it will be reduced to a pile of scrap copper and rotten iron. The key to the stable operation of the Sun Devourer's core is the circle of constrictors around the energy of the star, so that this burning star can release energy stably without exploding due to energy fluctuations. A single stable fusion reaction is indeed not dangerous. But when the energy becomes complicated, various active energies of different natures are mixed together, affecting the balance of the original energy system, and the balance will shift. The Black Throne emitted full-power green Chinook energy, which slammed into the central core of the Sun Eater, and the star and green Chinook energy collided together, triggering a strong reaction immediately. At the intersection of energy, along with the burst of energy, the local part of the star begins to produce a strong reaction, which triggers the global accelerated flow of the star, which can be seen with the naked eye. The super-strong fortress ejected atomic breath from Leviathan's mouth. The thick blue energy was like a football dropped from a height of several thousand meters, and immediately exploded a prominence projectile more than 10 kilometers high. The energy of the atomic breath rages on the star, like a sharp water knife, cutting the energy of the star into two ends. The Mage Tower is also blessed by the augmentation spell, shooting out magical arcane energy. The mass of this energy is smaller than the previous two, but the special attribute of the magical energy falls on the surface of the star, and the repulsive force produced makes the lava ripple like ripples. From then on, this shock gradually spread, and the scope was extremely large. The last Miranda star, Helen, was going to attack with conventional heat rays or artillery missiles, but after receiving Link's order, Helen decisively pressed the most important button, launching a super laser cannon. As long as the Sun Eater is eliminated, the last threat will disappear. Even if they cannot enter the wall of origin immediately, they can take a rest and wait for the cooling time of the super laser cannon. But once the Sun Devourers cannot be dealt with quickly, the probability of them entering the wall of origin is 0. When the crimson energy of the super laser cannon shot out from Miranda Star, the entire battlefield fell into silence. This incomparably strong energy directly hit the Sun Eater's core, and the pure impact force had already caused the Sun Eater to retreat hundreds of kilometers. The laser energy blessed by the Kyber crystal is extremely terrifying both in terms of intensity and quality. Usually, one shot is enough to overturn the crust of a planet, trigger a riot in the mantle of the planet, and wipe out billions of years of evolution and precipitation of the planet. Now, as soon as the shot landed on the core star, the star on the chest of the Sun Eater immediately seemed to be boiling, and the lava burst, and it seemed that there was a guaranteed danger at any time. Laser energy is the most powerful, and the reaction it triggers is also the sum of several other attack methods. When these energies were mixed together, the core that originally calmly and stably output energy began to riot at this moment, and even the edge part broke out of the restraint, and the projectile matter splashed around the chest, burning the metal outer body. The drastic changes were still going on, and upon seeing this, Link offered the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Fist of Havoc with all its strength. This Fist of Havoc, Link first locked the position of the core, and then used Shadow Escape to enter the dimensional space. In the dimensional space, anchor the position just locked, and break free from the dimensional space at the last moment of the release of the Fist of Havoc, and reappear itself. Without any fancy skills, it was just a punch that seemed light and calm, but it set off an unparalleled storm in the body of the Sun Devourer. A punch from the core of the star changed the fusion reaction inside. The various energies that have been continuously exerted before have caused the interior of the star to be divided and uneven. Now this fist of catastrophe has completely become the last straw that disintegrates the interior of the star. Under the action of the Fist of Havoc, the entire star began to crack from the inside, and then under the action of external forces, it began to collapse on a larger scale. As the core of the star cools rapidly, it fades from red to the outside at a rate visible to the naked eye. The energy in the Sun Eater's body pipeline also stopped flowing, and the orange energy lost its activity and gradually turned into a gray solid, blocking the energy pipeline. The Sun Eater, which was made up of trillions of omnics, has now completely cooled down and turned into a huge relic floating in the universe. At the same time, a reminder came from Link's system. You killed the Sun Eater Plus, Legendary, gained experience 12 million, got the command core of the Sun Eater, and got the Siphon design blueprint, disabled. This battle is evaluated as S level, and an additional 10 million experience is obtained, and a fragment of the Zerg nest. Link checked the mission rewards. There was nothing to say about Siphon's design blueprint fragments. He didn't expect to get 2 fragments after cleaning up the Sun Eater, bringing the total progress to 810. Another reward is the command core of the Sun Eater. After reading the introduction, Link's eyes light up. This command core is the key used to open the Fate Tree. With this command core, there is no need to storm the Wall of Origin, but to directly use the command core to open the door, allowing everyone to face the Fate Tree system. Everyone gathered the battleship, and then continued to drive behind the Wall of Origin. After solving the Sun Eater, the mood of the whole team has greatly improved, and they face the next incident with a relaxed mood. When Miranda came to the back of the Wall of Origin, everyone was shocked by the appearance. On the wall of the origin of the bronze texture is a door with complex carvings. The Wall of Origin is densely covered with matrix cues of mechanical beauty, and there are shapes like conduits and sharp solder joints between these matrices. From the overall perspective, it is a gate, but if you look at the details, it is more like the arrangement of some kind of electronic equipment way. Star Miranda looks so insignificant in front of this gate. This kind of Wall of Origin doesn't look like it could be created by the power of nature, it's more like it's made by some kind of creature. Helen couldn't help but sighed, especially the matrix arrangement of the gates of the Wall of Origin, which highlights the mechanical beauty. It made Helen feel a sense of intimacy. Link picked up the Sun Devourer command core, and then went to the Gate of Origin. Behind the door is the Fate Tree system that he has seen with the anti-life equation before, which is the foundation for maintaining the operation of the entire universe. Link injected his own energy into the command core according to the description of this task item. Immediately, the Sun Devourer command core began to operate, spinning and flying towards the Gate of Origin. Streams of energy sprang out from the command core, and landed on the Gate of Origin like swimming fish. The ancient bronze gate was infused with energy and started to operate. The energy quickly flows between the gullies of the Gate of Origin, and it is clear from a distance that it is performing some kind of calculation like a computer. Helen took a breath and exclaimed, "It turns out that this place is really a calculation array, but the arrangement and operation of this matrix are beyond the scope of my knowledge, and I can't understand the principle at all." As the Sun Devourer command core invests more and more streamers, these streamers are getting faster and faster after entering the matrix, and the number is also increasing. From the original few strands to now, hundreds of thousands of streamers are moving rapidly, faintly outlining the entire Gate of Origin. The streamer was running faster and faster, and finally reached the level of 1/3 of the speed of light, actually outlining the entire Gate of Origin from the whole to the details. At this moment, the Gate of Origin seemed to trigger a certain setting, making a dull sound. This sound not only hit the hearts of everyone who witnessed this scene, but also the members who were fighting in front of the wall of origin also felt a drumbeat ringing in their chests. However, what everyone doesn't know is that at this moment, all the creatures in the universe seem to have heard the muffled sound of drumming, and they have a feeling in their hearts, as if something big is going to happen in the dark. The central line of the gate of origin was extremely bright, and then it slowly opened, and the jagged gates inside followed suit. Link is also thankful that they didn't use a strong attack method, otherwise, these dozens of heavy gates would not know how long they would have been bombarded. Others don't know that he has fought against titans and firstborns in front of him. With his explosive energy level and attack, plus the strength of his opponent's A level, fighting on the wall of origin can't hurt the wall at all. It is estimated that it will take an unknown amount of time for more than a dozen heavy gates. With the opening of the gate, the situation inside the wall of origin also lifted its mysterious veil. The tree composed of threads of fate is rooted in the void, and its thick trunk is like a galaxy, even more dazzling than a galaxy. Thousands of silk threads are clearly separated, but because of certain forces, they converge to form a river of stars. The magnificence of this scene is no less than that of the pillars of creation. And when the Miranda star and the spaceship entered the gate of origin, it seemed to come to another place. This place does not share the same space with the outside world, and the internal scope and space appear to be even larger. Although I know that the thread of fate is like a play rope hanging a puppet doll, this does not prevent everyone from admiring the magnificence of the origin of the universe. President, what should we do now? Helen was eager to try. Although the super laser cannon had entered the cooling down, it would take half a day to activate it again, but Helen obviously wanted to try other attack methods. Link looked at the fate tree system in front of him, and his blood, which had been agitated before, suddenly calmed down. He had imagined countless times that he arrived at the fate tree system, but when he really arrived here, he looked at the fate tree formed by the destiny of the entire universe. He had rehearsed countless actions in his brain before, but now he lost this impulse. Link looked at the tree of destiny for a long time, and finally merged into a long sigh and said, "You all retreat to the gate of origin first, I need to talk to Emperor Paul the Great." Since Link's time travel to the game was done by Emperor Paul, and now that the Sun Eater has been killed, there is no possibility of resistance from the fate tree system and the will of the universe. Considering that the fate tree system is related to whether he can return to reality, Link must be cautious on this issue and not handle it rashly. Coming to Emperor Paul again, because of the demise of the Sun Eater, the Titans and the Firstborn who were bound by the will of the universe also returned to the wall of origin and became petrified again. Slime and metal tapeworms also returned as if nothing had happened. When Link came to Emperor Paul, the life binders of Emperor Paul had regrouped and stood in front of Emperor Paul. The Sun Eater has been killed. After Link finished speaking, he remained silent, waiting for Emperor Paul to start the next topic himself. "Congratulations, you have accomplished what I failed to accomplish." Emperor Paul smiled miserably, as if feeling emotional. "If you want to ask what will happen if you break the fate tree system, I can't tell you the exact answer. But when everyone's fate disappears, the universe will have no track of its existence, just like a derailed train. No one knows whether it is driving to the finish line or whether the car overturned and exploded." Chapter 1073. Then how did you summon me here? This is the question Link wants to ask the most. After all, in reality, he would be affected by the energy in the game, which in itself is extremely incredible. You must know that Link's memory during his lifetime was due to maintenance of the aging game cabin, and he lost consciousness due to an electric shock. Emperor Paul shrugged and sighed, "Perhaps this is a miracle. When I searched for the person who could perform miracles with the power of the Zerg, a soul without destiny suddenly appeared in my field of vision. Fighting against fate, but at the last moment, I was a little shaken. All this is too coincidental." Undefined Link carefully studied the face of Emperor Paul, and slowly landed beside Emperor Paul. There was no sign of lying in his eyes. Of course, Link knew about Paul the Great's sophistication. For a master of this level, sometimes it would not be rewarding to just look at the appearance, so Link made a bolder decision. If you want to know the truth, don't listen to what others say, but take the initiative to see what you have done, that is the truth. Sorry, I still want to witness it with my own eyes. Link walked towards Emperor Paul, and the life binders behind him became vigilant when they saw Link approaching Emperor Paul. President Lin, what are you going to do? The soul singer Aaliyah spoke fiercely, and the Fate Binders fleet even aimed their weapons at Link, for fear that Link would kill the donkey, which would be detrimental to Emperor Paul. But Link still went his own way, ignoring the other party's warning at all. Emperor Paul had seen Link's ability to use sticky objects for his own use on the frontal battlefield. Even the puppets and subordinates of the will of the universe could be used for his own use. Emperor Paul naturally understood Link's thoughts. It seems that you are still worried about me, but I won't give in easily. The whole body of Paul the Great gathered momentum. After the gate of the Wall of Origin was opened, the last remaining will of the universe was concentrated on the sticky substance of the Wall of Origin. Although Emperor Paul is still bound to the Wall of Origin, it doesn't mean he can't use his abilities. A strange red protective shield separated the two of them. From the energy of this bloody protective shield, Link felt the blood power of the Zerg. 877. Sure enough, this guy has a whole card. Link wasn't surprised by this, after all, he had already figured it out before. Link raised his hand casually, and a protective force field was also covering his whole body. The color of this protective force field was slightly silver. The soul singer Aaliyah was going to fire, but was stopped by Emperor Paul. Your attack is useless against him, don't use it in vain. Hearing this, Aaliyah gritted her teeth, struggled for a moment and finally ordered her men to stop attacking. The great emperor was right, with Link's level of strength, it was no longer something their weapons could hurt. What's more, there are not many life binders, and behind Link are the free fleets of the 4 major sector universes. Now firing on Link is declaring war on the entire universe civilization. They finally used the plan to get rid of the will of the universe, but they couldn't fall at the last moment. Link continued to walk towards Emperor Paul, and the protective force fields of the two came into contact, immediately bursting out with strong impact energy. This force directly lifted the life binder fleet behind. Even if the battleship turned on its balance and protection, it was still swaying backwards under the impact of wave after wave. Under the energy confrontation of the two, the sticky matter on the surrounding ground disappeared in the impact. The Liberty fleet is behind Link, and the battle bonus still exists so far, which makes Link, who has exploded in energy, have no pressure when facing Emperor Paul the Great. Emperor Paul struggled to support, but Link still walked forward leisurely. The two defensive force fields were squeezed during the collision, and nearly 1/3 of Emperor Paul's red part had been swallowed. Cracks are all over the red defensive force field, and as Link advances, the cracks become clearer and more frequent. Link's spiritual energy communicated with Emperor Paul, saying that he really has to wait until the force field is broken before letting me find out. It is estimated that the scene will be ugly. Emperor Paul knew that Link was now bound to win, unconquerable, and unstoppable, but after fighting in person, he realized that Link had reached a state and level that he had never reached. The young man who was raised by himself and used to break the shackles of the universe has now grown to the point where he needs to look up to. Okay, let's leave it at that. Emperor Paul sighed softly, and withdrew the force field at the same time as Link agreed. Then the two looked at each other and smiled, reaching out to hold each other's hands. Seeing this scene, Aaliyah, who was extremely nervous, breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that the two were just testing each other just now, and they didn't really intend to face each other. Link and Emperor Paul held hands together, Link's anti-life equation was activated, and immediately entered Emperor Paul's mind consciousness. The plan and picture of Paul the Great fighting against the will of the universe in the past, and being imprisoned on the Wall of Origin after failure. Afterwards, a cluster of souls without destiny was accidentally discovered, and this was the next scene where Link thought he had crossed and woke up from the desert. And in this process, Emperor Paul relied on himself to integrate with the wall of origin, let his soul enter the fate tree system, carefully issued orders, influenced Link's every move, and let him move in the direction he wanted. The two let go, and Link's control of the anti-life equation over Emperor Paul also came to an end. Emperor Paul didn't lie. He really didn't know what would happen after destroying the destiny tree system. Just like his metaphor, no one could tell where a derailed train would end up and whether it could stop safely. Everything is only known after trying. Emperor Paul the Great was also filled with emotion. Link's ability is what he dreamed of. If you had mastered the anti-life equation ability against the sky before, I am afraid that the fate tree system has been destroyed, so why wait until today? Even with his strength, he is completely unable to resist the anti-life equation. If Link really wants to, he can completely replace the will of the universe and become the master of the entire universe. The two people's temptations just now also released the shackles around the whole body for Emperor Paul. All the sticky substances have been separated from the body, and they have completely become free. Emperor Paul said with a smile on his face, "President Lin knows that I have not concealed it. What are you going to do next?" To be honest, Emperor Paul's mentality changed very quickly. After probing with Link, he found that he had no chance of winning against Link. Link, with the blessing of the Free Fleet, is stronger than him in terms of prestige and strength in the universe. Now he just waits for Link to smash the fate tree system, to see the people who have no puppet thread, usher in real freedom and liberation, and the final outcome of the real universe. Since someone has inherited his idea, then Emperor Paul can be a happy person with peace of mind. But obviously, Link had his own ideas and did not act according to what Emperor Paul wanted. Since you have said it all, no one knows what will happen if you break the fate tree system, or just forget it. Emperor Paul was stunned. He didn't expect victory to be within easy reach, but Link suddenly said such words. But upon seeing Link's smile, Emperor Paul knew he had been cheated. This guy obviously had other plans. State your terms. You asked me to say it, so I'm not polite. It's no big deal. I almost made the Zerg altar with the fragments of the Zerg nest. With the altar, Afu can be brought back to life. Wait and see Afu live. Come here, and I will cut off the tree of fate. Link paused after finishing speaking, and continued, I know you still have fragments on your body, so you can give them to me now. Emperor Paul stared at Link, but he didn't expect this guy to think about resurrecting Afu. Afu is an independent individual shaped by part of his own personality. Unexpectedly, Link would think of resurrecting Afu before breaking the tree of fate. Do I still have a choice? After all, Afu is only a part of my personality. I originally planned to take it back and return to the main body. But now you say this, do I still have a chance to refuse? As Emperor Paul said, he took out a Zerg fragment. This is my last Zerg fragment. When Emperor Paul took out the Zerg fragments, Link really didn't feel the Zerg breath from him anymore. Link absorbed the Zerg nest without saying a word, increasing the progress by 5. You get the Zerg nest. After absorbing it, the progress reaches 80, and you get the Zerg altar. S-level mission Heart of the Swarm. Mission tips. When the Zerg Queen was sealed, she spread the Zerg artifact nest all over the universe. Only by finding all the artifact fragments can the Queen return. Every time you find an artifact fragment, your ability will also increase accordingly. Current progress 80. Stage 90 rewards 5 million experience points 100 potential points Zerg Queen, unlock 100 stage rewards after completion. Task completion rewards to unlock the Cosmic Disaster version, and get the title of Zerg King. Link could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that he had obtained the Zerg altar. Successfully obtaining the Zerg altar means that Link has obtained a way to regenerate Afu. It's been a long time since you and your subordinates have seen each other, so let's talk about the past first. Link made no secret of his excitement, casually dropped a word to Emperor Paul, and his figure disappeared into the wall of origin, returning to Star Miranda. Link prepared a place under Star Miranda, and then put down the Zerg altar he got. Soon, a mass of sarcoma-like objects began to attach to the ground and expand rapidly. The shape of the altar is peculiar, with a strong Zerg style. But Link is no longer in the mood to appreciate it, and took out Ah Fu's body from the moving castle. Ah Fu's body was infused with a large amount of Phoenix life energy by Helen, and in addition to the slow flow of time in the moving castle, even in the past few months, Ah Fu looked no different from when he just died. The material used to put Ah Fu into the Zerg altar and revive Ah Fu needs Link's blood. The blood of the Zerg leader has a strong ability to restore life, and now Ah Fu has the life energy of the Phoenix in his body, and his vitality is extremely strong. When Ah Fu's body was behind the Zerg altar, the blood released by Link slowly climbed up to the center of the altar in the form of a blood cocoon, and then wrapped Ah Fu all around, just like when it was synthesized. Only this time, Ah Fu looked more like a mummy wrapped in red satin than a large silkworm baby covered in a blood cocoon. The revival of the altar has no hint of time. Link found that as the progress of the worm nest got higher and higher, the data-based things became less and less, and more relied on perception and feeling. Link could clearly sense that his blood energy was entering Ah Fu's body, and at the same time the Zerg altar was also greedily absorbing natural energy. The flow of energy caught the attention of others on Miranda. The first person to react was Sunzong Surtur. He was too familiar with this aura. Immediately realized that it was the boss Link who had returned and opened the altar of the Zerg. So now that the altar is in operation, Ah Fu must be resurrected. Immediately afterwards, other people who were sensitive to energy perception also noticed this abnormal underground energy and went underground. As the people who provided the life energy of the Phoenix, Sean and Miranda also felt the absorbed Phoenix energy. With this perception, they immediately locked the position and the situation on the scene. Okay, it seems that Link's father is trying to revive Uncle Ah Fu. Sean's eyes were shining with the most innocent eagerness. Miranda even squinted her smiling eyes, unable to hide the excitement in her heart. Let's go there immediately. Uncle Ah Fu saved our lives. If we can see us after waking up, we must be very happy. This time, Grace did not stop the two children. Everything has been settled. Although Link hasn't smashed the Tree of Fate yet, the Sun Eater is dead, and the will of the universe has no chance of overturning. Rescue Ah Fu and let Ah Fu witness the shattering of the Tree of Fate and the liberation of the whole universe. The grand scene. Let's go together. Grace got up and went with the two children. As the news of Ah Fu's possible resurrection spread, all members of the Umbrella Foundation came to the underground Zerg altar. The altar, which looks obviously Zerg style, has not aroused heated discussions among people. The members who followed Link had seen the low-level Zerg and Link's various pets, and this grotesque altar could no longer arouse their interest. What they are more concerned about now is whether Ah Fu can really be resurrected. Link just shook his head. It was Surtur who told Link to use the altar to resurrect. As the general overseer next to the Zerg Queen in the past, Surtur has seen too many major events, so he naturally dare not speak falsely in this regard. Papa Link, I saw that the Phoenix energy is entering Uncle Ah Fu's body little by little, and the energy has been absorbed. Miranda said excitedly. Unlike before it remained in the body, this time the life energy was really absorbed. Plop. Plop. There were two low vibrations, which should have been similar to the buzzing of mosquitoes, but now they were extremely clear. S recommends Li Xiyang's new book, Being a Man Again from Conan. Don't take the usual way, write the daily series as a fighting series, comprehensive comics, start with Conan, and follow up with many animations such as Dead Sea, Dragon Ball, Demon Slayer, and One Man. There is always one that suits you. Chapter 1074. Two powerful heartbeats made everyone present feel excited. Everyone's eyes focused on Ah Fu's chest. The body that had been silent had resumed its ups and downs visible to the naked eye. The beating of the heart was weak from the beginning, but became stronger every time. The energy was poured into Ah Fu's body, and all the essence of blood was absorbed. The bloody cloth strip wrapped around Ah Fu also faded and turned translucent. Ah Fu's steady breathing can be clearly seen. Everyone didn't dare to take a breath, their eyes locked on Ah Fu. Soon, Ah Fu's fingers and eyelashes began to tremble slightly, and the familiar sense of connection surged into Link's heart again, and he felt Ah Fu's existence again. Undefined, the trembling of Ah Fu's limbs became clearer, his body and soul rejoined, and he regained control of his body. Ah Fu slowly opened his eyes, looking at everything around him in a daze. His consciousness was still at the moment of death, and he suddenly felt a sense of strangeness in the current environment. Seeing that the soul returned to the nether realm after the death of the head, how did he come here? Ah Fu felt that there was a layer of fog in front of his eyes, which gave people the feeling of looking at flowers through the fog, and unconsciously stretched out his hand to pull off the white flock covering his body. When Ah Fu got up from the Zerg altar, he turned his head and saw Link and the others standing in the distance, with eager smiles on their faces. Ah Fu was dumbfounded, staring blankly at the crowd, and said to himself, "It's over, it's over, it's all a hallucination. Obviously I'm already dead, why do I see so many people? Think of the illusion formed." As he said that, Ah Fu slapped his face twice, and the sound of slapping was extremely clear, echoing in the altar of the Zerg race. Ah Fu felt his cheeks were hot, and this kind of pain was not like what the dead could have. "Ah Fu, welcome back." Link opened his arms to welcome Ah Fu. Ah Fu had just gotten used to his coming to hell situation and identity, and now Link said welcome back, and abruptly dragged Ah Fu's thoughts back. "Uncle Ah Fu, Papa Link saved you, welcome home." Miranda said impatiently, and then ran all the way to Ah Fu with Shan, and the two children hugged Ah Fu with their small arms. "Fu, but there is no way to make around." Ah Fu's eyes were full of shock and surprise, and he stretched out his hand stiffly to gently press the tops of Shan and Miranda's heads. The familiar and clear touch, as well as the warmth of the children's heads, made Ah Fu finally believe in his own feelings. Am I really alive again?" Link stepped forward and said, "Shan and Miranda saved your body, and I will use the altar to resurrect you." "Boss, what's the situation now?" "The will of the universe will continue to send corrective forces to trouble Shan and Miranda. We must find a way to solve this problem, otherwise the entire Miranda star will be in a state of chaos." Link patted Ah Fu on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, the will of the universe has been solved by us. Now we are at the gate of the Wall of Origin, and we are only one step away from chopping the Tree of Fate. Considering that this is the only way in this life seeing the spectacular scene once, I hope that all members of the Foundation can participate in the witness, so I resurrect you first." There was a lot of information in Link's words, and Ah Fu's brain was stuck for a long time before he recovered. He couldn't help asking, "Then boss, how did you deal with it, Emperor Paul?" "He provided the last fragment of the worm nest, and I let him go after that. As for where he went, I didn't pay attention. Anyway, the Destiny Tree system was broken in the past few days. Either the whole universe will usher in true freedom, or it will go down together. It is better than now, being used as a doll by the will of the universe with the thread of fate, and becoming a consumable for the universe to operate according to a fixed process." Now that Ah Fu was resurrected, the last thing on everyone's minds was settled, and the only thing left to focus on was the Fate Tree. The Freedom Fleet that came to aid Link also arrived behind the Wall of Origin. When seeing the psychedelic Fate Tree system and the galaxy composed of fate threads, from the leaders who have seen the world to the members of the fleet, they all expressed their sincere and shocking admiration. The Fate Tree system is the embodiment of the cause and effect of the universe, and it is also the foundation of the operation of the universe. All intelligent creatures can find their destiny in the Tree of Fate. The Freedom Fleet, which is composed of the 4 sectoral universe alliances, came forward with their respective rotating chairmen and asked, "President Lin, how can we chop up the Tree of Fate and end the fate of being dominated?" Link didn't have a specific answer to this either. After all, it was the first time he opened the door of origin and faced the fate tree system. But Link thought for a moment and said, if you want to completely destroy the fate tree, you must first understand the fate tree system. We still don't know anything about the operation method and energy composition of the fate thread. So the next 4 sector universes have to send relevant experts. Let's study and overcome the destiny tree system together. At the same time, we also need to analyze the wall of origin. Only after we figure it out, can we sum up the method to completely destroy the destiny tree system. The 4 rotating chairmen all agreed with Link's statement. The fate tree system is the foundation of the universe. If it is destroyed rashly, no one knows what chain reactions will be triggered. Do it after you have studied it clearly, so that you will have confidence in your heart. Okay, next we will establish a portal at the end of the Pillar of Creation, and invite experts from the Alliance to jointly analyze and diagnose, and strive to solve this scourge as soon as possible. Now that Link has given a plan, they are also curious about the fate tree system, and everyone almost unanimously agrees to follow this plan. After this battle, Link's current momentum can almost be said to be the number 1 in the universe. Of course, Link is also curious about the Tree of Fate. The free fleets of the 4 major sectors are stationed at the Wall of Origin, where they build portals and conduct research on the spot. The Wall of Origin is a new thing for the 4 major sector universes. This thing that can support the operation of the entire universe is made of a strange metal material, and its interior is unique. If such a mighty power is naturally formed by the universe, almost no one believes it. People are more willing to believe that this is built by a higher level or ancient intelligent creature than the firstborn and Titan. Leviathan, as the primordial creature, also knew nothing about it. The answers can only be researched by themselves. Link came to the interior of the fate tree system, and Link was accompanied by a foe and Surtur. The targets Link intends to find this time are the Zerg Queen and Emperor Paul. Since Emperor Paul the Great would be trapped by the sticky substance, it meant that he also had a destiny. The Zerg Queen is an existence bred by the life energy of the universe itself. Although the Zerg has died out, the Zerg is still there. Collecting all the Zerg fragments can revive the Queen, which shows that her fate line has not completely disappeared. The reason why Link looked for the fate line of these 2 people was to collect the Zerg fragments. Apart from the Zerg Queen, the only 2 people connected with the Zerg fragments is Emperor Paul the Great. Just finding 2 people among the threads of destiny of trillions of living beings is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. However, the reason why Link found Surtur and Afu was precisely to save the search time, so as not to search indiscriminately. After the 3 of them entered the Tree of Fate, a dark thread appeared from Afu and Surtur. Originally, the silk thread of the 2 should be thick and curved. The thickness represents the importance of fate, and the bending represents the deviation of fate. But now there is only a vague one, and it seems to disappear at any time. The reason for this is that both of them have been transformed by Link. Link is originally a person without fate. Under Link's strong influence, fate has less and less control over Afu and Surtur, so the thread of fate is almost equal to nothing. Now, follow the thread of your respective destiny and search in reverse, and you will naturally find the node where your destiny bifurcates. Afu's bifurcation node should be traced upwards to Emperor Paul's fate thread. Surtur's fate thread should be related to the fate of the Zerg Queen or the entire Zerg race. Link is to reverse the starting point through the end point, and then find the whereabouts of the Zerg fragments through the starting point. Now that Link's progress has reached 80, he can completely piece together a complete Zerg nest and become the complete master of the Zerg if he activates another 20. The reason why you want to get it together is completely obsessive-compulsive disorder. After all, the scientific research group is now researching the Wall of Origin and the Fate Tree system. Link is also idle, thinking about whether he can find the whereabouts of the remaining Zerg nests through the thread of fate. Now Link still has some guesses in his heart. In reality, he came to the game world after being electrocuted to death in the old game cabin. Seeing the situation at that time from the memory of Emperor Paul through the anti-life equation, Emperor Paul wanted to find a suitable person who would be the key to his resurrection and comeback. The great emperor gave birth to a new idea, which is to guide Link to grow up and personally overthrow the will of the universe and the fate tree system. So if Link smashes the destiny tree system, the possible results are as follows. 1. The universe continues to run, and everyone can control their own lives. 2. After experiencing disorder and chaos, the universe eventually moves toward chaos and destruction. 3. Break the fate tree system, and you, the person without destiny, leave the game space and return to reality. Link can accept any of these 3 possibilities. Even if the universe loses order and becomes chaotic, with his current methods and abilities, he can still stabilize it. Soon, Ah Fu found the place where fate forked. His own ray of fate was separated from a cluster of thicker fates and diverted to another place. This is the singularity of fate. Afterwards, Ah Fu followed the found thread of the fate of Paul the Great, continued to deduce upwards, and found the point where it intersects with other fates. Sir Tuer, too, has found a confluence. Not surprisingly, this should be the fate of the Zerg Queen or the entire Zerg. As the carrier of the Queen's will, the Zerg has only the Queen's authoritative will. So it is not so much the fate of the Zerg as it is the fate of the Queen herself. As the fate of the Queen continued to trace upwards, the fate of the Zerg became stronger and stronger, even wider and more spectacular than the galaxy of fate of Ah Fu and Emperor Paul. On these threads of fate, images of many major events are projected. These images faithfully record the direction and situation of each branch of fate, just like a documentary about fate. Soon, the 3 came to a critical node in the fate of the Zerg. From here, the fate of the Zerg became scattered, and countless thin threads spread out, like a goddess scattering flowers. Through the screen on the thread of fate, Link saw the screen of the Zerg Queen being sealed, and at the same time, the Zerg nest was broken into fragments and scattered throughout the universe. The subsequent scattered threads are where the high-level Zerg leaders and Zerg fragments go. Pure Zerg fragments do not have destiny, but coincidentally, the Zerg as a whole is the product of the Queen's will, so these fragments also have the Queen's will, and are naturally part of the Queen's fate, recorded on the thread of fate. Then, from now on, we only need to find out the threads of fate that represent the fragments, and through the last image left, we can know the location of the fragments. After really touching the Tree of Destiny, Link had a real understanding of the laws of the universe. The entire fate tree is like a movie that keeps spreading out branches, and the fate tree system is to record these branches, which is a bit similar to film. The entire universe also operates according to a preset script. Everyone is a puppet, an actor, and can play a limited role in their own roles, but the story and fate of the characters have been arranged by the director early on. Whether you want it or not, you have to finish the play. After finding the worm nest fragment node, Link remembered it and returned with the 3 of them. As for the next job to look for, just throw it to the player. Now the 4 major sectors of the universe form the Free Fleet, and they are not only sincerely cooperating with each other, but also share weal and woe, and the connection is closer. Players shuttled between the portals of the major sectors, and the map expanded more than 3 times at once. But now the most important thing is the fate tree, so related tasks are also the most popular. With a large number of players and confirmed video data, it is easy to find the Zerg nest. The only obstacle encountered may be some extreme environments or wild beasts on the target planet. Other forces encountered, after learning that it was the Umbrella Foundation, welcomed them with the most enthusiastic attitude. On the other hand, research on the fate tree system and the Wall of Origin has also made some progress. Especially in terms of the composition of the fate tree, under the research of many bigwigs, the research on this energy substance has achieved good results. This is an intangible and intangible energy that only exists in the dimensional space, but can affect entities. But like other energies, once it is impacted by a strong energy that can affect the dimensional space, the fate tree will be fragile, like a delicate flower under a strong wind and rain. Recommended a friend's new book, I've lived in Daming for 100 years. Zhu Xiangying, am 8 years old and good at keeping in good health. Everywhere in the Ming dynasty, people are well known, and the emperor's grandfather Zhu Yuanzhang personally praised him as a good grandson. Keeping in good health for 100 years is not to become a fairy, but to wait for someone to take over. Chapter 1075. In just 2 months, the transformation of the wall of origin in the 4 major sectors of the universe has begun to show results, and there is an endless stream of flying gates every day, sending various research materials and required instruments and equipment. The research on the wall of origin and the tree of destiny also has a direction and certain results. For example, Link used the anti-life equation to control the slime on the battlefield. After analysis and research, it was found that this slime was a special fungal life form. It itself has complex neuron signals, but the manipulation of this neuron signal is actually by means of the undercurrent of the mind. In other words, this is a species that can be permanently manipulated once the spirit is linked. And the characteristic of this species is the ability to absorb and block the target, assimilate the target at the microscopic level, so that the blocked target gradually becomes a kind of creature with the slime, so that it can fuse with the slime on the entire wall of origin as one body. If you want to break free, you have to break free from all the sticky matter. The difficulty can be seen. Undefined only in terms of intelligence, the slime is much weaker than the Hades on Link, and only has an advantage in numbers. After losing the control of the will of the universe, the slime lost its thinking consciousness, and became a fungal life form purely based on biological intuition and conditioned reflex. Seeing this, Link simply dispatched Hades, using Hades' characteristics and thinking as a slime creature, swallowed and absorbed the slime from the wall of origin, and assimilated it into a part of his own body. Through this, Hades has also completed its own evolution and sublimation, and has been promoted from epic quality to orange legend, and its strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Every piece of slime is Hades, and Hades can also be divided into countless pieces. Even if it is scattered all over the universe, the thinking of Hades can control every piece of slime. The players ran around in the universe, and brought back piece after piece of Zerg nest fragments based on the information and intelligence obtained from the Alien Committee. When the progress reached 90, Link successfully unlocked the Zerg Queen. It's just that this queen is different from Link's imagination. I thought that the system would directly give out a Zerg Queen, but I didn't expect that what Link got was just a Heart of the Swarm. That's right, it's the one with the S-level mission title Heart of the Swarm. Link never thought that it would be fine to make Zerg by himself, but now he wants to create a Zerg Queen. Looking at the requirements of Heart of the Swarm, Link found that the requirements for shaping the queen were quite demanding. First of all, it must be a Zerg, and secondly, since it is a queen, the gender must also be female. The most important point is that the strength should not be too low, at least it must be above the middle level of the Zerg, otherwise it will be impossible to control the huge Heart of the Swarm. When these conditions are combined, Link can only think of one candidate who meets the requirements: the goddess Grace. Grace was transformed into the blood god and plague god through synthesis, and she is the existence second only to him in the Zerg race. Even the warlord Surtur, in terms of strength, can only be beaten by Grace. Secondly, Grace is also the only woman among the advanced Zerg, and she is the most suitable person to become the queen of the Zerg. Of course, Grace's opinion should also be sought on this matter. But Link believes that Grace will not refuse. After all, he has already thought about his speech. Link found Grace, and now Grace looks very good, and the worry lingering on her brow has disappeared. Previously worried that the will of the universe was not good for Shan and Miranda, this worry reached the extreme after Afu was sacrificed against the power of correction. Now that the Sun Eater has been dealt with, the wall of origin has been completely breached, and the complete destruction of the Destiny Tree system is only a thought away from them. The comfort brought by this kind of stability, nothing can threaten Shan and Miranda anymore, is the feeling Grace can only dream of. It's just that when Link appeared again to visit Misty Villa, Grace suddenly had a bad premonition. If you don't go to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing, I'm afraid there is something bad about your visit this time. Grace still knows about Link. The smile on Link's face stopped abruptly, and he couldn't help reaching out and touching his cheek. Is it really so obvious? There is indeed something I want to discuss with you. Seeing Link's serious expression, Grace's bad feeling became even stronger. While walking in the yard, the two said, I have something to discuss with you this time. What do you think of the situation in the universe after chopping up the Tree of Fate? As soon as Link came up, he asked a question that seemed to Grace to be philosophical. Grace was stunned for a while, and then replied, the situation in the universe? Didn't you say that after cutting the Tree of Fate, everyone got rid of the puppets of fate? The next direction is either a beautiful new situation, or more and more chaos. You know, I once said that I am not from here, I am a person without destiny, that's why I was chosen to chop up the Tree of Fate. You can get rid of fate, but I, who has no fate, most likely will the place where I was sent back. Link didn't finish his sentence completely, but Grace wasn't a fool either. After pondering for a moment, she asked, same as a foreigner? Link nodded, sighed softly and said, that's why I can command the aliens like an arm, because I know them well. One of the things I'm most worried about now is that after cutting the Tree of Fate, I will be sent back. This place is about to fall into chaos. Although the universe of the four major sectors is now in the honeymoon period, the chaos below can be suppressed. But as the situation evolves, it will inevitably lead to an even more chaotic situation. Sorrow climbed onto Grace's brow again, and according to Link's tone, it seemed that a bigger storm was coming. If I leave by then, I'm afraid no one will be able to hold the situation. That's why I came to you today. Link simply flashed his bright card. Me? Even if my current strength has reached a level, it may not be so easy to suppress the Umbrella Foundation and other external forces, right? Especially the evil gods in outer space. After hearing the name of the God Slayer Link, that's a hasty escape. I don't think I have the ability. Then if there is an opportunity to improve your ability now, so that you have enough strength to deter the enemy and better protect Sean and Miranda, are you willing? Grace felt that the scene in front of her was familiar. When Link tempted her to dedicate herself to compositing, she used this set of words. So the real purpose of your coming this time is to use your secret means to improve my strength again, right? Link smiled again, and praised, you really have a pair of phoenix eyes to see through the lost way. The power this time is enough for you to deter the entire universe. Heart of the Swarm, once fused, you can become the new queen of the Zerg and command all the Zerg in the universe. You know, the Zerg is one of the three major natural disasters along with Omnix and high-level demons. Holding such a force in your hands, the deterrence is strong enough. Even the evil gods in outer space have to weigh it if they want to invade. Now it's Grace's turn to be curious. You must know that controlling the Zerg has always been Link's exclusive ability. Even Sir Tuur, the Zerg warlord, obeyed. Now Link intends to grant the Heart of the Swarm to Grace, making her the new queen of the Zerg, which is a bit like being ordered in a crisis. Now Link intends to hand everything over to her. Thinking of Link's unpredictable ability to command the Zerg army in the universe, this ability will become the most powerful guarantee for Grace. Grace thought for a moment, looked at the two children playing in the distance, and the emotion of maternal love once again occupied the high ground. Indeed, Link was right. No one has cut the Tree of Fate, and no one can predict what will happen after the Tree of Fate is cut. But to plan ahead, it is natural to plan for the worst. The worst-case scenario is that Link leaves here, the universe falls into chaos, and the evil gods in outer space are about to move. Under such circumstances, without Link as the mainstay, Grace's own strength to deter the enemy is indeed a bit unsightly, and she cannot lead the Umbrella Foundation. But if you take over the Heart of the Swarm and become the new Zerg Queen, with the incomparably powerful force of the Cosmic Zerg, not to mention ruling the entire universe, you can also become the largest force in the universe except for the four major sectors. Strength. Considering this, Grace was already extremely moved. Any sacrifice was worth it as long as it protected Sean and Miranda. Okay, I agree with your transformation plan. But I still have a question, whether carrying the heart of the swarm can obtain the same ability as yours. The Zerg brood, altar, and hatching pool on Miranda can all be used normally. But the ability to synthesize and transform cannot be inherited. These abilities come from Zerg hive fragments, which are special skills of Zerg. Even if the Zerg queen is resurrected, unless the owner voluntarily offers abilities, the queen will not be able to master these abilities, and can only evolve and control the Zerg step by step. However, this is enough for the queen who controls the Zerg. The mother nest and various hatching pools that can allow the Zerg to evolve have been completed, and the mid-level altar can be revived. Link has paved the way for the revival of the Zerg. Grace is also a vigorous and resolute person. Now that she has passed the psychological barrier, it is not too late to make preparations. Of course, there is another reason why Grace made this difficult decision, that is, to become the queen of the Zerg. She will have the purest blood of the Zerg. Close lineage. To some extent, Grace, the mother, will have a close blood relationship with her two children. Link and Grace came to the altar of Zerg under Star Miranda. The ceremony will take place here. Except for the two, the only one who was called was Sunzong Sir Tuer. Sir Tuer was extremely excited to be invited to participate. You must know that this kind of ceremony can only be attended by the top and core members of the Zerg. Sir Tuer has been considering along the way to create a brand new medal for this incident of welcoming the Queen as a commemoration. However, the reality is that apart from Sir Tuer, a pure Zerg warlord, neither Link nor Grace can think of any pure-blooded Zerg under his command. Sir Tuer is not only the warlord of the Zerg, but also serves as an advisor on various traditional matters of the Zerg. Only this time, the consultant stuttered a bit. After all, it was the first time for Sir Tuer to see the heart of the swarm and the birth of a new queen, and he had no experience. Grace is sitting on the altar, and Link is holding the heart of the swarm in both hands. Called the heart of the swarm, it's actually a glowing power core. Please download the novel I love reading it to read the latest content. This energy core is translucent, and there are countless flocks inside. It generally presents a state of neuron network, and it is a bit like a honeycomb structure. The energy in the heart of the swarm is more like a kind of thinking, a core used to establish a connection with all the Zerg in the universe. The birth of the Zerg Queen also required the blessing of Link's Zerg blood. Under the blessing of the highest concentration of Zerg blood, Grace and the heart of the swarm were wrapped in a blood cocoon. During the next incubation period, Grace will gradually integrate with the heart of the swarm. When this fusion is completed, Grace will be promoted to the Queen of the Zerg and become the leader of the Zerg in the entire universe. This time does not take too long, only 5 days. During this period, the progress of Link's worm nest fragments finally reached 100. There are no new products for the final 100 progress stage rewards, only experience and potential points. It's just that for Link, these things have lost their appeal to him. Without a crisis, there would be no motivation to increase strength. The only thing that interests Link is the Cosmic Disaster version and the title of Zerg King that will be released after the S-level mission is completely completed. The title of the Zerg Emperor gives Link a higher command over the Zerg than the Zerg Queen, and at the same time the Zerg under his command will get more benefits. As for the Cosmic Disaster version, Link got a system prompt after the task was completed. Unlocked higher levels. As for the plot, because the current situation in the universe has deviated from the norm, and the strength of the will of the universe has been greatly reduced, it cannot really start the version event. A version of the game world was shut down because of Link's strong intervention. Link couldn't laugh or cry. However, there have been lessons learned before that. The original Alliance of Stars, Forbidden Land of the Thulhu and Heart of the Swarm versions were directly changed to Reign of Chaos under Link's intervention. Finally, after 5 days, a new breath emerged in the Zerg altar. Link felt an equally powerful aura of the same origin, which was connecting all Zerg races. This connection is directly based on the level of thinking. It's like an ever-expanding network, radiating to farther places. Link is like an emperor, sitting in the spiritual world and watching this consciousness spread. And the farther the consciousness spreads, the stronger the breath in the altar will be. The Zerg Queen is back. P.S. recommends the new book The Age of Giant Ships and Cannons by a good friend who became enlightened overnight, Digital Interstellar Wars, Giant Ships and Cannons, and the Three Major Natural Disasters. If you like this kind of elements, you can read it. The author has thousands of subscriptions to old books, and his strength is guaranteed. Chapter 1076. The blood cocoon on Grace's body made a crackling sound. Pieces of blood cocoons fell to the ground, revealing Grace's chitinous skin glowing with purple energy. When the blood cocoon completely faded away, Grace revealed her brand new look. Different from the terrifying elegance of the previous blood robe, now Grace's body has undergone a huge change except for her face. The original long hair has turned into long beards similar to tentacles, just like the long beards and tentacles of insects, which are composed of multiple segments. Undefined, the grey chitin hard shell on the surface of the body directly covered her with a layer of armor, and the hard shell was dotted with purple energy nodes, which looked both high-tech and wildly beautiful. The tentacles like long hair extends all the way to the waist, and what is even more jaw-dropping is the butterfly bone on Grace's back, where a pair of bone wings grow out, which are barb-shaped, unusually sharp, and look extremely tense. The chitin armor did not make Grace look bloated, but revealed an extremely wild and monstrous beauty. There is a scarlet color in the eyes, and when you look at them, you can feel a terrifying and strange energy, a kind of soul-stirring power. Grace glanced down at her new look, and she didn't feel any discomfort. With every heartbeat in her body, she could burst out strong energy. It felt like drinking a bucket of nitrogen pump, and every cell in her body was wont to release energy. The bone wings on the back are full of tension, and the angry and ferocious face also carries extreme danger. A thin film formed by a stream of red blood gradually climbed up the bone wings and wrapped them, forming a pair of blood-colored wings. Because of the heart of the swarm, Grace's mind and consciousness can easily wander in the universe. The vast universe and the distance of hundreds of millions of light years lost all meaning in Grace's eyes at this time. With the heart of the swarm, she can communicate with Zergs on any planet or corner in the universe, and directly issue orders. With just one thought, these Zerg that are deeply buried in hibernation or suspended animation will revive and sweep the universe again. But Grace still suppressed this urge, which was Link's whole card. If it is easily demonstrated now, a terrifying force covering the entire universe is enough to cause a sense of crisis and panic in the four major sectoral universes, and become everyone's enemy out of thin air. This is not what Grace wants to see. The Zerg distributed throughout the universe is an important means for Grace to maintain the Umbrella Foundation and deter the enemy in the future. Welcome back, Queen of the Zerg. Link greeted Grace with open arms, and Sir Tuor put one hand on his chest, then half-kneeled and lowered his head, saying, "Welcome back, Your Majesty the Empress." Grace stepped forward and hugged Link gently. Both of them have the purest Zerg blood in their bodies, and they have a natural sense of intimacy connected by blood, but Grace's face is still as cold as before. "Seeing that you have successfully transformed into the Zerg Queen, I am relieved." With Grace as the last guarantee of the Umbrella Foundation, and now with all the power of the Zerg, they can rely on their own communication to awaken all hibernating Zerg in the universe. This power is stronger than any enemy. Link's title of Emperor of Zerg also has the same effect, so he knows the appeal of Queen of Zerg. Although there is no way to synthesize, transform, and form fetters, Grace can use all the Zerg buildings, hatching pools, altars, etc. left behind. It can not only ensure the reproduction of the low-level Zerg, but also ensure the resurrection of the middle and high-level Zerg. As long as it does not encounter encirclement and suppression at the level of the entire universe, it can continue to grow and develop. Everything is just speculation. Maybe after the Tree of Fate is chopped, everything will be as usual. Grace fell silent after speaking. She examined her heart and found that deep down she was still unwilling to let Link leave. With Link, all problems can be easily solved, with a backbone. Once Link leaves, Grace needs to solve problems by herself. Although Link has arranged the back road and cards for her, facing the unknown future will still make Grace feel a little nervous. Link smiled and said nothing. Now that everything is properly arranged, with Grace Zerg Queen as his whole card, Link can rest assured to proceed with the next action. I need you to help me chop up the Tree of Fate. The Fate Tree is vast, and now all the enemies in the Wall of Origin have disappeared, and Link's Death Scythe talent bonus leaves only the Free Fleet, and the bonus effect is a little lower than it was during the battle. Link is also curious about Grace's ability to promote the Zerg Queen. Judging from the data panel, Heart of the Swarm is indeed a Zerg treasure. This promotion alone allowed Grace to jump 2 levels in a row, from A to A+. Now combining the power of the two, plus the firepower of the Black Throne, Super Fortress, and Miranda Star, it should be possible to destroy the Fate Tree in one fell swoop. Without further ado, Link immediately contacted Helen and several other Sector Universe representatives who stayed at the Wall of Origin, saying that the time has come. The research on the Wall of Origin and the Fate Tree system has also come to an end. Several representatives immediately reported the news to the rotating chairman in charge of stability maintenance in the Sector Universe. After a while, the rotating chairman led the leader groups of their respective Sector Universes to arrive at the scene. Are you ready to chop the Fate Tree? Doom asked expectantly. The Liberty Fleet was originally linked together for freedom, and now they can finally witness the final scene. Everyone welcomes the day of true liberation with an eager and expectant heart. Well, all the preparations are in place now. The research on the Tree of Fate and the Wall of Origin is basically coming to an end. It's time to break the cage that binds us. The Black Throne, Miranda Star, and Super Power Fortress did not directly enter the Fate Tree area, but were attached to the periphery of the junction. Including the Sector Universe leaders who came to watch the battle, they all gathered in this place. According to Link, no one knows what will happen after the Fate Tree is cut off, so the safest way is to keep the ship and the audience outside. As for Link and Grace, with A and level strength, even if the Fate Tree system explodes, there is still a way to leave on the spot. Link and Grace entered the Tree of Destiny. Looking at the silk thread flowing like a galaxy's satin, Link was filled with emotion. As long as the Tree of Fate is destroyed, we will never see such a scene and creation again. I would rather these things never appeared. Grace was still jealous, and regarded the Fate Tree as the source of all evil in this universe. Indeed, controlling the fate of all creatures in the universe and making them live like puppets would not be favored by anyone. Link doesn't miss it either, and now he is eager to know what he will face next. Helen, Jus Hailong, Leviathan, now enter the state of preparation. Grace, who was beside her, had already begun to gather energy. This is her first battle as the Zerg Queen. It's not so much a battle, it's more like a peak output that condenses the energy of the whole body. Grace herself is not sure how powerful this blow will be, but it is definitely a good way to vent her anger on the Tree of Fate. Link also began to condense energy, and all the bonuses that could be activated by equipment and skills were all used at this time. After the bonus, Link aimed at the central trunk of the Tree of Destiny, and released his strongest blow, the Fist of Havoc. The Fist of Catastrophe tore apart the space inside, erupting with unparalleled power. This earth-shattering force quickly exploded energy on the trunk of the Fate Tree. An invisible force tore at the thread of fate. The thick trunk broke at a speed visible to the naked eye. The breaking of the thread of fate triggered a series of reactions. The broken thread of fate is like a broken rope in the middle. The broken thread of fate does not disappear directly, but is like a flying snake out of control, constantly twisting the only remaining figure, which in turn causes changes and vibrations in other threads of fate, making the scene even more chaotic. Grace's energy vibrates from her wings. In the blood-red blood energy, there is a touch of dark green and void purple. The Zerg power, blood energy, and plague energy are forcibly controlled by Grace. After the berserk energy hit the thread of fate, the three kinds of energy spread wildly, and continued to intensify the damage to the trunk on the basis of Link's Fist of Havoc. Link's Fist of Havoc didn't strike at once, but fired several shots in succession after opening the situation. In ancient times, there was drawing a knife to cut off water, and today there is a fist that breaks the Milky Way. Under the fierce bombardment of the two, the main crack of the fate tree was obvious, and it was already about to be cut in half. It's now. Helen grasped the reality, a flash of determination flashed in her bright eyes, and immediately pressed the launch button. Star Miranda's super laser cannon fired a crimson laser ray, which directly hit the trunk of the Tree of Fate. Super Strong Fortress and Black Throne received Helen's orders at the same time, and also resorted to their strongest means. Blue atomic breath energy and green Chinook rays shot out and landed on the Tree of Fate. Various energies gathered in the entire space, triggering a series of chain reactions. Link's Omega rays are constantly filling up the knife, like a cutting scalpel, appearing in various weak places, cutting off fate. The entire fate tree fell apart under the impact of energy, and gathered into a gradually expanding halo in the center of the explosion. Link had a bad premonition. This halo contained energy, which was intertwined with the energy of several other attacks. It was extremely unstable and had the risk of exploding at any time. We should go. Grace is not fond of fighting either, she can also feel the abnormality of this energy. As soon as the two left on their front feet, the Tree of Fate collapsed on their back feet. All the energy and the remaining threads of fate were condensed towards one point, and then formed a fist-sized light spot. The brightness of this light spot is extremely high. In the special space of the fate tree, there is no other light source, only such a shining bright spot remains. Immediately, the light spot exploded, and the brightness covered the destiny space within microseconds, and the remaining light radiated out from the exit. Everyone felt relaxed, as if some invisible shackles were loosened, and an indescribable feeling came to their hearts. Link was also swallowed by the sudden light. What was devoured was also his own perception, which seemed to disappear at this moment, and was imprisoned in a cage of light. The glow doesn't last long, but it isn't short either. During the period of being shrouded in light, Link lost his perception, so naturally he didn't know how the flow of time was. When the light gradually decreased, Link felt his perception gradually return. Looking in front of me again, it was a simple white painted roof, and I didn't know when it was lying on the ground. Before Link got up from the ground, he turned his head and saw the strange yet familiar old landing pod beside him. The hatch of the landing module was open, and there was still the sound of crackling electricity inside, and there were bursts of small puffs of black smoke coming out of it. Link was already stunned, got up mechanically, and looked at the familiar scenes around him again. The old spring bed, the messy desktop, and some papers for writing and drawing were lifted up by a corner under the breeze blowing from the half-open window, making a rhythmic rattling sound. Link's mind went blank. Although he hadn't thought about the possibility of returning after chopping the Tree of Fate, but when he really returned to reality, that huge sense of gap hit his heart. The joy and excitement I imagined did not appear at all, and I fell into self-doubt more. I have returned to reality. The scene before me, the smoking game landing pod, and the wrench that fell on the ground all prove that it is time to repair the landing pod by myself. Then all the thrilling and mysterious adventures that he entered the game and experienced before were all his imagination when he passed out? But those fantasies are so real that Link clearly remembers every detail of these years. There is also the interaction with the players, all of which are vivid. Could it be that these are all fake? A great sense of loss came over me. Link ignored the smoking game landing pod, but came to the window, took a deep breath, and digested his sudden surge of emotions. If I had to use 3 words to describe it, it would be difficult to express. Returning to reality, everything is my imagination after passing out, but those people who appear in my memory are so vivid and real. After standing for a long time, Link unplugged the power cord of the game landing pod, then went to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of ice cream, and chose to turn on the TV to relax. After experiencing a several years new version of the game, he was not in the mood to re-enter the game for a short time to experience the current 60 version. It's just that when the TV was turned on, the original program was broadcasting well, but it suddenly switched to the news screen. Now urgently insert a newsletter. Link was not interested in any news, so he switched the TV station casually, but after the switch, the news screen was still on. The host continued, "The Blue Star Coalition government issued the latest announcement, Destiny." Link continued to switch, but all the channels are now the current news screen, and the host's report did not stop with Link's channel switching. Scientists have recently discovered that parallel space-time entrances are suspected to be found in our cosmic space, and they are constantly radiating energy outward. The coalition government stated that Destiny is not just a game, but a game developed by the coalition government based on parallel space-time signals. In this virtual reality game, all the characters of the player will be projected in another parallel world. Now that the portal of the parallel time and space starts to radiate energy, all the abilities obtained by the players in the parallel world, that is, the game, will return to the main body through the portal. When Link heard the news, the ice cube in his hand slipped and fell to the ground with a bang, tons scattered all over the ground. If the player's ability is real, then the rest of the game. But before Link could continue to think about it, he suddenly felt that the sunny day outside was suddenly shrouded in shadows, and the light suddenly became gloomy. At the same time, there was an extremely exaggerated noise from outside. Link came to the window quickly, opened his mouth wide and couldn't speak. A metallic planet entered the orbit of the blue star and appeared in front of everyone. This metal planet with hundreds of kilometers looks very familiar. Immediately afterwards, a cheerful voice came from the metal planet. "President, we are here to pick you up." The voice that spoke was Helen. In the next second, a holographic head appeared in front of Link, with Helen, Sean, Miranda, Sir Tour, and Grace in the picture. Everyone waved their hands to greet Link. "President, I know you still have doubts, but there is no time now. We came to Blue Star to pick you up and launch aliens." The three guys, Macaw, Silverhand, and Eros, got into trouble again in parallel time and space. There was a sudden buzz in Link's mind. Immediately afterwards, the familiar force returned, and the powerful perception returned. Link's astonished eyes gradually became clearer and firmer. "These three incomprehensible guys, we have to go out and wipe their butts again. P.S. recommends a new book by a good friend. I am also desperate, change the world, starting from modifying the world entry. Choose an entry and change the world. Accidentally, I seem to be the culprit who will destroy the world. What should I do? Wait online. It's urgent."